Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 22 Manipta. 538, Mūgapakkha Jataka. Show no intelligence, etc. This story the master told at Jātaka concerning the great renunciation. One day the brethren seated in the Hall of Truth were discussing the praises of the Blessed One's great renunciation. When the master came and inquired of the brethren what was the topic which they were discussing as they sat there, on hearing what it was, he said, "No, brethren, this my renunciation of the world, after leaving my kingdom, was not wonderful, when I had fully exercised the perfections, for before, even when my wisdom was still immature, and while I was still attaining the perfections, I left my kingdom and renounced the world." And at their request he told them a story of the past. Once upon a time King Kosaraja ruled justly in Benares. He had 16,000 wives, but not one among them conceived either son or daughter. The citizens assembled as in the Kusa Jātaka, saying, "Our king has no son to keep up his line," and they begged the king to pray for a son. The king commanded his 16,000 wives to pray for sons, but though they worshipped the moon and the other deities and prayed, they obtained none. Now his chief queen Candadevi, the daughter of the king of the Mad Das, was devoted to good works, and he asked her also to pray for a son. So on the day of the full moon she took upon herself the vipassanā vows, and while lying on a little bed, as she reflected on her virtuous life, she made an act of truth in these terms: "If I have never broken the commandments, by the truth of this my protestation may a son be born to me." Through the power of her piety, Sakka's dwelling became hot. Sakka, having considered and ascertained the cause, said, "Candadevi asks for a son, I will give her one." So, as he looked for a suitable son, he saw the Bodhisattva. Now the Bodhisattva, after having reigned 20 years in Benares, had been reborn in the Usada hell where he had suffered for 80,000 years, and had then been born in the world of the 33 gods, and after having stayed there his allotted period, he had passed away therefrom and was desirous of going to the world of the higher gods. Sakka went up to him and said, "Friend, if you are born in the world of men you will fully exercise the perfections and the mass of mankind will be advantaged. Now this chief queen of Kosaraja, Kanda, is praying for a son, do you be born in her womb?" He consented, and came attended by 500 deities, and was himself conceived in her womb, while the other deities were conceived in the wombs of the wives of the king's ministers. The queen's womb seemed to be full of diamond. When she became aware of it, she told it to the king, who caused every care to be taken for the safety of the unborn child, and at last she brought forth a son endued with auspicious marks. On the same day 500 young nobles were born in the ministers' houses. At that moment the king was seated on his royal dais, surrounded by his ministers, when it was announced, "A son is born to thee, O king." At hearing it, paternal affection arose, and piercing through his skin reached to the marrow in his bones. Joy sprang up within him and his heart became refreshed. He asked his ministers, "Are you glad at the birth of my son?" "What art thou saying, sire?" They answered, "We were before helpless, now we have a help, we have obtained a lord." The king gave orders to his chief general, "A retinue must be prepared for my son, find out how many young nobles have been born today in the ministers' houses." He saw the 500 and went and told it to the king. The king sent princely dresses of honor for the 500 young nobles, and he also sent 500 nurses. He gave moreover 64 nurses for the Bodhisattva, all free from the faults of being too tall, etc., 3 with their breasts not hanging down, and full of sweet milk. If a child drinks milk, sitting on the hip of a nurse who is too tall, its neck will become too long. If it sits on the hip of one too short, its shoulder bone will be compressed. If the nurse be too thin, the babe's thighs will ache. If too stout, the babe will become bow-legged. The body of a very dark nurse is too cold, of one very white, is too hot. The children who drink the milk of a nurse with hanging breasts, have the ends of their noses flattened. Some nurses have their milk sour. Others have it bitter, etc. Therefore, avoiding all these faults, he provided 64 nurses all possessed of sweet milk, and without any of these faults, and after paying the Bodhisattva great honor, he also gave the queen a boon. She accepted it and kept it in her mind. On the day of naming the child they paid great honor to the Brahmins who read the different marks, and inquired if there was any danger threatening. They, beholding the excellence of his marks, replied, "O king, the prince possesses every mark of future good fortune, he is able to rule not one continent only but all the four, there is no danger visible." The king, being pleased, when he fixed the boy's name, gave him the name Temia Kumaro, since it had rained all over the kingdom of Kosi on the day of his birth, and he had been born wet. When he was 1 month old, they adorned him and brought him to the king, and the king having looked at his dear child, embraced him and placed him on his hip, and sat playing with him. Now at that time 4 robbers were brought before him, one of them he sentenced to receive 1,000 strokes from whips barbed with thorns, another to be imprisoned in chains, a third to be smitten with a spear, the fourth to be impaled. The Bodhisattva, on hearing his father's words, was terrified and thought to himself, "Ah! My father through his being a king, is becoming guilty of a grievous action which brings men to hell." The next day they laid him on a sumptuous bed under a white umbrella, and he woke after a short sleep, and opening his eyes beheld the white umbrella and the royal pomp, and his fear increased all the more. And as he pondered, "From whence have I come into this palace?" by his recollection of his former births, he remembered that he had once come from the world of the gods and that after that he had suffered in hell, and that then he had been a king in that very city. While he pondered to himself, "I was a king for 20 years and then I suffered 80,000 years in the Usada hell, and now again I am born in this house of robbers. And my father, when 4 robbers were brought before him, uttered such a cruel speech, as must lead to hell. If I become a king I shall be born again in hell and suffer great pain there." He became greatly alarmed, his golden body became pale and faded like a lotus crushed by the hand, and he lay thinking how he could escape from that house of robbers. Then a goddess who dwelt in the umbrella, and who in a certain previous birth had been his mother, comforted him, "Fear not, my child Temia, if you really desire to escape, then pretend to be a cripple, although not really one, though not deaf, pretend to be deaf, and though not dumb, pretend to be dumb. Putting on these characteristics, show no signs of intelligence." So she uttered the first stanza. "Show no intelligence, my child, be as a fool in all men's eyes. Content to be the scorn of all, thus shalt thou gain at last the prize." Being comforted by her words he uttered the second stanza. "O goddess, I will do thy will, what thou commandest me is best. Mother, thou wishest for my weal, thou longest but to see me blessed." And so he practiced these 3 characteristics. The king, in order that his son might lose his melancholy, had the 500 young nobles brought near him. The children began crying for their milk, but the Bodhisattva, being afraid of hell, reflected that to die of thirst would be better than to reign, and did not cry. The nurses told this to Queen Kanda, and she told it to the king. He sent for some Brahmins skilled in signs and omens and consulted them. They replied, "Sire, you must give the prince his milk after the proper time has passed. He will then cry and seize the breast eagerly and drink of his own accord." So they gave him his milk after letting the proper time pass by, and sometimes they let it pass by for once, and sometimes they did not give it to him all through the day. But he, stung by fear of hell, even though thirsty, would not cry for milk. Then the mother or the nurses gave him milk, though he did not cry for it, saying, "The boy is famished." The other children cried when they did not get their milk, but he neither cried nor slept nor doubled up his hands nor feet, nor would he hear a sound. Then his nurses reflected, the hands and feet of cripples are not like his, the formation of the jaws of the dumb is not like his, the structure of the ears of the deaf is not like his. There must be some reason for all this, let us examine into it. So they determined to try him with milk, and so for 1 whole day they gave him no milk, but, though parched, he uttered no sound for milk. Then his mother said, "My boy is famished, give him milk," and she made them give him milk. Thus giving him milk at intervals they spent a year in trying him, but they did not discover his weak point. Then saying, "The other children are fond of cakes and dainties, we will try him with them," they set the 500 children near him and brought various dainties and placed them close by him, and telling them to take what they liked, they hid themselves. The other children quarrelled and struck one another and seized the cakes and ate them, but the Bodhisattva said to himself, "O Temia, eat the cakes and dainties if you wish for hell, and so in his fear of hell he would not look at them. Thus even though they tried him with cakes and dainties for a whole year they discovered not his weak point. Then they said, "Children are fond of different kinds of fruit," and they brought all sorts of fruit and tried him. The other children fought for them and ate them, but he would not look at them, and thus for a whole year they tried him with various kinds of fruit. Then they said, "Other children are fond of playthings," so they set golden and other figures of elephants, etc., near him. The rest of the children seized them, as if they were spoil, but the Bodhisattva would not look at them, and thus for a whole year they tried him with playthings. Then they said, "There's a special food for children 4 years old, we will try him with that," so they brought all sorts of food. The other children broke them in pieces and ate them, but the Bodhisattva said to himself, "O Temia, there is no counting of the past births when you did not obtain food," and for fear of hell he did not look at them, until at last his mother, with her heart well nigh rent, fed him with her own hand. Then they said, "Children 5 years old are afraid of the fire, we will try him with that," so, having had a large house made with many doors, and having covered it over with palm leaves, they set him in the middle surrounded by the other children, and set fire to it. The others ran away shrieking, but the Bodhisattva said to himself that it was better than the torture in hell, and remained motionless, as if perfectly apathetic, and when the fire came near him they took him away. Then they said, "Children 6 years old are afraid of a wild elephant," so they had a well-trained elephant taught, and when they had seated the Bodhisattva with the other children in the palace court, they let it loose. On it came trumpeting and striking the ground with its trunk and spreading terror. The other children fled in all directions in fear for their lives, but the Bodhisattva, being afraid of hell, sat where he was, and the well-trained animal took him and lifted him up and down, and went away without hurting him. When he was 7 years old, as he was sitting surrounded by his companions, they let loose some serpents with their teeth extracted and their mouths bound. The other children ran away shrieking, but the Bodhisattva, remembering the fear of hell, remained motionless, saying, "It is better to perish by the mouth of a fierce serpent." Then the serpents enveloped his whole body and they spread their hoods on his head, but still he remained motionless. Thus though they tried him again and again, they still could not discover his weak point. Then they said, "Boys are fond of social gatherings," so, having set him in the palace court with the 500 boys, they caused an assembly of mimes to be gathered together. The other boys, seeing the mimes, shouted bravo and laughed loudly, but the Bodhisattva, saying to himself that if he were born in hell there would never be a moment's laughter or joy, remained motionless as he pondered on hell, and never looked at the dancing. Thus trying him again and again they discovered no weak point in him. Then they said, "We will try him with the sword," so they placed him with the other boys in the palace court, and while they were playing, a man rushed upon them, brandishing a sword like crystal and shouting and jumping, saying, "Where's this devil's child of the king of Kosset? I will cut off his head." The others fled, shrieking in terror at the sight of him, but the Bodhisattva, having pondered on the fear of hell, sat as if unconscious. The man, although he rubbed the sword on his head and threatened to cut it off, could not frighten him and at last went away. Thus though they tried him again and again, they could not discover his weak point. When he was 10 years old, in order to try whether he was really deaf, they hung a curtain round a bed and made holes in the 4 sides and placed conch blowers underneath it without letting him see them. All at once they blew the conchs. There was one burst of sound, but the ministers, though they stood at the 4 sides and watched by the holes in the curtain, could not through a whole day detect in him any confusion of thought or any disturbance of hand or foot, or even a single start. So after a year had passed, they tried him for another year with drums, but even thus, though they tried him again and again, they could not discover his weak point. Then they said, "We will try him with a lamp," so in the night time in order to see whether he moved hand or foot in the darkness, they lighted some lamps in jars, and having extinguished all the other lamps, they put these down for a while in the darkness, and then suddenly lifting the lamps in the jars, created all at once a blaze, and watched his behavior. But though they thus tried him again and again for a whole year, they never saw him start even once. Then, they said, "We will try him with molasses," so they smeared all his body with molasses and laid him in a place infested with flies and stirred the flies up. These covered his whole body, and bit it as if they were piercing it with needles, but he remained motionless, as if perfectly apathetic, Thus they tried him for a year, but they discovered no weak point in him. Then when he was 14 years old, they said, "This youth now he is grown up loves what is clean and abhors what is unclean. We will try him with what is unclean." So from that time, they did not let him bathe, or rinse his mouth, or perform any bodily ablutions, until he was reduced to a miserable plight, and he looked like a released prisoner. As he lay, covered with flies, the people came round and reviled him, saying, "O Temia, you are grown up now, who is to wait on you? Are you not ashamed? Why are you lying there? Rise up and cleanse yourself." But he, remembering the torments of the Hell-Gutha, lay quietly in his squalor, and though they tried him again and again for a year, they discovered no weak point in him. Then they put pans of fire in the bed under him, saying, "When he is distressed by the heat, he will perhaps be unable to bear the pain and will show some signs of writhing. Boils seem to break out on his body." But the Bodhisattva resigned himself, saying, "The fire of the hell Avachi flames up 100 leagues, this heat is 100, 1,000 times preferable to that." So he remained motionless. Then his parents, with breaking hearts, made the men come back, and took him out of the fire, and implored him, saying, "O Prince Temia, we know that thou art not in any way crippled by birth, for cripples have not such feet, face, or ears as thou hast. We gained thee as our child after many prayers. Do not now destroy us, but deliver us from the blame of all the kings of Jambudipa." But, though thus entreated by them, he lay still motionless, as if he heard them not. Then his parents went away weeping, and sometimes his father or his mother came back alone, and implored him, and thus they tried him again and again for a whole year, but they discovered no weak point in him. Then when he was 16 years old they considered, whether it be a cripple or deaf and dumb, still there are none, who when they are grown up, do not delight in what is enjoyable and dislike what is disagreeable. This is all natural in the proper time, like the opening of flowers. We will have dramas acted before him and will thus try him. So they summoned some women full of all graces, and as beautiful as the daughters of the gods, and they promised that whichever of them could make the prince laugh, or could entangle him in sinful thoughts, should become his principal queen. Then they had the prince bathed in perfumed water and adorned like a son of the gods, and laid on a royal bed prepared in a suite of royal chambers like the dwellings of the gods, and having filled his inner chamber with a mingled fragrance of perfumed wreaths, wreaths of flowers, incense, unguents, spirituous liquor, and the like, they retired. Meanwhile the women surrounded him and tried hard to delight him with dancing and singing and all sorts of pleasant words, but he looked at them in his perfect wisdom, and stopped his inhalations and exhalations in fear lest they should touch his body, so that his body became quite rigid. They, being unable to touch him, said to his parents, "His body is all rigid, he is not a man, but must be a goblin." Thus his parents, though they tried him again and again, discovered no weak point in him. Thus, though they tried him for 16 years with the 16 great tests and many smaller ones, they were not able to detect a weak point in him. Then the king, being full of vexation, summoned the fortune tellers and said, "When the prince was born ye said that he has fortunate and auspicious marks, he has no threatening obstacle, but he is born a cripple and deaf and dumb. Your words do not answer to the facts." "Great king," they replied, "nothing is unseen by your teachers, but we knew how grieved you would be if we told you that the child of so many royal prayers would be all ill luck, so we did not utter it. What must be done now? O king, if this prince remains in this house, 3 dangers are threatened, viz. to your life or your royal power, or the queen. Therefore it will be best to have some unlucky horses yoked to an unlucky chariot, and, placing him therein, to convey him by the western gate and bury him in the charnel ground." The king assented, being frightened at the threatened dangers. When the Queen Candidevi heard the news she came to the king, "My lord, you gave me a boon and I have kept it unclaimed, give it to me now." "Take it, O queen. Give the kingdom to my son." "I cannot, O queen, thy son is all ill luck." "Then if you will not give it for his life, give it to him for 7 years." "I cannot, O queen." "Then give it to him for 6 years, for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 year." "Give it to him for 7 months, for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 months, 1 month, for half a month." "I cannot, O queen." "Then give it to him for 7 days." "Well," said the king, "take your boon." So she had her son adorned, and, the city being gaily decorated, a proclamation was made to the beat of a drum, "This is the reign of Prince Temia." And he was seated upon an elephant, and led triumphantly rightwise round the city, with a white umbrella held over his head. When he returned, and was laid on his royal bed, she implored him all the night, "O my child, Prince Temia, on thy account for 16 years I have wept and taken no sleep, and my eyes are parched up, and my heart is pierced with sorrow. I know that thou art not really a cripple or deaf and dumb, do not make me utterly destitute." In this manner she implored him day after day for 5 days. On the 6th day the king summoned the charioteer Sanando, and said to him, "Tomorrow morning early yoke some ill-omened horses to an ill-omened chariot, and having set the prince in it, take him out by the western gate, and dig a hole with 4 sides in the charnel ground, throw him into it, and break his head with the back of the spade and kill him, then scatter dust over him and make a heap of earth above, and after bathing yourself come hither." That 6th night the queen implored the prince, "O my child, the king of Kossi has given orders that you are to be buried tomorrow in the charnel ground, tomorrow you will certainly die, my son." When the Bodhisattva heard this, he thought to himself, "O Temia, your 16 years' labor has reached its end," and he was glad, but his mother's heart was as it were cleft in twain. Still he would not speak to her lest his desire should not attain its end. At the end of that night, in the early morning, Sanando the charioteer yoked the chariot and made it stand at the gate, and entering the royal bedchamber he said, "O queen, be not angry, it is the king's command." So saying, as the queen lay embracing her son he pushed her away with the back of his hand, and lifted up the prince like a bundle of flowers, and came down from the palace. The queen was left in the chamber smiting her breast and lamenting with a loud cry. Then the Bodhisattva looked at her and considered, "If I do not speak she will die of a broken heart," but though he desired to speak, he reflected, "If I speak, my efforts for 16 years will be rendered fruitless, but if I do not speak, I shall be the saving of myself and my parents." Then the charioteer lifted him into the chariot and saying, "I will drive the chariot to the western gate," he drove it to the eastern gate, and the wheels struck against the threshold. The Bodhisattva, hearing the sound, said, "My desire has attained its end," and he became still more glad at heart. When the chariot had gone out of the city, it went a space of 3 leagues by the power of the gods, and there the end of a forest appeared to the charioteer, as if it were a charnel ground, so thinking it to be a suitable place, he turned the chariot out of the road, and stopping it by the roadside he alighted and took off all the Bodhisattva's ornaments and made them into a bundle and laid them down, and then taking a spade began to dig a hole. Then the Bodhisattva thought, "This is my time for effort, for 16 years I have never moved hands nor feet. Are they in my power or not?" So he rose and rubbed his right hand with his left, and his left hand with his right, and his feet with both his hands, and resolved to alight from the chariot. When his foot came down, the earth rose up like a leather bag filled with air and touched the hinder end of the chariot. When he had alighted, and had walked backwards and forwards several times, he felt that he had strength to go 100 leagues in this manner in one day. Then he reflected, "If the charioteer were to set against me, should I have the power to contend with him?" So he seized hold of the hinder end of the chariot, and lifted it up, as if it were a toy cart for children, and said to himself that he had power to contend with him, and as he perceived it, a desire arose to adorn himself. At that moment Sakka's palace became hot. Sakka, having perceived the reason, said, "Prince Temia's desire has attained its end, he desires to be adorned, what has he to do with human adornment?" And he commanded Vipassanā to take heavenly decorations, and to go and adorn the son of the king of Kossi. So he went and wrapped the prince with 10,000 pieces of cloth, and adorned him like Sakka, with heavenly and human ornaments. The prince, decked with all the bravery of the king of the gods, went up to the hole as the charioteer was digging, and standing at the edge, uttered the 3rd stanza. "Why in such haste, O charioteer? And wherefore do you dig that pit? Answer my question truthfully, what do you want to do with it?" The charioteer went on digging the hole without looking up and spoke the 4th stanza. "Our king has found his only son crippled and dumb, an idiot quite. And I am sent to dig this hole, and bury him far out of sight. The Bodhisattva replied, I am not deaf nor dumb, my friend, no cripple, not e'en lame am I. If in this would you bury me, you will incur great guilt thereby. Behold these arms and legs of mine, and hear my voice and what I say. If in this would you bury me, you will incur great guilt today. Then the charioteer said, Who is this? It is only since I came here that he has become as he describes himself. So he left off digging the hole and looked up, and beholding his glorious beauty, and not knowing whether he was a god or a man, he spoke this stanza. A heavenly minstrel or a god, or art thou Saka, Lord of all? Who art thou, pray, whose son art thou? What shall we name thee when we call? Then the Bodhisattva spoke, revealing himself and declaring the law. No heavenly minstrel nor a god, nor Saka, Lord of all, am I. I am the king of Kosa's son whom you would bury ruthlessly. I am the son of that same king under whose sway you serve and thrive. You will incur great guilt today if here you bury me alive. If beneath a tree I sit, and rest while at its shade and shelter lends, I would not break a single branch, only the sinner harms his friends. The sheltering tree, it is the king, I am the branch that tree has spread. And you the traveller, charioteer, who sits and rests beneath its shade. If in this would you bury me, great guilt will fall upon your head. But though the Bodhisattva said this, the man did not believe him. Then the Bodhisattva resolved to convince him, and he made the woods resound with his own voice and the applause of the gods, as he commenced these 10 gathas in honor of friends. He who is faithful to his friends may wander far and wide. Many will gladly wait on him, his food shall be supplied. Whatever lands he wanders through, in city or in town. He who is faithful to his friends finds honor and renown. No robbers dare to injure him, no warriors him despise. He who is faithful to his friends escapes all enemies. Welcomed by all he home returns, no cares corrode his breast. He who is faithful to his friends is of all kin the best. He honors and is honored too, respect he takes and gives. He who is faithful to his friends full meed from all receives. He is by others honored who to them due honor pays. He who is faithful to his friends wins himself fame and praise. Like fire he blazes brightly forth, and sheds a light divine. He who is faithful to his friends will with fresh splendor shine. His oxen surely multiply, his seed unfailing grows. He who is faithful to his friends reaps surely all he sows. If from a mountain top he falls or from a tree or grot, he who is faithful to his friends finds a sure resting spot. The banyan tree defies the wind, girt with its branches rooted round. He who is faithful to his friends doth all the rage of foes confound. Even though he thus discoursed, Sananda did not recognize him and asked who he was. But as he approached the chariot, even before he saw the chariot and the ornaments which the prince wore, he recognized him as he looked at him, and falling at his feet and folding his hands spoke this stanza. Come, I will take thee back, O prince, to thine own proper home. Sit on the throne and act the king, why in this forest roam? The great being replied, I do not want that throne or wealth, I want not friends nor kin. Since 'tis by evil acts alone that I that throne could win. The charioteer spoke. A brimful cup of welcome, prince, will be prepared for thee. And thy 2 parents in their joy great gifts will give to me. The royal wives, the princes all, Vaisyas and Brahmins both. Great presents in their full content will give me, nothing loat. Those who ride elephants and cars, foot soldiers, royal guards. When thou returnest home again, will give me sure rewards. The country folk and city folk will gather joyously. And when they see their prince returned will presents give to me. The great being spoke. By parents I was left forlorn, by city and by town. The princes left me to my fate, I have no home my own. My mother gave me leave to go, my father me forsook. Here in this forest wild alone the ascetic's vow I took. As the great being called to mind his own virtues, delight arose in his mind and in his ecstasy he uttered a hymn of triumph. Even to those who hurry not, heart's longing wins success. Know, charioteer, that I today have gained ripe holiness. Even by those who hurry not, the highest end is won. Crowned with ripe holiness I go, perfect and fearing none. The charioteer replied, Thy words, my lord, are pleasant words, open thy speech and clear. Why wast thou dumb, when thou didst see father and mother near? The great being spoke. No cripple I for lack of joints, nor deaf for lack of ears. I am not dumb for want of tongue as plainly now appears. In an old birth I played the king, as I remember well. But when I fell from that estate I found myself in hell. Some 20 years of luxury I passed upon that throne. But 80,000 years in hell did for that guilt atone. My former taste of royalty filled all my heart with fear. Thence was I dumb, although I saw father and mother near. My father took me on his lap, but midst his fondling play, I heard the stern commands he gave, at once this miscreant slay. Saw him in sunder go, that wretch impale without delay. Hearing such threats well might I try crippled and dumb to be, and wallow helplessly in filth, an idiot willingly. Knowing that life is short at best and filled with miseries. Who against another for its sake would let his anger rise? Who on another for its sake would let his vengeance light? Through want of power to grasp the truth and blindness to the right. Then Sananda reflected, this prince, abandoning all his royal pomp, as if it were carrion, has entered into the wood, unwavering in his resolve to become an ascetic. What have I to do with this miserable life? I too will become an ascetic with him, so he spoke this stanza. I too would choose ascetic's life with thee. Call me, O prince, for I as thou would be. When thus requested, the great being reflected, if I at once admit him to the ascetic life, my father and mother will not come here, and thus they will suffer loss, and the horses and chariot and ornaments will perish, and blame will accrue to me, for men will say, he is a goblin, has he devoured the charioteer? So wishing to save himself from blame and to provide for his parents' welfare, he entrusted the horses and chariot and ornaments to him and spoke this stanza. Restore the chariot first, thou art not a free man now. First pay thy debts, they say, then take the ascetic's vow. The charioteer thought to himself, if I went to the city and he meanwhile departed elsewhere, his father and mother on hearing my news of him would come back with me to see him, and if they found him not they would punish me. So I will tell him the circumstances in which I find myself, and will get his promise to remain here. So he spoke 2 stanzas. Since I have done thy bidding, prince, I pray, do thou be pleased to do what I shall say. Stay till I fetch the king, stay here of grace. He will be joyful when he sees thy face. The great being replied, well, be it as thou sayest, charioteer. I too would gladly see my father here. Go and salute my kindred all, and take a special message for my parents' sake. The man took the commands. He clasped his feet, and, all due honors paid, started to journey as his master bade. At that moment Candadevi opened her lattice, and, as she wondered whether there were any tidings of her son and looked on the road by which the charioteer would return, she saw him coming alone, and burst into lamentation. The master has thus described it. Seeing the empty car and lonely charioteer, the mother's eyes were filled with tears, her breast with fear. The charioteer comes back, my son is slain. Yonder he lies, earth mixed with earth again. Our bitterest foes may well rejoice, alack, seeing his murderer come safely back. Dumb, crippled, say, could he not give one cry? As on the ground he struggled helplessly. Could not his hands and feet force thee away? Though dumb and maimed, while on the ground he lay. The charioteer spoke. Promise me pardon, lady, for my word, and I will tell thee all I saw and heard. The queen answered, pardon I promise you for every word. Tell me in full whate'er you saw or heard. Then the charioteer spoke. No cripple he is not deaf, his utterance clear and free. He played fictitious parts at home, through dread of royalty. In an old birth he played the king, as he remembers well. But when he fell from that estate he found himself in hell. Some 20 years of luxury he passed upon that throne. But 80,000 years in hell did for that guilt atone. His former taste of royalty filled all his heart with fear. Hence was he dumb although he saw father and mother near. Perfectly sound in all his limbs, faultlessly tall and broad. His utterance clear, his wits undimmed, he treads salvation's road. If you desire to see your son, then come at once with me. You shall behold Prince Temia, perfectly calm and free. But when the prince had sent the charioteer away, he desired to take the ascetic vow. Knowing his desire, Saka sent Vipassanā, saying, Prince Temia wishes to take the ascetic vow. Go and make a hut of leaves for him and the requisite articles for an ascetic. He hastened accordingly, and in a grove of trees 3 leagues in extent he built a hermitage furnished with an apartment for the night and another for the day, a tank, a pit, and fruit trees, and he prepared all the requisites for an ascetic and then returned to his own place. When the Bodhisattva saw it, he knew that it was Saka's gift, so he entered into the hut and took off his clothes and put on the red bark garments, both the upper and under, and threw the black antelope skin on one shoulder, and tied up his matted hair, and having taken a carrying pole on his shoulder and a walking staff in his hand, he went out of the hut. Then he walked repeatedly up and down, displaying the full dress of an ascetic, and having shouted triumphantly, "Oh the bliss! Oh the bliss!" returned to the hut, and sitting down on the ragged mat he entered upon the 5 transcended faculties. Then going out at evening and gathering some leaves from a kara tree nearby, he soaked them in a vessel supplied by Saka in water without salt, or buttermilk or spice, and ate them as if they were ambrosia, and then, as he pondered on the 4 perfect states, he resolved to take up his abode there. Meanwhile the king of Kosi, having heard Sananda's words, summoned his chief general and ordered him to make preparation for the journey, saying, "The horses to the chariot's yoke, bind girths on elephants and come. Sound conch and tabor far and wide, and wake the loud-voiced kettledrum. Let the horse tom-tom fill the air, let rattling drums raise echoes sweet. Bid all this city follow me, I go my son once more to greet. Let palace ladies, every prince, Vaishyas and Brahmins every one, all have their chariot horses yoked, I go to welcome back my son. Let elephant riders, royal guards, horsemen and footmen every one, let all alike prepare to go, I go to welcome back my son. Let country folk and city folk gather in crowds in every street. Let all alike prepare to go, I go once more my son to greet." The charioteers thus ordered yoked the horses, and having brought the chariots to the palace gates informed the king. The master has thus described it. Sind horses of the noblest breed stood harnessed at the palace gates. The charioteers the tidings bring, the train, my lord, thy presence waits. The king spoke. Leave all the clumsy horses out, no weaklings in our cavalcade. They told the charioteer, be sure not to bring horses of that kind. Such were the royal orders given, and such the charioteers obeyed. The king, when he went to his son, assembled the 4 castes, the 18 guilds, and his whole army, and 3 days were spent in the assembling of the host. On the 4th day, having taken all that was to be taken in the procession, he proceeded to the hermitage, and there was greeted by his son and gave him the due greeting in return. The master has thus described it. His royal chariot then prepared, the king without delay got in, and cried out to his wives, "Come with me all away." With yaxtail fan and turban crest, and royal white sunshade, he mounted in the royal car, with finest gold arrayed. Then did the king set forth at once, his charioteer beside, and quickly came where Temia all tranquil did abide. When Temia beheld him come all brilliant and ablaze, surrounded by attendant bands of warriors, thus he says, "Father, I hope 'tis well with thee, thou hast good news to tell. I hope that all the royal queens, my mothers, too, are well." "Yes, it is well with me, my son, I have good news to tell. And all the royal queens indeed, thy mothers, all are well. I hope thou drinkest no strong drink, all spirit dost eschew. To righteous deeds and almsgiving thy mind is ever true. Oh yes, strong drink I never touch, all spirit I eschew. To righteous deeds and almsgiving my mind is ever true. The horses and the elephants I hope are well and strong. No painful bodily disease, no weakness, nothing wrong. Oh yes, the elephants are well, the horses well and strong. No painful bodily disease, no weakness, nothing wrong. The frontiers, as the central part, all populous, at peace. The treasures and the treasuries quite full, say, what of these? Now welcome to thee, royal sir, oh welcome now to thee. Let them set out a couch, that here seated the king may be. The king, out of respect for the great being, would not sit upon the couch. The great being said, if he does not sit on his royal seat, let a couch of leaves be spread for him, so he spoke a stanza. Be seated on this bed of leaves spread for thee as is meet. They will take water from this spot, and duly wash thy feet. The king in his respect would not accept even the seat of leaves, but sat on the ground. Then the Bodhisattva entered the hut of leaves, and taking out a kara leaf, and inviting the king, he spoke a stanza. No salt have I, this leaf alone is what I live upon, O king. Thou art come here a guest of mine, be pleased to accept the fare I bring. The king replied, no leaves for me, that's not my fare, give me a bowl of pure hill rice, cooked with a subtle flavoring of meat to make the pottage nice. At that moment the Queen Candidevi, surrounded by the royal ladies, came up, and after clasping her dear son's feet and saluting him, sat on one side with her eyes full of tears. The king said to her, lady, see what thy son's food is, and put some of the leaves into her hand and also gave a little to the other ladies, who took it, saying, O my lord, dost thou indeed eat such food? Thou endurest great hardship, and sat down. Then the king said, O my son, this appears wonderful to me, and he spoke a stanza. Most strange indeed it seems to me that thou thus left alone. Livest on such mean food and yet thy colour is not gone. The prince thus replied, upon this bed of leaves strewn here I lie indeed alone. A pleasant bed it is and so my colour is not gone. Girt with their swords no cruel guards stand sternly looking on. A pleasant bed it is and so my colour is not gone. Over the past I do not mourn nor for the future weep. I meet the present as it comes, and so my colour keep. Mourning about the hopeless past or some uncertain future need. This dries a young man's vigour up, as when you cut a fresh green reed. The king thought to himself, I will inaugurate him as king and carry him away with me, so he spoke these stanzas inviting him to share the kingdom. My elephants, my chariots, horsemen, and infantry, and all my pleasant palaces, dear son, I give to thee. My queen's apartments too I give, with all their pomp and pride. Thou shalt be sole king over us, there shall be none beside. Fair women skilled in dance and song and trained for every mood, shall lap thy soul in ease and joy, why linger in this wood? The daughters of thy foes shall come proud, but to wait on thee. When they have borne thee sons, then go an anchoret to be. Come, O my firstborn and my heir, in the first glory of thine age. Enjoy thy kingdom to the full, what dost thou in this hermitage? The Bodhisattva spoke. No, let the young man leave the world and fly its vanities. The ascetic's life best suits the young, thus counsel all the wise. No, let the young man leave the world, a hermit and alone. I will embrace the hermit's life, I need no pomp nor throne. I watch the boy, with childish lips he father mother cries. Himself begets a son, and then he too grows old and dies. So the young daughter in her flower grows blithe and fair to see. But she soon fades cut down by death like the green bamboo tree. Men, women all, however young, soon perish, who in sooth would put his trust in mortal life, cheated by fancied youth. As night by night gives place to dawn life still contracts its span. Like fish in water which dries up, what means the youth of man? This world of ours is smitten sore, is ever watched by one. They pass and pass with purpose fell, why talk of crown or throne? Who sorely smites this world of ours? Who watches grimly by? And who thus pass with purpose fell? Tell me the mystery. 'Tis death who smites this world, old age who watches at our gate. And 'tis the nights which pass and win their purpose soon or late. As when the lady at her loom sits weaving all the day. Her task grows ever less and less, so waste our lives away. As speeds the hurrying river's course, on with no backward flow. So in its course the life of men doth ever forward go. And as the river sweeps away trees from its banks uptorn, so are we men by age and death in headlong ruin borne. The king, as he listened to the great being's discourse, became disgusted at a life spent in a house, and longed to leave the world, and he exclaimed, I will not go back to the city, I will become an ascetic here. If my son will go to the city I will give him the white umbrella. So to try him he once more invited him to take his kingdom. My elephants, my chariots, horsemen, and infantry, and all my pleasant palaces, dear son, I give to thee. My queen's apartments too I give, with all their pomp and pride. Thou shalt be sole king over us, there shall be none beside. Fair women skilled in dance and song and trained for every mood, shall lap thy soul in ease and joy, why linger in this wood? The daughters of thy foes shall come proud, but to wait on thee. When they have borne thee sons, then go an anchoret to be. My treasures and my treasuries, footmen and cavalry, and all my pleasant palaces, dear son, I give to thee. With troops of slaves to wait on thee, and queens to be embraced. Enjoy thy throne, all health to thee, why linger in this waste? But the great being replied by showing how little he wanted a kingdom. Why seek for wealth, it will not last, why woo a wife, she soon will die. Why think of youth, 'twill soon be past, and threatening age stands ever nigh. What are the joys that life can bring? Beauty, sport, wealth, or royal fare? What is a wife or child to me? I am set free from every snare. This thing I know, where I go, fate watching never slumbereth. Of what avail is wealth or joy to one who feels the grasp of death? Do what thou hast to do today, who can ensure the morrow's sun? Death is the master general, who gives his guarantee to none. Thieves ever watch to steal our wealth, I am set free from every chain. Go back and take thy crown away, what want I with a king's domain? The great being's discourse with its application came to an end, and when they heard it not only the king and the queen Kanda, but the 16,000 royal wives all desired to embrace the ascetic life. The king ordered a proclamation to be made in the city by beat of drum, that all who wished to become ascetics with his son should do so. He caused the doors of his treasuries to be thrown open, and he had an inscription written on a golden plate, and fixed on a great bamboo as a pillar, that his treasure jars would be exposed in certain places, and that all who pleased might take of them. The citizens also left their houses with the doors open, as if it were an open market, and flocked round the king. The king and the multitude took the ascetic vow together before the great being. An hermitage erected by Saka extended for 3 leagues. The great being went through the huts made of branches and leaves, and he appointed those in the center for the women, as they were naturally timid, while those on the outside were for the men. All of them on the fast day stood on the ground, and gathered and ate the fruits of the trees which Vipassanā had created, and followed the rules of the ascetic life. The great being, knowing the mind of every one, whether he indulged thoughts of lust or malevolence or cruelty, sat down in the air and taught the law to each, and as they listened they speedily developed the faculties and the attainments. A neighboring king, hearing that Kosaraja had become an ascetic, resolved to establish his rule in Benares, so he entered the city, and seeing it all adorned he went up into the palace, and beholding the 7 kinds of precious stones there, he thought to himself that some kind of danger must gather round all this wealth, so he sent for some drunken revellers and asked them by which gate the king had gone out. They told him, by the eastern gate, so he went out himself by that gate and proceeded along the bank of the river. The great being knew of his coming, and having gone to meet him, sat in the air and taught the law. Then the invader took the ascetic vow with all his company, and the same thing happened also to another king. In this way 3 kingdoms were abandoned, the elephants and horses were left to roam wild in the woods, the chariots dropped to pieces in the woods, and the money in the treasuries, being counted as mere sand, was scattered about in the hermitage. All the residents there attained to the 8 ecstatic meditations, and at the end of their lives became destined for the world of Brahma. Yea, the very animals, as the elephants and horses, having their minds calmed by the sight of the sages, were eventually reborn in the 6 heavens of the gods. The master, having brought his lesson to an end, said, "Not now only but formerly also did I leave a kingdom, and become an ascetic." Then he identified the birth. The goddess in the umbrella was Palavana, the charioteer was Sariputta, the father and mother were the royal family, the court was the Buddha's congregation, and the wise Mūgapakkha was myself. After they had come to the island of Ceylon, elder Kadakatissa, a native of Mangana, elder Mahavamsaka, elder Fusadeva, who dwelt at Katakandakara, elder Maharakata, a native of Uparamandakamala, elder Mahatissa, a native of Bagari, elder Mahasava, a native of Vamatapabra, elder Mahamaliadeva, a native of Kalavela. All these elders are called the late comers in the assembly of the Kadalaka birth, the Mūgapakkha birth, the Ayogara birth, and the Hattapala birth. Moreover, elder Mahanaga, a native of Madda, and elder Malayamakadeva, remarked on the day of Parinibbana, "Sir, the assembly of the Mūgapakkha birth is today extinct. Wherefore? I was then passionately addicted to spirituous drink, and when I could not bring those with me who used to drink liquor, with me I was the last of all to give up the world and become an ascetic." Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 22 Manipta. 539, Mahajanaka Jataka. Who art thou, striving, etc. This story the master, while dwelling at Jetavana, told concerning the great renunciation. One day the brethren sat in the hall of truth discussing the Tathagata's great renunciation. The master came and found that this was their subject, so he said, "This is not the first time that the Tathagata performed the great renunciation, he performed it also formerly." And herewith he told a story of the past. Once upon a time, there was a king named Mahajanaka reigning in Mitilā in the kingdom of Videha. He had 2 sons, Arithajanaka and Polajanaka. The elder he made viceroy and the younger commander-in-chief. Afterwards, when Mahajanaka died, Arithajanaka, having become king, gave the viceroyalty to his brother. One day a slave went to the king and told him that the viceroy was desirous to kill him. The king, after repeatedly hearing the same story, became suspicious, and had Polajanaka thrown into chains and imprisoned with a guard in a certain house not far from the palace. The prince made a solemn asseveration, "If I am my brother's enemy, let not my chains be unloosed nor the door become opened, but otherwise, may my chains be unloosed and the door become opened," and thereupon the chains broke into pieces and the door flew open. He went out and, going to a frontier village, took up his abode there, and the inhabitants, having recognized him, waited upon him, and the king was unable to have him arrested. In course of time he became master of the frontier district, and, having now a large following, he said to himself, "If I was not my brother's enemy before, I am indeed his enemy now," and he went to Mitilā with a large host, and encamped in the outskirts of the city. The inhabitants heard that Prince Polajanaka was come, and most of them joined him with their elephants and other riding animals, and the inhabitants of other towns also gathered with them. So he sent a message to his brother, "I was not your enemy before, but I am indeed your enemy now. Give the royal umbrella up to me or give battle." As the king went to give battle, he bade farewell to his principal queen. "Lady," he said, "victory and defeat in a battle cannot be foretold. If any fatal accident befalls me, do you carefully preserve the child in your womb." So saying he departed, and the soldiers of Janaka ere long took his life in battle. The news of the king's death caused a universal confusion in the whole city. The queen, having learned that he was dead, quickly put her gold and choicest treasures into a basket, and spread a cloth on the top and strewed some husked rice over that, and having put on some soiled clothes and disfigured her person, she set the basket on her head and went out at an unusual time of the day, and no one recognized her. She went out by the northern gate, but she did not know the way, as she had never gone anywhere before and was unable to fix the points of the compass. So since she had only heard that there was such a city as Kālākampa, she sat down and kept asking whether there were any people going to Kālākampa city. Now it was no common child in her womb, but it was the great being reborn, after he had accomplished the perfections, and all Sakka's world shook with his majesty. Sakka considered what the cause could be, and he reflected that a being of great merit must have been conceived in her womb, and that he must go and see it. So he created a covered carriage, and prepared a bed in it and stood at the door of the house where she was sitting, as if he were an old man driving the carriage, and he asked if any one wanted to go to Kālākampa. "I want to go there, father." "Then mount up into this carriage, lady, and take your seat." "Father, I am far gone with child, and I cannot climb up. I will follow behind, but give me room for this my basket." "What are you talking about, mother? There is no one who knows how to drive a carriage like me. Fear not, but climb up and sit down." By his divine power, he caused the earth to rise as she was climbing up, and made it touch the hinder end of the carriage. She climbed up and lay down in the bed, and she knew that it must be a god. As soon as she lay down on the divine bed she fell asleep. Sakka at the end of 30 leagues came to a river, and he woke her, saying, "Mother, get down and bathe in the river. At the head of the bed there is a cloak, put it on, and in the carriage there is a cake to eat it." She did so and lay down again, and at evening time, when she reached Kampa and saw the gate, the watchtower and the walls, she asked what city it was. He replied, "Kampa city, mother." "What sayest thou, father? Is it not 60 leagues from our city to Kampa?" "It is so, mother, but I know the straight road." He then made her alight at the southern gate. "Mother, my village lies further on, do you enter the city?" So saying Sakka went on, and vanishing, departed to his own place. The queen sat down in a certain hall. At that time a certain Brahmin, a reciter of hymns, who dwelt at Kampa, was going with his 500 disciples to bathe, and as he looked he saw her sitting there so fair and comely, and by the power of the being in her womb, immediately as he saw her he conceived an affection for her as for a youngest sister, and making his pupils stay outside he went alone into the hall and asked her, "Sister, in what village dost thou dwell?" "I am the chief queen of King Janaka in Mittalur," she said. "Why art thou come here?" "The king has been killed by Janaka, and I in fear have come here to save my unborn child." "Is there any kinsman of thine in this city?" "There is none, father." "Do not be anxious. I am a northern Brahmin of a great family, a teacher famed far and wide. I will watch over you as if you were my sister. Call me your brother and clasp my feet, and make a loud lamentation." She made a great wailing and fell at his feet, and they each condoled with the other. His pupils came running up and asked him what it all meant. "This is my youngest sister, who was born at such a time when I was away. O teacher, do not grieve, now that you have seen her at last." He caused a grand covered carriage to be brought and made her sit down in it, and sent her to his own house, bidding them tell his wife that it was his sister, and that she was to do everything that was necessary. His Brahmin wife gave her a hot water bath, and prepared a bed for her and made her lie down. The Brahmin bathed and came home, and at the time of the meal he bade them call his sister and ate with her, and watched over her in the house. Soon after she brought forth a son, and they called him after his grandfather's name, Prince Mahajanaka. As he grew up and played with the lads, when they used to provoke him with their own pure Kshatriya birth, he would strike them roughly from his own superior strength and stoutness of heart. When they made a loud outcry and were asked who had struck them, they would reply, "The widow's son." The prince reflected, "They always call me the widow's son. I will ask my mother about it." So one day he asked her, "Mother, whose son am I?" She deceived him, saying that the Brahmin was his father. When he beat them another day and they called him the widow's son, he replied that the Brahmin was his father, and when they retorted, "What is the Brahmin to you?" he pondered, "These lads say to me, what is the Brahmin to you? My mother will not explain the matter to me, she will not tell me the truth for her own honor's sake. Come, I will make her tell it to me." So when he was sucking her milk he bit her breast and said to her, "Tell me who my father is, if you do not tell me I will cut your breast off." She, being unable to deceive him, said, "My child, you are the son of King Janaka of Mittalur. Thy father was killed by Janaka, and I came to this city in my care to save thee, and the Brahmin has treated me as his sister and taken care of me." From that time he was no longer angry when he was called the widow's son, and before he was 16 years old he had learned the 3 Vedas and all the sciences, and by the time he was 16, he had become very handsome in his person. Then he thought to himself, "I will seize the kingdom that belonged to my father," so he asked his mother, "Have you any money in hand? If not, I will carry on trade and make money and seize my father's kingdom." "Son, I did not come empty-handed. I have a store of pearls and jewels and diamonds sufficient for gaining the kingdom. Take them and seize the throne, do not carry on trade." "Mother," he said, "give that wealth to me, but I will only take half of it, and I will go to Savanabhumi and get great riches there, and will then seize the kingdom." He made her bring him the half, and having got together his stock in trade he put it on board a ship with some merchants bound for Savanabhumi, and bade his mother farewell, telling her that he was sailing for that country. "My son," she said, "the sea has few chances of success and many dangers, do not go, you have ample money for seizing the kingdom." But he told his mother that he would go, so he bade her adieu and embarked on board. That very day a disease broke out in Janaka's body, and he could not rise from his bed. There were 7 caravans with their beasts embarked on board. In 7 days the ship made 700 leagues, but having gone too violently in its course it could not hold out, its planks gave way, the water rose higher and higher, the ship began to sink in the middle of the ocean while the crew wept and lamented and invoked their different gods. But the great being never wept nor lamented nor invoked any deities, but knowing that the vessel was doomed he rubbed some sugar and ghee, and having eaten his belly full, he smeared his 2 clean garments with oil and put them tightly round him and stood leaning against the mast. When the vessel sank the mast stood upright. The crowd on board became food for the fishes and tortoises, and the water all round assumed the color of blood, but the great being, standing on the mast, having determined the direction in which Mittalur lay, flew up from the top of the mast, and by his strength passing beyond the fishes and tortoises fell at the distance of 140 cubits from the ship. That very day Janaka died. After that the great being crossed through the jewel-colored waves, making his way like a mass of gold. He passed a week, as if it had been a day, and when he saw the shore again he washed his mouth with salt water and kept the fast. Now at that time a daughter of the gods named Manamekhala had been appointed guardian of the sea by the 4 guardians of the world. They said to her, "Those beings who possess such virtues as reverence for their mothers and the like do not deserve to fall into the sea, look out for such." But for those 7 days, she had not looked at the sea, for they say that her memory had become bewildered in her enjoyment of her divine happiness. And others even say that she had gone to be present at a divine assembly. At last however she had looked, saying to herself, "This is the 7th day that I have not looked at the sea, who is making his way yonder?" As she saw the great being she thought to herself, "If Prince Mahajanaka had perished in the sea I should not have kept my entry into the divine assembly." So assuming an adorned form she stood in the air not far from the Bodhisattva, and uttered the first stanza. As she thus tested his powers. "Who art thou, striving manfully here in mid-ocean far from land? Who is the friend thou trustest in, to lend to thee a helping hand? The Bodhisattva replied, "This is my 7th day here in the ocean. I have not seen a second living being beside myself. Who can it be that speaks to me?" So, looking into the air, he uttered the 2nd stanza. "Knowing my duty in the world, to strive, O goddess, while I can. Here in mid-ocean far from land I do my utmost like a man." Desirous to hear sound doctrine, she uttered to him the 3rd stanza. "Here in this deep and boundless waste where shore is none to meet the eye. Thy utmost strivings are in vain, here in mid-ocean thou must die." The Bodhisattva replied, "Why dost thou speak thus? If I perish while I make my best efforts, I shall at all events escape from blame." And he spoke a stanza. "He who does all a man can do is free from guilt towards his kin. The Lord of heaven acquits him too, and he feels no remorse within." Then the goddess spoke a stanza. "What use in striving such as these, where barren toil is all the gain? Where there is no reward to win, and only death for all thy pain?" Then the Bodhisattva uttered these stanzas to show to her want of discernment. "He who thinks there is naught to win, and will not battle while he may, be his the blame whate'er the loss, 'twas his faint heart that lost the day. Men in this world devise their plans, and do their business as seems best. The plans may prosper or may fail, the unknown future shows the rest. Say'st thou not, goddess, here today 'tis our own actions which decide? Drowned are the others, I am saved, and thou art standing by my side. So I will ever do my best to fight through ocean to the shore. While strength holds out I still will strive, nor yield till I can strive no more." The goddess, on hearing his stout words, uttered a stanza of praise. "Thou who thus bravely fightest on amidst this fierce unbounded sea, nor shrinkest from the appointed task, striving where duty calleth thee. Go where thy heart would have thee go, nor let nor hindrance shall there be." Then she asked him whither she should carry him, and on his answering, to the city of Mittalā, she threw him up like a garland, and seizing him in both arms and making him lie on her bosom, she took him as if he was her dear child and sprang up in the air. For 7 days the Bodhisattva slept, his body wet with the salt spray and thrilled with the heavenly contact. Then she brought him to Mittalā, and laid him on his right side on the ceremonial stone in a mango grove, and, leaving him in the care of the goddesses of the garden, departed to her own abode. Now Janaka had no son, he had left only one daughter, wise and learned, named Savaladevi. They had asked him on his deathbed, "O king, to whom shall we give the kingdom when thou art become a god?" And he had said, "Give it to him who can please the princess, my daughter Savali, or who knows which is the head of the square bed, or who can string the bow which requires the strength of 1,000 men, or who can draw out the 16 great treasures. O king, tell us the list of the treasures." Then the king repeated it. "The treasure of the rising sun, the treasure at his setting seen. The treasure outside, that within, and that not outside nor within. At mounting, at the dismounting, sal pillars 4, the yojana round. The end of teeth, the end of tail, the kabuka, ends of the trees. The 16 precious treasures these, and these remain, where these are found. The bow that tasks 1,000 men, the bed, the lady's heart to please." The king, besides these treasures, repeated also a list of others. After his death the ministers performed his obsequies, and on the 7th day they assembled and deliberated. The king said that we were to give the kingdom to him who is able to please his daughter. But who will be able to please her? They said, "The general is a favorite," so they sent a command to him. He at once came to the royal gate and signified to the princess that he was standing there. She, knowing why he had come, and intending to try whether he had the wisdom to bear the royal umbrella, gave command that he should come. On hearing the command and being desirous to please her, he ran up quickly from the foot of the staircase and stood by her. Then to try him, she said, "Run quickly on the level ground." He sprang forward, thinking that he was pleasing the princess. She said to him, "Come hither." He came up with all speed. She saw his want of wisdom and said, "Come and rub my feet." In order to please her, he sat down and rubbed her feet. Then she struck him on the breast with her foot and made him fall on his back, and she made a sign to her female attendants, "Beat this blind and senseless fool and seize him by the throat and thrust him out," and they did so. "Well, General," they said, he replied, "do not mention it, she is not a human being." Then the treasurer went, but she put him also in the same way to shame. So too the cashier, the keeper of the umbrella, the sword-bearer, she put them all to shame. Then the multitude deliberated and said, "No one can please the princess. Give her to him who is able to string the bow which requires the strength of 1,000 men." But no one could string it. Then they said, "Give her to him who knows which is the head of the square bed." But no one knew it. Then give her to him who is able to draw out the 16 great treasures. But no one could draw them out. Then they consulted together, "The kingdom cannot be preserved without a king, what is to be done?" Then the family priest said to them, "Be not anxious, we must send out the festive carriage. The king who is obtained by the festal carriage will be able to rule over all India." So they agreed, and having decorated the city and yoked 4 lotus-colored horses to the festive chariot, and spread a coverlet over them and fixed the 5 ensigns of royalty, they surrounded them with an army of 4 hosts. Now musical instruments are sounded in front of a chariot which contains a rider, but behind one which contains none. So the family priest, having bid them sound the musical instruments behind, and having sprinkled the strap of the car and the goad with a golden ewer, bade the chariot proceed to him who has merit sufficient to rule the kingdom. The car went solemnly round the palace and proceeded up the kettle-drum road. The general and the other officers of state each thought that the car was coming up to him, but it passed by the houses of them all, and having gone solemnly round the city it went out by the eastern gate and passed onwards to the park. When they saw it going along so quickly, they thought to stop it, but when the family priest said, "Stop it not, let it go 100 leagues if it pleases," the car entered the park, and went solemnly round the ceremonial stone and stopped as ready to be mounted. The family priest beheld the bodhisattva lying there and addressed the ministers, "Sirs, I see someone lying on the stone. We know not whether he has wisdom worthy of the white umbrella or not. If he is a being of holy merit he will not look at us. But if he is a creature of ill omen he will start up in alarm and look at us trembling. Sound forthwith all the musical instruments." Forthwith they sounded the hundreds of instruments, it was like the noise of the sea. The great being awoke at the noise, and having uncovered his head and looked round, beheld the great multitude, and having perceived that it must be the white umbrella which had come to him he again wrapped his head and turned round and lay on his left side. The family priest uncovered his feet, and beholding the marks, said, "Not to mention one continent, he is able to rule all the 4, so he bade them sound the musical instruments again. The bodhisattva uncovered his face, and having turned round lay on his right side and looked at the crowd. The family priest, having comforted the people, folded his hands and bent down and said, "Rise, my lord, the kingdom belongs to thee." "Where is the king?" he replied. "He is dead." "Has he left no son or brother?" "None, my lord." "Well, I will take the kingdom." So he rose and sat down cross-legged on the stone slab. Then they anointed him there and then, and he was called King Mahajanaka. He then mounted the chariot, and, having entered the city with royal magnificence, went up to the palace and mounted the dais, having arranged the different positions for the general and the other officers. Now the princess, wishing to prove him by his first behavior, sent a man to him, saying, "Go to the king and tell him, the Princess Savala summons thee, go quickly to her." The wise king, as if he did not hear his words, went on with his description of the palace, "Thus and thus will it be well." Being unable to attract his attention he went away and told the princess, "Lady, the king heard thy words, but he only keeps on describing the palace, and utterly disregards thee." She said to herself, "He must be a man of a lofty soul," and sent a second and even a third messenger. The king at last ascended the palace walking at his own pleasure, at his usual pace yawning like a lion. As he drew near, the princess could not stand still before his majestic bearing, and coming up she gave him her hand to lean on. He caught hold of her hand and ascended the dais, and having seated himself on the royal couch beneath the white umbrella, he inquired of the ministers, when the king died, did he leave any instructions with you? Then they told him that the kingdom was to be given to him who could please the Princess Savala. The Princess Savala gave me her hand to lean on as I came near. I have therefore succeeded in pleasing her. Tell me something else. He said that the kingdom was to be given to him who could decide which was the head of the square bed. The king replied, "This is hard to tell, but it can be known by a contrivance." So he took out a golden needle from his head and gave it into the princess's hand, saying, "Put this in its place." She took it and put it in the head of the bed. Thus they also say in the proverb, "She gave him a sword." By that indication he knew which was the head, and, as if he had not heard it before, he asked what they were saying, and when they repeated it, he replied, "It is not a wonderful thing for one to know which is the head," and so saying, he asked if there were any other test. "Sire, he commanded us to give the kingdom to him who could string the bow which required the strength of 1,000 men. When they had brought it at his order, he strung it while sitting on the bed, as if it were only a woman's bow for carding cotton. Tell me something else," he said. He commanded us to give the kingdom to him who could draw out the 16 great treasures. Is there a list? And they repeated the before-mentioned list. As he listened, the meaning became clear to him like the moon in the sky. There is not time today, we will take the treasure tomorrow. The next day he assembled the ministers and asked them, "Did your king feed Pacceka? When they answered in the affirmative, he thought to himself, "The son cannot be this son, but Pacceka are called sons from their likeness thereto, the treasure must be where he used to go and meet them." Then he asked them, when the Pacceka came, where did he use to go and meet them? They told him of such and such a place. So he bade them dig that spot and draw out the treasure from thence, and they did so. When he followed them as they departed, where did he stand as he bade them farewell? They told him, and he bade them draw out the treasure from thence, and they did so. The great multitude uttered thousands of shouts and expressed their joy and gladness of heart, saying, when they heard before of the rising of the sun, they used to wander about, digging in the direction of the actual sunrise, and when they heard of his setting, they used to go digging in the direction of the actual sunset. But here are the real riches, here is the true marvel. When they said, "The treasure within," he drew out the treasure of the threshold within the great gate of the palace, the treasure outside, he drew out the treasure of the threshold outside, neither within nor without, he drew out the treasure from below the threshold. At the mounting, he drew out the treasure from the place where they planted the golden ladder for mounting the royal state elephant. At the dismounting, he drew out the treasure from the place where they dismounted from. The royal elephant's shoulders, the 4 great sal pillars, there were 4 great feet, made of sal wood, of the royal couch where the courtiers made their prostrations on the ground, and from under them he brought out 4 jars full of treasure. A yojana round, now a yojana, is the yoke of a chariot. So he dug round the royal couch for the length of a yoke and brought out jars of treasure from thence, the treasure at the end of the teeth, in the place where the royal elephant stood, he brought out 2 treasures from the spot in front of his 2 tusks, at the end of his tail, at the place where the royal horse stood, he brought out jars from the place opposite his tail, in the kabuka, now water is called kabuka. So he had the water of the royal lake drawn off and there revealed a treasure. The treasure at the ends of the trees, he drew out the jars of treasure buried within the circle of shade thrown, at midday, under the great sal trees in the royal garden. Having thus brought out the 16 treasures, he asked if there was anything more, and they answered no. The multitude were delighted. The king said, "I will throw this wealth in the mouth of charity." So he had 5 halls for alms erected in the middle of the city and at the 4 gates, and made a great distribution. Then he sent for his mother and the Brahmin from Kalakampa, and paid them great honor. In the early days of his reign, King Mahajanaka, the son of Janaka, ruled over all the kingdoms of Videha. The king, they say, is wise, we will see him. So the whole city was in a stir to see him, and they came from different parts with presents. They prepared a great festival in the city, covered the walls of the palace with plastered impressions of their hands, hung perfumes and flower wreaths, darkened the air as they threw fried grain, flowers, perfumes and incense, and got ready all sorts of food to eat and drink. In order to present offerings to the king they gathered round and stood, bringing food hard and soft, and all kinds of drinks and fruits, while the crowd of the king's ministers sat on one side, on another a host of Brahmins, on another the wealthy merchants and the like, on another the most beautiful dancing girls, Brahmin panegyrists, skilled in festive songs, sang their cheerful odes with loud voices. Hundreds of musical instruments were played. The king's palace was filled with one vast sound as if it were in the center of the Ugandhara ocean. Every place which he looked upon trembled. The Bodhisattva, as he sat under the white umbrella, beheld the great pomp of glory like Sakka's magnificence, and he remembered his own struggles in the great ocean. Courage is the right thing to put forth. If I had not shown courage in the great ocean, should I ever have attained this glory? And joy arose in his mind as he remembered it, and he burst into a triumphant utterance. He after that fulfilled the 10 royal duties and ruled righteously and waited on the Pacceka Buddhas. In course of time Queen Savala brought forth a son endowed with all auspicious marks, and they called his name Digavu Kumara. When he grew up his father made him viceroy. One day when various sorts of fruits and flowers were brought to the king by the gardener, he was pleased when he saw them, and showed him honor, and told him to adorn the garden, and he would pay it a visit. The gardener carried out these instructions and told the king, and he, seated on a royal elephant and surrounded by his retinue, entered at the garden gate. Now near it stood 2 bright green mango trees, the one without fruit, the other full of very sweet fruit. As the king had not eaten of the fruit no one ventured to gather any, and the king, as he rode on his elephant, gathered a fruit and ate it. The moment the mango touched the end of his tongue, a divine flavor seemed to arise and he thought to himself, when I return I will eat several more. But when once it was known that the king had eaten of the first fruit of the tree, everybody from the viceroy to the elephant keepers gathered and ate some, and those who did not take the fruit broke the boughs with sticks and stripped off the leaves till that tree stood all broken and battered, while the other one stood as beautiful as a mountain of gems. As the king came out of the garden, he saw it and asked his ministers about it. The crowd saw that your majesty had eaten the first fruit and they have plundered it, they replied. But this other tree has not lost a leaf or a color. It has not lost them because it had no fruit. The king was greatly moved. This tree keeps its bright green because it has no fruit, while its fellow is broken and battered because of its fruit. This kingdom is like the fruitful tree, but the ascetic life is like the barren tree. It is the possessor of property who has fears, not he who is without anything of his own. Far from being like the fruitful tree I will be like the barren one, leaving all my glory behind, I will give up the world and become an ascetic. Having made this firm resolution, he entered the city, and standing at the door of the palace, sent for his commander-in-chief, and said to him, O general, from this day forth let none see my face except one servant to bring my food and another to give me water for my mouth and a toothbrush. And do you take my old chief judges, and with their help govern my kingdom. I will henceforth live the life of a Buddhist priest on the top of the palace. So saying he went up to the top of the palace alone, and lived as a Buddhist priest. As time passed on the people assembled in the courtyard, and when they saw not the Bodhisattva they said, He is not like our old king, and they repeated 2 stanzas. Our king, the lord of all the earth, is changed from what he was of old. He heeds no joyous song today nor cares the dancers to behold. The deer, the garden, and the swans fail to attract his absent eye. Silent he sits as stricken dumb, and lets the cares of state pass by. They asked the butler and the attendant, Does the king ever talk to you? Never, they replied. Then they related how the king, with his mind plunged in abstraction, and detached from all desires, had remembered his old friends the Pacceka Buddhas, and saying to himself, Who will show me the dwelling place of those beings free from all attachments and possessed of all virtues, had uttered aloud his intense feelings in 3 stanzas. Hid from all sight, intent on bliss, freed from all bonds and mortal fears. In whose fair garden, old and young, together dwell those heavenly seers. They have left all desires behind, those happy glorious saints I bless. Amidst a world by passion tossed they roam at peace and passionless. They have all burst the net of death, and the deceiver's outspread snare. Freed from all ties, they roam at will, oh who will guide me where they are? 4 months passed as he thus led an ascetic's life on the palace, and at last his mind turned intently towards giving up the world. His own home seemed like one of the hells between the sets of worlds, and the three modes of existence presented themselves to him as all on fire. In this frame of mind he burst into a description of Mittalō, as he thought, when will the time come that I shall be able to leave this Mittalō, adorned and decked out like Sakka's palace, and go to Himavat, and there put on the ascetic's dress? When shall I leave this Mittalō, spacious and splendid though it be, by architects with rule and line laid out in order fair to see, with walls and gates and battlements, traversed by streets on every side, with horses, cows, and chariots thronged, with tanks and gardens beautified. The Deha's far-famed capital, gay with its knights and warrior swarms, clad in their robes of tiger skins, with banners spread and flashing arms. Its Brahmins dressed in Kasi cloth, perfumed with sandal, decked with gems. Its palaces and all their queens with robes of state and diadems. When shall I leave them and go forth, the ascetic's lonely bliss to win? Carrying my rags and water pot, when will that happy life begin? When shall I wander through the woods, eating their hospitable fruit, tuning my heart in solitude, as one might tune a seven-stringed lute, cutting my spirit free from hope of present or of future gain, as the cobbler when he shapes his shoe cuts off rough ends and leaves it plain. Now he had been born at a time when men lived to the age of 10,000 years, so after reigning 7,000 years he became an ascetic while 3,000 years still remained of his life, and when he had embraced the ascetic life, he still dwelt in a house 4 months from the day of his seeing the mango tree. But thinking to himself that an ascetic's house would be better than the palace, he secretly instructed his attendant to have some yellow robes, and an earthen vessel brought to him from the market. He then sent for a barber and made him cut his hair and beard. He put on one yellow robe, as the underdress, another as the upper, and the third he wrapped over his shoulder, and having put his vessel in a bag, he hung it on his shoulder. Then, taking his walking stick, he walked several times backwards and forwards on the top story with the triumphant step of a Pacceka Buddha. That day he continued to dwell there, but the next day at sunrise he began to go down. The Queen Savala sent for 700 favorite concubines, and said to them, "It is a long time, 4 full months, since we last beheld the king. We shall see him today. Do you all adorn yourselves, and put forth your graces and blandishments, and try to entangle him in the snares of passion." Attended by them all arrayed and adorned, she ascended the palace to see the king. But although she met him coming down, she knew him not, and thinking that it was a Pacceka Buddha come to instruct the king, she made a salutation, and stood on one side, and the Bodhisattva came down from the palace. But the queen, after she had ascended the palace, and beheld the king's locks, of the color of bees, lying on the royal bed, and the articles of his toilet lying on the royal bed, exclaimed, "That was no Pacceka Buddha, it must have been our own dear Lord. We will implore him to come back." So having gone down from the top story and reached the palace yard, she and all the attendant queens unloosed their hair, and let it fall on their backs and smote their breasts with their hands, and followed the king, wailing plaintively, "Why dost thou do this thing, O great king?" The whole city was disturbed, and all the people followed the king weeping. "Our king," they say, "has become an ascetic. How shall we ever find such a just ruler again?" Then the master, as he described the women's weeping, and how the king left them all and went on, uttered these stanzas. There stood the 700 queens, stretching their arms in pleading woe, arrayed in all their ornaments. "Great king, why dost thou leave us so?" But leaving those 700 queens, fair, tender, gracious, the great king followed the guidance of his vow, with stern resolve unfaltering, leaving the inaugurating cup, the old sign of royal pomp and state. He takes his earthen pot today, a new career to inaugurate. The weeping Savala, finding herself unable to stop the king, as a fresh resource sent for the commander-in-chief, and bade him kindle a fire before the king among the old houses and ruins which lay in the direction where he was going, and to heap up grass and leaves and make a great smoke in different places. He did so. Then she went to the king, and, falling at his feet, told him in 2 stanzas that Mittalō was in flames. Terrible are the raging fires, the stores and treasures burn. The silver, gold, gems, shells, and pearls are all consumed in turn. Rich garments, ivory, copper, skins, all meet one ruthless fate. Turn back, O king, and save thy wealth before it be too late. The Bodhisattva replied, What sayest thou, O queen? The possessions of those who have can be burned, but I have nothing. We who have nothing of our own may live without a care or sigh. Mitylo's palaces may burn, but naught of mine is burned thereby. So saying he went out by the northern gate, and his queens also went out. The Queen Savala bade them show him how the villages were being destroyed and the land wasted, so they pointed out to him how armed men were running about and plundering in different directions, while others, daubed with red lac, were being carried as wounded or dead on boards. The people shouted, O king, while you guard the kingdom, they spoil and kill your subjects. Then the queen repeated a stanza, imploring the king to return. Wild foresters lay waste the land, return, and save us all. Let not thy kingdom, left by thee, in hopeless ruin fall. The king reflected, No robbers can rise up to spoil the kingdom while I am ruling, this must be Savaladeva's invention. So he repeated these stanzas, as not understanding her. We who have nothing of our own may live without a care or sigh. The kingdom may lie desolate, but naught of mine is harmed thereby. We who have nothing of our own may live without a care or sigh. Feasting on joy in perfect bliss like an Abhasara deity. Even after he had thus spoken the people still followed. Then he said to himself, They do not wish to return, I will make them go back. So when he had gone about half a mile he turned back, and standing in the high road, he asked his ministers, Whose kingdom is this? Thine, O king. Then punish whosoever passes over this line. So saying he drew a line across with his staff. No one was able to violate that line, and the people, standing behind that line, made loud lamentation. The queen also being unable to cross that line, and beholding the king going on with his back turned towards her, could not restrain her grief, and beat her breast, and falling across, forced her way over the line. The people cried, The line guardians have broken the line, and they followed where the queen led. The great being went towards the northern Himavat. The queen also went with him, taking all the army and the animals for riding. The king, being unable to stop the multitude, journeyed on for 60 leagues. Now at that time an ascetic, named Nāeda, dwelt in the golden cave in Himavat, who possessed the 5 supernatural faculties. After passing 7 days in an ecstasy, he had risen from his trance and was shouting triumphantly, O the bliss! O the bliss! And while gazing with his divine eye to see if there was anyone in India who was seeking for this bliss, he beheld Mahajanaka the potential Buddha. He thought, The king has made the great renunciation, but he cannot turn the people back who follow headed by the Queen Savala. They may put a hindrance in his way, and I will give him an exhortation to confirm his purpose still more. So by his divine power he stood in the air in front of the king and thus spoke, to strengthen his resolve. Wherefore is all this noise and din, as of a village holiday? Why is this crowd assembled here? Will the ascetic kindly say? The king replied, I've crossed the bound and left the world, 'tis this has brought these hosts of men. I leave them with a joyous heart, thou knowest it all, why ask me then? Then the ascetic repeated a stanza to confirm his resolve. Think not thou hast already crossed, while with this body still beset. There are still many foes in front, thou hast not won thy victory yet. The great being exclaimed, Nor pleasures known nor those unknown have power my steadfast soul to bend. What foe can stay me in my course as I press onwards to the end? Then he repeated a stanza, declaring the hindrances. Sleep, sloth, loose thoughts to pleasure turned, surfeit, a discontented mind. The body brings these bosom guests, many a hindrance shalt thou find. The great being then praised him in this stanza. Wise, Brahmin, are thy warning words, I thank thee, stranger, for the same. Answer my question if thou wilt, who art thou, say, and what thy name? Nāeda replied. No, I am Nāeda by name, a Kassapa, my heavenly rest. I have just left to tell thee this, to associate with the wise is best. The four perfections exercise, find in this path thy highest joy. Whate'er it be thou lackest yet, by patience and by calm supply. High thoughts of self, low thoughts of self, nor this, nor that befits the sage. Be virtue, knowledge, and the law the guardians of thy pilgrimage. Nāeda then returned through the sky to his own abode. After he was gone, another ascetic, named Mahajanaka, who had just arisen from an ecstatic trance, beheld the great being and resolved to utter an exhortation to him that he might send the multitude away. So he appeared above him in the air and thus spoke. Horses and elephants, and they who in city or in country dwell. Thou hast left them all, O Jātaka, an earthen bowl contents thee well. Say, have thy subjects or thy friends, thy ministers or kinsmen dear, wounded thy heart by treachery, that thou hast chosen this refuge here? The Bodhisattva replied. Never, O seer, at any time, in any place, on any plea. Have I done wrong to any friend nor any friend done wrong to me. I saw the world devoured by pain, darkened with misery and with sin. I watched its victims bound and slain, caught helplessly its toils within. I drew the warning to myself and here the ascetic's life begin. The ascetic, wishing to hear more, asked him. None chooses the ascetic's life unless some teacher point the way. By practice or by theory, who was thy holy teacher, say? The great being replied. Never at any time, O seer, have I heard words that touched my heart. From Brahmin or ascetic lips, bidding me choose the ascetic's part. He then told him at length why he had left the world. I wandered through my royal park one summer's day in all my pride, with songs and tuneful instruments filling the air on every side. And there I saw a mango tree, which near the wall had taken root. It stood all broken and despoiled by the rude crowds that sought its fruit. Startled I left my royal pomp, and stopped to gaze with curious eye, contrasting with this fruitful tree a barren one which grew close by. The fruitful tree stood there forlorn, its leaves all stripped, its branches bare. The barren tree stood green and strong, its foliage waving in the air. We kings are like that fruitful tree, with many a foe to lay us low, and rob us of the pleasant fruit which for a little while we show. The elephant for ivory, the panther for his skin is slain. Houseless and friendless at the last the wealthy find their wealth their bane. That pair of trees my teachers were, from them my lesson did I gain. Mahajanaka, having heard the king, exhorted him to be earnest and returned to his own abode. When he was gone, Queen Savala fell at the king's feet, and said, in chariots or on elephants, footmen or horsemen, all as one. Thy subjects raise a common wail, our king has left us and is gone. O comfort first their stricken hearts and crown thy son to rule instead. Then, if thou wilt, forsake the world the pilgrim's lonely path to tread. The Bodhisattva replied. I've left behind my subjects all, friends, kinsmen, home and native land. But nobles of the Videha race, Digavu trained to bear command. Fear not, O Queen of Mittalō, they will be near to uphold thy hand. The queen exclaimed, O king, thou hast become an ascetic, what am I to do? Then he said to her, I will counsel thee, carry out my words. So he addressed her thus. If thou wouldst teach my son to rule, sinning in thought, and word and deed, an evil ending will be thine, this is the destiny decreed. A beggar's portion, gained as alms, so say the wise, is all our need. Thus he counselled her, and while they went on, talking together, the sun set. The queen encamped in a suitable place, while the king went to the root of a tree and passed the night there, and the next day, after performing his ablutions, went on his way. The queen gave orders that the army should come after, and followed him. At the time for going the round for alms they reached a city called Thuna. At that time a man in the city had bought a large piece of flesh at a slaughter-house, and after frying it on a prong with some coals, had placed it on a board to grow cool. But while he was busied about something else a dog ran off with it. The man pursued it as far as the southern gate of the city, but stopped there, being tired. The king and queen were coming up separately in front of the dog, which in alarm at seeing them dropped the meat and made off. The great being saw this and reflected, he has dropped it and gone off, disregarding it, the real owner is unknown, there is not another piece of offal alms so good as this. I will eat it. So taking out his own earthen dish and seizing the meat he wiped it, and putting it on the dish, went to a pleasant spot where there was some water and ate it. The queen thought to herself, if the king were worthy of the kingdom, he would not eat the dusty leavings of a dog. He is not really my husband, and she said aloud, O great king, dost thou eat such a disgusting morsel? It is your own blind folly, he replied, which prevents your seeing the especial value of this piece of alms. So he carefully examined the spot where it had been dropped, and ate it as if it were ambrosia, and then washed his mouth and his hands and feet. Then the queen addressed him in words of blame. Should the fourth eating time come round, a man will die if still he fast. Yet for all that the noble soul would loathe so foul a mess to taste. This is not right which thou hast done, shame on thee, shame, I say, O king. Eating the leavings of a dog, thou hast done a most unworthy thing. The great being replied, leavings of householder or dog are not forbidden food, I ween. If it be gained by lawful means, all food is pure and lawful, queen. As they thus talked together they reached the city gate. Some boys were playing there, and a girl was shaking some sand in a small winnowing basket. On one of her hands there was a single bracelet, and on the other two, these two jangled together, the other one was noiseless. The king saw the incident, and thought to himself, Savala keeps following me. A wife is the ascetic's bane, and men blame me and say that even when I have left the world I cannot leave my wife. If this girl is wise, she will be able to tell Savala the reason why she should turn back and leave me. I will hear her story and send Savali away. So he said to her, nestling beneath thy mother's care, girl, with those trinkets on thee bound. Why is one arm so musical while the other never makes a sound? The girl replied, ascetic, on this hand I wear two bracelets fast instead of one. 'Tis from their contact that they sound, 'tis by the second this is done. But mark this other hand of mine, a single bracelet it doth wear. That keeps its place and makes no sound, silent because no others there. The second jangles and makes jars, that which is single cannot jar. Wouldst thou be happy? Be alone, only the lonely happy are. Having heard the girl's words, he took up the idea and addressed the queen. Hear what she says, this servant girl would overwhelm my head with shame. Were I to yield to thy request, it is the second brings the blame. Here are two paths, do thou take one, the other by myself take I. Call me not husband from henceforth, thou art no more my wife, goodbye. The queen, on hearing him, bade him take the better path to the right, while she chose the left, but after going a little way, being unable to restrain her grief, she again came to him, and she and the king entered the city together. Explaining this, the master said, with these words on their lips they entered the city of Thuna. After they had entered, the Bodhisattva went on his begging round and reached the door of the house of a maker of arrows, while Savala stood on one side. Now at that time the arrow maker had heated an arrow in a pan of coals and had wetted it with some sour rice gruel, and, closing one eye, was looking with the other while he made the arrow straight. The Bodhisattva reflected, if this man is wise, he will be able to explain the incident. I will ask him, so he went up to him. The master described what had happened in a stanza. To a fletcher's house he came for alms, the man with one eye closed did stand, and with the other sideways looked to shape the arrow in his hand. Then the great being said to him, one eye thou closest and dost gaze with the other sideways, is this right? I pray, explain thy attitude, thinkest thou, it improves thy sight? He replied, the wide horizon of both eyes serves only to distract the view. But if you get a single line, your aim is fixed, your vision true. It is the second that makes jars, that which is single cannot jar. Wouldst thou be happy? Be alone, only the lonely happy are. After these words of advice, he was silent. The great being proceeded on his round, and, having collected some food of various sorts, went out of the city, and sat down in a spot pleasant with water, and having done all he had to do, he put away his bowl in his bag and addressed severely. Thou hearest the Fletcher, like the girl, he would o'erwhelm my head with shame. Were I to yield to thy request, it is the second brings the blame. Here are two paths, do thou take one, the other by myself take I. Call me not husband from henceforth, thou art no more my wife, goodbye. She still continued to follow him even after this speech, but she could not persuade the king to turn back, and the people followed her. Now there was a forest not far off, and the great being saw a dark tract of trees. He was wishing to make the queen turn back, and he saw some munja grass near the road, so he cut a stalk of it, and said to her, See, Savali, this stalk cannot be joined again, so our intercourse can never be joined again, and he repeated this half-stanza, like to a munja reed full-grown, Live on, O Savali, alone. When she heard him, she said, I am henceforth to have no intercourse with King Mahajanaka, and being unable to control her grief, she beat her breast with both hands and fell senseless on the road. The Bodhisattva, perceiving that she was unconscious, plunged into the wood, carefully obliterating his footsteps. His ministers came and sprinkled her body with water and rubbed her hands and feet, and at last she recovered consciousness. She asked, Where is the king? Do you not know, they said. Search for him, she cried. But though they ran hither and thither they saw him not. So she made a great lamentation, and after erecting a tope where he had stood, she offered worship with flowers and perfumes, and returned. The Bodhisattva entered into the region of Himavat, and in the course of 7 days he perfected the faculties and the attainments, and he returned no more to the land of men. The queen also erected topes on the spots where he had conversed with the arrow maker, and with the girl, and where he had eaten the meat, and where he had conversed with Migajina, and with Naida, and offered worship with flowers and perfumes. And then, surrounded by the army, she entered Mittalur, and had her son's coronation performed in the mango garden, and made him enter with the army into the city. But she herself, having adopted the ascetic life of a rishi, dwelt in that garden and practiced the preparatory rites for producing mystic meditation, until at last she attained absorption, and became destined to birth in the Brahma world. The master, his lesson ended, said, This is not the first time that the Tathagata performed the great renunciation, he performed it also formerly. So saying he identified the birth. At that time the sea goddess was Apalavana, Naida was Sariputta, Migajina was Moggallana, the girl was the princess Kema, the maker of arrows was Ananda, Savala was the mother of Rahula, Prince Digavu was Rahula, the parents were the members of the royal family, and I myself was the King Mahajanaka. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 22 Manipta. 540, Sauma Jataka. Who, as I filled, etc. This story the master told at Jetavana, about a certain priest who supported his mother. They say that there was a wealthy merchant at Savatthi, who was worth 18 crores, and he had a son who was very dear, and winning to his father and mother. One day the youth went upon the terrace of the house, and opened a window and looked down on the street, and when he saw the great crowd going to Jetavana with perfumes and garlands in their hands to hear the law preached, he exclaimed that he would go too. So having ordered perfumes and garlands to be brought, he went to the monastery, and having distributed dresses, medicines, drinks, etc., to the assembly and honored the Blessed One with perfumes and garlands, he sat down on one side. After hearing the law, and perceiving the evil consequences of desire and the blessings arising from adopting the religious life, when the assembly broke up he asked the Blessed One for ordination, but he was told that the Tathagatas do not ordain anyone who has not obtained the permission of his parents. So he went away, and lived a week without food, and having at last obtained his parents' consent, he returned and begged for ordination. The master sent a priest who ordained him, and after he was ordained he obtained great honor and gain. He won the favor of his teachers and preceptors, and having received full orders he mastered the law in 5 years. Then he thought to himself, I live here distracted, it is not suitable for me, and he became anxious to reach the goal of mystic insight. So having obtained instruction in meditation from his teacher, he departed to a frontier village and dwelt in the forest, and there having entered a course of spiritual insight, he failed, however much he labored and strove for 12 years, to attain any special idea. His parents also, as time went on, became poor, for those who hired their land or carried on merchandise for them, finding out that there was no son or brother in the family to enforce the payment, seized what they could lay their hands upon and ran away as they pleased, and the servants and laborers in the house seized the gold and coin and made off therewith, so that at the end the two were reduced to an evil plight, and had not even an ewer for pouring water, and at last they sold their dwelling, and finding themselves homeless, and in extreme misery, they wandered begging for alms, clothed in rags and carrying potsherds in their hands. Now at that time a brother came from Jetavana to the son's place of abode. He performed the duties of hospitality, and, as he sat quietly, he first asked whence he was come, and learning that he was come from Jetavana, he asked after the health of the teacher and the principal disciples and then asked for news of his parents. Tell me, sir, about the welfare of such and such a merchant's family in Savatthi. Oh friend, don't ask for news of that family. Why not, sir? They say that there was one son in that family, but he has become an ascetic under the law, and since he left the world that family has gone to ruin, and at the present time the two old people are reduced to a most lamentable state and beg for alms. When he heard the other's words he could not remain unmoved, but began to weep with his eyes full of tears, and when the other asked him why he wept, "Oh sir," he replied, "they are my own father and mother, I am their son. O friend, thy father and mother have come to ruin through thee, do thou go and take care of them." For 12 years, he thought to himself, I have labored and striven, but never been able to attain the path or the fruit. I must be incompetent. What have I to do with the ascetic life? I will become a householder, and will support my parents and give away my wealth, and will thus eventually become destined for heaven. So having determined he gave up his abode in the forest to the elder, and the next day departed and by successive stages reached the monastery, at the back of Jetavana, which is not far from Savatthi. There he found 2 roads, one leading to Jetavana, the other to Savatthi. As he stood there, he thought, shall I see my parents first or the Buddha? Then he said to himself, in old days I saw my parents for a long time, from henceforth I shall rarely have the chance of seeing the Buddha. I will see the perfectly enlightened one today and hear the law, and then tomorrow morning I will see my parents. So he left the road to Savatthi and in the evening arrived at Jetavana. Now that very day at daybreak, the master, as he looked upon the world, had seen the potentialities of this young man, and when he came to visit him he praised the virtues of parents in the Mātāposaka Sutta. As he stood at the end of the assembly of elders and listened, he thought, if I become a householder I can support my parents, but the master also says, a son who has become an ascetic can be helpful. I went away before without seeing the master, and I failed in such an imperfect ordination. I will now support my parents while still remaining an ascetic without becoming a householder. So he took his ticket food and gruel, and felt as if he had committed a sin deserving expulsion, after a solitary abode of 12 years in the forest. In the morning he went to Savatthi and he thought to himself, shall I first get the gruel or see my parents? He reflected that it would not be right to visit them in their poverty empty-handed, so he first got the gruel and then went to the door of their old house. When he saw them sitting by the opposite wall, after having gone their round for the alms given in broth, he stood not far from them in a sudden burst of sorrow, with his eyes full of tears. They saw him but knew him not. Then his mother, thinking that it was someone standing for alms, said to him, "We have nothing fit to be given to you, be pleased to pass on." When he heard her, he repressed the grief which filled his heart and remained still standing as before with his eyes full of tears, and when he was addressed a second and a third time he still continued standing. At last the father said to the mother, "Go to him, can this be thy son?" She rose and went to him and, recognizing him, fell at his feet and lamented, and the father also joined his lamentations, and there was a loud outburst of sorrow. To see his parents he could not control himself, but burst into tears. Then, after yielding to his feelings, he said, "Do not grieve, I will support you." So having comforted them and made them drink some gruel, and sit down on one side, he went again and begged for some food and gave it to them, and then went and asked for alms for himself, and having finished his meal, took up his abode at a short distance off. From that day forward he watched over his parents in this manner. He gave them all the alms he received for himself, even those at the fortnightly distributions, and he went on separate expeditions for his own alms, and ate them, and whatever food he received as provision for the rainy season he gave to them, while he took their worn-out garments and dyed them with the doors fast closed and used them himself. But the days were few when he gained alms and there were many when he failed to win anything, and his inner and outer clothing became very rough. As he watched over his parents he gradually grew very pale and thin, and his friends and intimates said to him, "Your complexion used to be bright, but now you have become very pale. Has some illness come upon you?" He replied, "No illness has come upon me, but a hindrance has befallen me," and he told them the history. "Sir," they replied, "the Master does not allow us to waste the offerings of the faithful. You do an unlawful act in giving to laymen the offerings of the faithful." When he heard this he shrank ashamed. But not satisfied with this they went and told it to the Master, saying, "So and so, sir, has wasted the offerings of the faithful and used them to feed laymen." The Master sent for the young man of family and said to him, "Is it true that you, an ascetic, take the offerings of the faithful and support laymen with them?" He confessed that it was true. Then the Master, wishing to praise what he had done and to declare an old action of his own, said, "When you support laymen, whom do you support?" "My parents," he answered. Then the Master, wishing to encourage him still more, said, well done, 3 times, you are in a path which I have traversed before you. I in old time, while going the round for alms, supported my parents." The ascetic was encouraged thereby. At the request of the brethren the Master, to make known his former actions, told them a legend of the olden time. Once on a time, not far from Benares on the near bank of the river, there was a village of hunters, and another village on the further side. 500 families dwelt in each. Now 2 hunter chiefs dwelt in the 2 villages who were fast friends, and they had made a compact in their youth, that if one of them had a daughter and the other a son, they would wed the pair together. In course of time a son was born to the chief in the near village, and a daughter to the one in the further. The name Dukalaka was given to the first, as he was taken up when he was born in a wrapping of fine cloth, while the second was named Pakkha, because she was born on the further side of the river. They were both fair to look at and of a complexion like gold, and though they were born in a village of hunters they never injured any living creature. When he was 16 years old his parents said to Dukalaka, "O son, we will bring you a bride," but he, a pure being newly come from the Brahma world, closed both his ears, saying, "I do not want to dwell in a house, do not mention such a thing," and though they spoke 3 times to the same effect, he showed no inclination for it. Pakkha also, when her parents said to her, "Our friend's son is handsome and with a complexion like gold, we are going to give you to him," made the same answer, and closed her ears, for she too had come from the Brahma world. Dukalaka privately sent her a message, "If you wish to live as a wife with her husband, go into some other family, for I have no wish for such a thing," and she too sent a similar message to him. But however unwilling they were, the parents would celebrate the marriage. But both of them lived apart like the Archangel Brahman, without descending into the ocean of carnal passion. Dukalaka never killed fish or deer, he never even sold fish which was brought to him. At last his parents said to him, "Though you are born in a family of hunters, you do not like to dwell in a house, nor kill any living creature. What will you do?" "If you will give me leave," he replied, "I will become an ascetic this very day." They gave them both leave at once. Having bid them farewell, they went out along the shore of the Ganges and entered the Himavat region, where the river Mūgapakkha flows down from the mountain and enters the Ganges. Then, leaving the Ganges, they went up along the Mūgapakkha. Now at that moment Sakka's palace grew hot. Sakka, having ascertained the reason, commanded Vipassanā, "O Vipassanā, two great beings have left the world and entered Himavat, we must find an abode for them. Go and build them a hut of leaves and provide all the necessaries of an ascetic's life a quarter of a mile from the river Mūgapakkha, and come back hither." So he went and prepared everything as it is described in the Mūgapakkha birth, and returned to his own home, after having driven away all beasts that caused unpleasant noises, and having made a footpath near. They saw the footpath and followed it to the hermitage. When Dukalaka went into the hermitage and saw all the necessaries for an ascetic's life, he exclaimed, "This is a gift to us from Sakka." So having taken off his outer garment and put on a robe of red bark and thrown a black antelope hide over his shoulder and twisted his hair in a knot, and assumed the garb of an anchorite, and having also given ordination to Pakkha, he took up his abode there with her, exercising all the feelings of benevolence which belong to the world of sensual pleasure. Through the influence of their benevolent feelings all the birds and beasts felt only kindly feelings towards each other, not one of them did harm to any other. Pari brings water and food, sweeps the hermitage, and does all that has to be done, and both collect various kinds of fruits and eat them, and then they enter their respective huts of leaves and live there fulfilling the rules of the ascetic life. Sakka ministers to their wants. One day he foresaw that a danger threatened them, they will lose their sight, so he went to Dukalaka, and having sat on one side, after saluting him, he said, "Sir, I foresee a danger which threatens you, you must have a son to take care of you, follow the way of the world." "O Sakka, why dost thou mention such a thing? Even when we lived in a house we shrank in disgust from all carnal intercourse. Can we practice it now when we have come into the forest and are living an anchorite life here? Well, if you will not do as I say, then at the proper season touch Pari's navel with your hand." This he promised to do, and Sakka, after saluting him, returned to his own abode. The great being told the matter to Pari, and at the proper time he touched her navel with his hand. Then the Bodhisattva descended from the heavenly world and entered her womb, and was conceived there. At the end of the 10th month she bore a son of golden hue, and they called his name accordingly Suvarnasama. Now the Kinara nymphs in another mountain had nursed Pari. The parents washed the babe, and laid it down in the hilt of leaves, and went out to collect different sorts of fruit. While they were gone the Kinaras took the child and washed it in their caves, and, going up to the top of the mountain, they adorned it with various flowers, and made the sectarial marks with yellow orpiment, red arsenic, and other paints, and then brought it back to its bed in the hut. And when Pari came home she gave the child suck. They cherished him as he grew up year after year, and when he was about 16 they used to leave him in the hut, and go out to collect forest roots and fruits. The Bodhisattva considered, some danger will one day happen, he used to watch the path by which they went. One day they were returning home, at evening time, after collecting roots and fruits, and not far from the hermitage a great cloud rose up. They took shelter in the roots of a tree and stood on an ant hill, and in this ant hill a snake lived. Now water dropped from their bodies, which carried the smell of sweat to the snake's nostrils, and being angry, it puffed out its breath and smote them as they stood there, and they both were struck blind and neither could see the other. Dukalaka called out to Pali, "My eyes are gone, I cannot see you," and she too made the same complaint. "We have no life left," they said, and they wandered about, lamenting and unable to find the path. "What former sin can we have committed?" they thought. Now in former times they had been born in a doctor's family, and the doctor had treated a rich man for a disease of his eyes, but the patient had given him no fee, and being angry he had said to his wife, "What shall we do?" She, being also angry, had said, We do not want his money, make some preparation, and call it a medicine and blind one of his eyes with it. He agreed and acted on her advice, and for this sin the 2 eyes of both of them now became blind. Then the great being reflected, on other days my parents have always returned at this hour, I know not what has happened to them, I will go and meet them. So he went to meet them and made a sound. They recognized the sound, and making an answering noise they said, in their affection for the boy, O Sama, there is a danger here, do not come near. So he held out to them a long pole and told them to lay hold of the end of it, and they, seizing hold of it, came up to him. Then he said to them, How have you lost your sight? When it rained we took shelter in the roots of a tree and stood on an ant hill, and that made us blind. When he heard it, he knew what had happened. There must have been a snake there, and in his anger he emitted a poisonous breath, and as he looked at them he wept and also laughed. Then they asked him why he wept and also laughed. I wept because your sight is gone while you are still young, but I laughed to think that I shall now take care of you, do not grieve, I will take care of you. So he led them back to the hermitage and he tied ropes in all directions, to distinguish the day and the night apartments, the cloisters, and all the different rooms, and from that day forwards he made them keep within, while he himself collected the forest roots and fruits, and in the morning swept their apartments, and fetched water from the Mūgapakkha river, and prepared their food and the water for washing and brushes for their teeth, and gave them all sorts of sweet fruits, and after they had washed their mouths he ate his own meal. After eating his meal he saluted his parents, and surrounded by a troop of deer, went into the forest to gather fruit. Having gathered fruit with a band of Kinnaras in the mountain he returned at evening time, and having taken water in a pot and heated it, he let them bathe and wash their feet as they chose, then he brought a potsherd full of hot coals and steamed their limbs, and gave them all sorts of fruits when they were seated, and at the end ate his own meal and put by what was left. In this way he took care of his parents. Now at that time a king named Pilayaka reigned in Benares. He in his great desire for venison had entrusted the kingdom to his mother, and armed with the 5 kinds of weapons had come into the region of Himavat, and while they had gone on killing deer, and eating their flesh, till he came to the river Mūgapakkha, and at last reached the spot where Sama used to come and draw water. Seeing there the footsteps of deer he erected his shelter with boughs of the color of gems, and taking his bow, and fitting a poisoned arrow on the string he lay there in ambush. In the evening the great being having collected his fruits and put them in the hermitage made his salutation to his parents, and saying, I will bathe and go and fetch some water, took his pot, and surrounded by his train of deer, singled out 2 deer from the herd surrounding, and putting the jar on their backs, leading them with his hand, went to the bathing place. The king in his shelter saw him coming, and said to himself, All the time that I have been wandering here I have never seen a man before, is he a god or a naga? Now if I go up and ask him, he will fly up into heaven if he is a god, and he will sink into the earth if he is a naga. But I shall not always live here in Himavat, and one day I shall go back to Benares, and my ministers will ask me whether I have not seen some new marvel in the course of my rambles in Himavat. If I tell them that I have seen such and such a creature, and they proceed to ask me what its name was, they will blame me if I have to answer that I do not know, so I will wound it and disable it, and then ask it. In the meantime the animals went down first and drank the water and came up from the bathing place, and then the Bodhisattva went slowly down into the water like a great elder, who was perfectly versed in the rules, and being intent on obtaining absolute calm, put on his bark garment and threw his deer skin on one shoulder, and lifting up his water jar, filled it and set it on his left shoulder. At this moment the king, seeing that it was the time to shoot, let fly a poisoned arrow and wounded the great being in the right side, and the arrow went out at the left side. The troop of deer, seeing that he was wounded, fled in terror, but Suvanasama, although wounded, balanced the water jar as well as he could, and recovering his recollection, slowly went up out of the water. He dug out the sand and heaped it on one side, and placing his head in the direction of his parents' hut, he laid himself down like a golden image on the sand which was in color like a silver plate. Then recalling his memory he considered all the circumstances. I have no enemies in this district of Himavat, and I have no enmity against anyone. As he said these words, blood poured out of his mouth, and, without seeing the king, he addressed this stanza to him. Who, as I filled my water jar, has from his ambush wounded me? Brahmin or Kshatriya, Vaisya, who can my unknown assailant be? Then he added another stanza to show the worthlessness of his flesh as food. Thou canst not take my flesh for food, thou canst not turn to use my skin. Why couldst thou think me worth thine aim, what was the gain thou thoughtest to win? And again another asking him his name, etc. Who art thou, say, whose son art thou? And what name shall I call thee by? Why dost thou lie in ambush there? Answer my questions truthfully. When the king heard this, he thought to himself, though he has fallen wounded by my poisoned arrow, yet he neither reviles me nor blames me. He speaks to me gently as if soothing my heart. I will go up to him. So he went and stood near him, saying, I of the Kosas am the Lord, King Pilayaka named, and here, leaving my throne for greed of flesh, I roam to hunt the forest deer. Skilled in the archer's craft am I, stout is my heart nor given to change. No Naga can escape my shaft if once he comes within my range. Thus praising his own merits, he proceeded to ask the other his name and family. But who art thou? Whose son art thou? How art thou called? Thy name make known. Thy father's name and family, tell me thy father's and thine own. The great being reflected, if I told him that I belonged to the gods or the Kinnaras, or that I was a Kshatriya or of similar race, he would believe me, but one must only speak the truth, so he said. They called me Sama while I lived, an outcast hunter's son am I. But here stretched out upon the ground in woeful plight thou seest me lie. Pierced by that poisoned shaft of thine, I helpless lie like any deer. The victim of thy fatal skill, bathed in my blood I wallow here. Thy shaft has pierced my body through, I vomit blood with every breath. Yet, faint and weak, I ask thee still, why from thy ambush seek my death? Thou canst not take my flesh for food, thou canst not turn to use my skin. Why couldst thou think me worth thy aim, what was the gain thou thoughtest to win? When the king heard this, he did not tell the real truth, but made up a false story and said, A deer had come within my range, I thought that it my prize would be. But seeing thee it fled in fright, I had no angry thought for thee. Then the great being replied, What sayest thou, O king? In all this Himavat there is not a deer which flies when he sees me. Since my first years of thought began, as far as memory reaches back, no quiet deer, or beast of prey, has fled in fear to cross my track. Since I first donned my dress of bark, and left behind my childish days, no quiet deer, or beast of prey, has fled to see me cross their ways. Nay, the grim goblins are my friends, who roam with me this forest's shade. Why should this deer then, as you say, at seeing me have fled afraid? When the king heard him, he thought to himself, I have wounded this innocent being and told a lie, I will now confess the truth. So he said, Sama, no deer beheld thee there, why should I tell a needless lie? I was overcome by wrath and greed and shot that arrow, it was I. Then he thought again, Suvanasama cannot be dwelling alone in this forest, his relations no doubt live here. I will ask him about them. So he uttered a stanza. Whence didst thou come this morning, friend, who bade thee take thy water jar, and fill it from the river's bank and bear the burden back so far? When he heard this, he felt a great pang and uttered a stanza, as the blood poured from his mouth. My parents live in yonder wood, blind and dependent on my care. For their sakes to the river's bank I came to fill my water jar. Then he went on, bewailing their condition. Their life is but a flickering spark, their food at most a week's supply. Without this water which I bring blind, weak, and helpless they will die. I reek not of the pain of death, that is the common fate of all. Ne'er more to see my father's face, 'tis this which doth my heart appall. Long, long, a sad and weary time my mother there will nurse her woe. At midnight and at early morn her tears will like a river flow. Long, long, a sad and weary time my father there will nurse his woe. At midnight and at early morn his tears will like a river flow. They will go wandering through the wood and of their tarrying son complain, expecting still to hear my step, or feel my soothing touch, in vain. This thought is as a second shaft which pierces deeper than before. That I, alas, lie dying here, fated to see their face no more. The king, on hearing his lamentation, thought to himself, this man has been fostering his parents in his excessive piety and devotion to duty, and even now amidst all his pain he only thinks of them. I have done evil to such a holy being, how can I comfort him? When I find myself in hell, what good will my kingdom do me? I will watch over his father and mother as he watched over them, thus his death will be counteracted to them. Then he uttered his resolution in the following stanzas. O Sama of auspicious face, let not despair thy soul oppress. Lo, I myself will wait upon thy parents in their lone distress. I am well practised with the bow, my promise is a surety good. I'll be a substitute for thee and nurse thy parents in the wood. I'll search for leavings of the deer, and roots and fruits to meet their need. I'll wait myself upon them both, their household slave in very deed. Which is the forest where they are? Tell me, O Sama, for I vow I will protect and foster them, as thou thyself hast done till now. The great being replied, It is well, O king, then do thou foster them. So he pointed out the road to him. Where my head lies there runs a path 200 bow lengths through the trees. 'Twill lead thee to my parents' hut, go, nurse them there if so thou please. Having thus shown the path and borne the great pain patiently in his love for his parents, he folded his hands respectfully, and made his last request that he would take care of them. Honor to thee, O Kosa king, as thus thou goest upon thy way. Helpless my parents are and blind, O guard and nurse them both, I pray. Honor to thee, O Kosa king, I fold my hands respectfully. Bear to my parents in my name the message I have given to thee. The king accepted the trust, and the great being, having thus delivered his final message, became unconscious. Explaining this, the master said, When Sama of auspicious face thus to the king these words had said, faint with the poison of the shaft he lay unconscious as if dead. Up to this point when he uttered his words he had spoken as one out of breath, but here his speech was interrupted, as his form, heart, thoughts, and vital powers were successively affected by the violence of the poison. His mouth and his eyes closed, his hands and feet became stiffened, and his whole body was wet with blood. The king exclaimed, Till just this moment he was talking to me, what has suddenly stopped his inhaling and exhaling his breath? These functions have now ceased, his body has become stiff, surely Sama is now dead, and being unable to control his sorrow, he smote his head with his hands and bewailed in a loud voice. Here the master, to make the matter clearer, spoke these stanzas. Bitterly did the king lament, I knew not until this befell, that I should e'er grow old or die, I know it now, alas, too well. All men are mortal, now I see, for even Sama had to die, who gave good counsel to the last, yea in his dying agony. Hell is my sure and certain doom, that murdered saint lies speechless there. In every village all I meet will with one voice my guilt declare. But in this lone unpeopled wood who will there be to know my name? Here in this desert solitude who will remind me of my shame? Now at this time a daughter of the gods, named Bahusodari, who dwelt in the Gandhamadana mountain, and who had been a mother to the great being in his seventh existence before this one, was continually thinking of him with a mother's affection, but on that day in the enjoyment of her divine bliss she did not remember him as usual, and her friends only said that she had gone to the assembly of the gods, and so remained silent. Suddenly thinking of him at the very moment when he became unconscious, she said to herself, What has become of my son? And then she saw that King Piliyaka had wounded him with a poisoned arrow on the bank of the Mūgapakkha, and that he was lying on a sandbank, while the king was loudly lamenting. If I do not go to him, my son Savannah Sama will perish there and the king's heart will break, and Sama's parents will die of hunger and thirst. But if I go there, the king will carry the jar of water and go to his parents, and after hearing their words, will take them to their son, and they will make a solemn asseveration, which shall overpower the poison in Sama's body, and my son shall then regain his life and his parents their sight, and the king, after hearing Sama's instruction, will go and distribute great gifts of charity and become destined for heaven, so I will go there at once." So she went, and standing unseen in the sky, by the bank of the river Mūgapakkha, she discoursed with the king. Here the master, to make the matter clearer, spoke these stanzas. The goddess, hidden out of sight upon the Gandhamadan mount, uttered these verses in his ears, by pity moved on his account. "A wicked action hast thou done, heavy the guilt which rests on thee. Parents and son all innocent, thy single shaft hath slain the three. Come, I will tell thee how to find a refuge from thy guilt and rest. Nurse the blind pair in yonder wood, so shall thy sinful soul be blessed." When he heard her words, he believed what she said, that, if he went and supported the father and mother, he would attain to heaven. So he made a resolve, "What have I to do with the kingdom? I will go and devote myself to nursing them." After an outburst of weeping he conquered his sorrow, and thinking that Sama was indeed dead, he paid homage to his body with all kinds of flowers and sprinkled it with water, and thrice went round it, turning his right side towards it, and made his obeisance at the four several points. Then he took the jar which had been consecrated by him, he turned his face to the south and went on his way with a heavy heart. Here the master added this verse of explanation. After a burst of bitter tears, lamenting for the hapless youth, the king took up the water jar and turned his face towards the south. Strong as he was by nature, the king took up the water jar and resolutely forced his way to the hermitage, and at last reached the door of wise Dukula's hut. The wise man, seated inside, heard the sound of approaching footsteps, and as he pondered doubtfully, he uttered these two lines. "Whose are these footsteps which I hear? Someone approaches by this way. 'Tis not the sound of Sama's steps. Who art thou, tell me, sir, I pray." When the king heard him, he thought to himself, "If I tell him that I have killed his son and do not reveal my royal character, they will be angry and speak roughly to me, and then my anger will be roused against them and I shall do them some outrage. And this would be sinful. But there is no one who does not feel afraid when he hears that it is a king. I will therefore make myself known to them." So he placed the jar in the enclosure where the water jar should be put, and standing in the doorway of the hut, exclaimed, "I of the Kossas am the lord, King Pilayaka named, and here, leaving my throne for greed of flesh, I roam to hunt the forest deer. Skilled in the archer's craft am I, stout is my heart nor given to change. No Naga can escape my shaft if once he comes within my range." The wise man gave him a friendly greeting, and replied, "Welcome, O king, a happy chance directed thee this way. Mighty thou art and glorious, what errand brings thee, pray?" "The tinduk and the peel leaves, and casamar is sweet. Though few and little, take the best we have, O king, and eat. And this cool water from a cave high hidden on a hill. O mighty monarch, take of it, drink if it be thy will." When the king heard his welcome he thought to himself, "It would not be right to address him at once with the bare statement that I have just killed his son. I will begin to talk with him, as if I knew nothing about it and then tell him." So he said to him, "How can a blind man roam the woods? These fruits, who brought them to your door? He must have had good eyes, why wis, who gathered such a varied store." The old man repeated two stanzas to show the king that he and his wife did not gather the fruit, but that their son had brought it to them. "Sama our son is young in years, not very tall, but fair to the eye. The long black hair that crowns his head curls like a dog's tail naturally. He brought the fruit, and then went off, hastening to fill our water jar. He will be back here presently, the way to the river is not far." The king replied, "Sama, that duteous son of yours, whom you describe so fair, so good. I have slain him, those black curls of his are lying yonder, drenched in blood." Parika's hut of leaves was close by, and as she sat there she heard the king's voice, and went out anxious to learn what had happened, and having gone near Dukula by the aid of a rope, she exclaimed, "Tell me, Dukula, who is this who says that Sama has been slain? Our Sama slain, such evil news seemed to have cleft my heart in twain. Like a young tender pebble shoot torn by the blast from off the tree. Our Sama slain, to hear such news my heart is pierced with agony. The old man gave her words of counsel. It is the king of Kosa land, his cruel bow has slain, I wot. Our Sama by the river's bank, but let us pause and curse him not. Parika replied. Our darling son, our life's sole stay, longed for and waited for so long. How shall my heart contain its wrath against the man who did this wrong? The old man exclaimed. A darling son, our life's sole stay, longed for and waited for so long. But all the wise forbid our wrath against the doer of the wrong. Then they both uttered their laments, beating their breasts and praising the Bodhisattva's virtues. Then the king tried to comfort them. Weep not, I pray you, overmuch, for your loved Sama's hapless fate. Lo, I will wait upon you both, mourn not as wholly desolate. I am well practiced with the bow, my promise is assuredly good. Lo, I will wait upon you both and nurse you in this lonely wood. I'll search for leavings of the deer, and roots and fruits for all your need. Lo, I will wait upon you both, your household slave in very deed. They remonstrated with him. This is not right, O King of men, this would be utterly unmeet. Thou art our Lord and rightful King, here we pay homage to thy feet. When the king heard this he was glad. A wonderful thing, he thought, they do not utter one harsh word against me who have committed such a sin, they only receive me kindly, and he uttered this stanza. Ye foresters, proclaim the right, this welcome is true piety. Thou art a father from henceforth, and thou a mother unto me. They respectfully raised their hands and made their petition, we have no need of any act of service from thee, but guide us, holding out the end of a staff, and show us our Sama, and they uttered this couplet of stanzas. Glory to thee, O Kosa king, who art thy realm's prosperity. Take us and lead us to the spot where Sama, our loved son, doth lie. There fallen prostrate at his feet, touching his face, eyes, every limb. We will await the approach of death, patient so long as near to him. While they were thus speaking, the sun set. Then the king thought, if I take them there now, their hearts will break at the sight, and if 3 persons thus die through me I shall certainly lie down in hell, therefore I will not let them go thither, so he said these stanzas. A region full of beasts of prey, as though the world's extremest bound. 'Tis there where Sama lies, as if the moon had fallen on the ground. A region full of beasts of prey, as though the world's extremest bound. 'Tis there where Sama lies, as if the sun had fallen on the ground. At the world's furthest end he lies, covered with dust and stained with blood. Stay rather in your cottage here nor tempt the dangers of the wood. They answered in this stanza to show their fearlessness. Let the wild creatures do their worst, by thousands, millions, let them swarm. We have no fear of beasts of prey, they cannot do us aught of harm. So the king, being unable to stop them, took them by the hand and led them there. When he had brought them near, he said to them, This is your son. Then his father clasped his head to his bosom and his mother his feet, and they sat down and lamented. The master, to make the matter clear, spoke these stanzas. Covered with dust and pierced to th heart, beholding thus their Sama lie. Prostrate as if a sun or moon had fallen earthward from the sky. The parents lifted up their arms, lamenting with a bitter cry. O Sama, art thou fast asleep? Art angry? Or are we forgot? Or say, has something vexed thy mind, that thou liest still and answerest not? Who will now dress our matted locks and wipe the dirt and dust away? When Sama is no longer here, the poor blind couples only stay. Who now will sweep the floor for us, or bring us water, hot or cold? Who fetch us forest roots and fruits, as we sit helpless, blind, and old? After long lamentation the mother smote her bosom with her hand, and considering her sorrow carefully, she said to herself, This is all mere grief for my son, he has swooned through the violence of the poison. I will perform a solemn asseveration of truth to take the poison from him. So she performed an act of truth and repeated the following stanzas. If it be true that in old days Sama lived always virtuously, then may this poison in his veins lose its fell force and harmless be. If in old days he spoke the truth and nursed his parents night and day, then may this poison in his veins be overpowered and ebb away. Whatever merit we have gained in former days, his sire and I, may it overpower the poison's strength, and may our darling son not die. When his mother had thus made the solemn asseveration, Sama turned as he lay there. Then his father also made his solemn asseveration in the same words, and while he was still speaking, Sama turned round and lay on the other side. Then the goddess made her solemn asseveration. The master in explanation uttered these stanzas. The goddess hidden out of sight upon the Gandhamadan mount, performed a solemn act of truth, by pity moved on Sama's count. Here in this Gandhamadan mount long have I passed my life alone, in forest depths where every tree beareth a perfume of its own, and none of earth's inhabitants is dearer to my inmost heart. As this is true, so from his veins may all the poison's power depart. While thus in turn by pity moved they all their solemn witness bore. Lo, in their sight up Sama sprang, young, fair, and vigorous as before. Thus the great being's recovery from his wound, the restoration of both his parents' sight, and the appearance of dawn, all these four marvels were produced in the hermitage, at the same moment by the goddess's supernatural power. The father and mother were beyond measure delighted to find that they had regained their sight, and that Sama was restored to health. Then Sama uttered these stanzas. I am your Sama, safe and well, see me before you and rejoice. Dry up your tears and weep no more, but greet me with a happy voice. Welcome to thee too, mighty king, may fortune wait on thy commands. Thou art our monarch, let us know what thou desirest at our hands. Tindukas, piyals, madhukas, our choicest fruits we bring our guest. Fruits sweet as honey to the taste, eat whatsoe'er may please thee best. Here is cold water, gracious lord, brought from the caves in yonder hill. The mountain stream best quenches thirst, if thou art thirsty, drink thy fill. The king also beholding this miracle exclaimed, I am bewildered and amazed, which way to turn I cannot tell. An hour ago I saw thee dead, who now stand here alive and well. Sama thought to himself, this king looked upon me as dead, I will explain to him my being alive, so he said. A man possessed of all his powers, with not one thought or feeling fled. Because a swoon has stopped their play, that living man they think is dead. Then being desirous to lead the king into the real meaning of the whole matter, he added 2 stanzas to teach him the law. Those mortals who obey the law and nurse their parents in distress, the gods observe their piety and come to heal their sicknesses. Those mortals who obey the law and nurse their parents in distress, the gods in this world praise their deed, and in the next with heaven them bless. The king, on hearing this, thought to himself, this is a wonderful miracle, even the gods heal him who cherishes his parents when he falls into sickness. This Sama is exceeding glorious. Then he said, I am bewildered more and more, which way to turn I cannot see. Sama, to thee I fly for help, Sama, do thou my refuge be. Then the great being said, O king, if thou wishest to reach the world of the gods and enjoy divine happiness there, thou must practice these 10 duties, and he uttered these stanzas concerning them. Towards thy parents first of all fulfill thy duty, warrior king. Duty fulfilled in this life here, to heaven hereafter thee shall bring. Towards thy children and thy wife, fulfill thy duty, warrior king. Duty fulfilled in this life here, to heaven hereafter thee shall bring. Duty to friends and ministers, thy soldiers with their different arms. To townships and to villages, thy realm with all its subject swarms. To ascetics, Brahmin holy men, duty to birds and beasts, O king. Duty fulfilled in this life here, to heaven hereafter thee shall bring. Duty fulfilled brings happiness, yea Indra, Brahma, all their host. By following duty won their bliss, duty pursue at any cost. The great being, having thus declared to him the 10 duties of a king, gave him some still further instruction, and taught him the 5 precepts. The king accepted the teaching with bended head, and, having reverentially taken his leave, went to Benares, and after giving many gifts and performing many other virtuous actions, passed away with his court to swell the host of heaven. The Bodhisattva also, with his parents, having attained the supernatural faculties and the various degrees of ecstatic meditation, went to the Brahma world. After the lesson, the master said, "O brethren, it is an immemorial custom with the wise to support their parents." He then declared the truths, after which the brother attained to the fruit of the first path, and identified the birth. At that time the king was Ananda, the goddess was Apalavana, Sakka was Anuruddha, the father was Kassapa, the mother was Bhattacapalani, and Suvanasama was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's Former Births. Book 22 Manipta. 541, Nimi Jataka. Lo these grey hairs, etc. This story the master told while dwelling in Makadeva's mango park, near Mittalur, about a smile. One day at eventide, the master with a large company of brethren was walking up and down in this mango park, when he espied a pleasant spot. Being desirous of telling his behavior in former times, he allowed a smile to be seen on his face. When asked by the Reverend Ananda why he smiled, he answered, "In yonder spot, Ananda, I once dwelt, deep in ecstatic meditation, in the time of King Makadeva." Then at his request, he sat down upon an offered seat, and told a story of the past. Once upon a time, in the kingdom of Videha, and in the city of Mittalur, a certain Makadeva was king. 84,000 years he took his pleasure as a young man, 84,000 years he was viceroy, 84,000 years he was king. Now he told his barber to be sure to inform him as soon as ever he should see grey hairs on his head. When by and by the barber saw grey hairs, and told him, he made the man pull them out with a pair of tongs, and to lay them upon his hand, and seeing death, as it were clinging to his forehead, "Now, thinks he, is the time for me to leave the world." So he gave the barber his choice of a village, and sending for his eldest son, he told him to undertake the government, since he was himself about to renounce the world. "Why, my lord?" asked he. The king replied, "Lo these grey hairs that on my head appear. Take of my life in passing year by year. They are God's messengers, which bring to mind the time I must renounce the world is near." With these words he made his son king with the ceremonial sprinkling, and leaving him directions to act thus and thus, he left the city, and embracing the life of a brother, through 84,000 years he fostered the four excellencies, and he was then reborn in Brahma's heaven. His son also, in like manner, renounced the world, and became destined to Brahma's heaven. So also his son again, and so one royal prince after another, to the number of 84,000 less two, each as he saw a white hair in his head became an ascetic in this mango park, and fostered the four excellencies, and was born in Brahma's heaven. The first of all this line to be there born, King Makadeva, standing in Brahma's heaven looked down upon the fortunes of his family, and was glad at heart to see that 84,000 princes less two had renounced the world. He pondered, will there be nirvana now, or not? Seeing that there would not, he resolved that he and no other must round off his family. Accordingly, he came from thence and was conceived in the womb of the king's consort in Mittalur city. On his name day, the soothsayers looking at his marks, said, "Great king, this prince is born to round off your family. This your family of hermits will go no further." Hearing this, the king said, "The boy is born to round off my family like the hoop of a chariot wheel," so he gave him the name of Nemi Kumara, or Prince Hoop. From his childhood upwards, the boy was devoted to giving, to virtue, to keeping the Sabbath vow. Then his father, as usual, saw a white hare, gave a village to his barber, made his son king, became a hermit in the mango park, and was destined for Brahma's heaven. King Nimi, in his devotion to almsgiving, made 5 alms shawls, one at each of the 4 gates of the city, and one in the midst of it, and distributed great gifts. In each of the alms shawls he distributed 100,000 pieces of money, that is 500,000 each day. Continually he kept the 5 precepts. On the moon days he observed the Sabbath. He encouraged the multitude in almsgiving and good works. He pointed out the road to heaven, and affrighted them with the fear of death, and preached the law. They, abiding by his admonitions, giving gifts and doing good, passed away one after another and were born in the world of gods. That world became full, hell was as it were empty. Then in the heaven of the 33, the company of gods assembled in Sadama, the divine hall of assembly, crying aloud, "Hail to our teacher, King Nimi! By his doing, by the knowledge of a Buddha, we have attained to this divine enjoyment infinite." Thus they sang the virtues of the great being. Even in the world of men that sound of praise was spread, as oil spreads over the surface of the great deep. The Master explained this to the assembled brethren in the following lines. It was a marvel in the world how good men did arise. In the days of good King Nimi, the worthy and the wise. Alms gave Videha's monarch, the conqueror of his foes. And as he gave in charity, this thought in him arose. Which is more fruitful, holy life or giving alms? Who knows? At that moment Sakka's throne became hot. Sakka, pondering the reason, saw him reflecting there. "I will solve the question," he said, and going about, and swiftly, he made the palace one blaze of light, and entering the chamber, stood there glowing, and at the king's request, made all clear. To explain this, the Master said, "The mighty monarch of the gods, he of the 1,000 eyes, perceives his thought, before his light away the darkness flies. Great Nimi spake to Vasava, and all his flesh did creep. Who art thou? Or a demigod or Sakka's self must be. For I have never seen or heard such glory as I see." Then Vasava to Nimi spake, knowing his flesh did creep. "Sakka, the king of gods, I am, to visit you I am here. Ask what you will, O king, and let your flesh not creep for fear." Then Nimi spake to Vasava, this invitation made. "Most puissant Lord of all that breathe, this question solve for me. Holy to live, or alms to give, which should more fruitful be?" Then Vasava to Nimi spake, solving his question so, and told the fruit of holy life to him who did not know. His born a Kartiya, who lives holy in the 3rd degree. A god, the middle, and the first brings perfect purity. Not easy are these states to win by any charity, which hermits who have left the world win by austerity. By these verses he illustrated the great fruitfulness of a holy life, and then recited others, naming the kings who in times past had been unable to get beyond the domain of sense by giving great gifts. Dudipa, Sogara, Sela, Mukalinda, Bagarasa, Usanara and Athaka, Asaka, and Pathujana. Yea, kings and Brahmins, Kartiya chiefs, many and many a one. For all their sacrifice, beyond the Pita world came none. Having thus explained how much greater was the fruitfulness of holy life than that of almsgiving, he described those ascetics, who by the holy life, had passed the Pita world to be born in Brahma's heaven, and said, "These holy hermits who had left the world. 7 sages, passed beyond, Yamahanu, Somayaga, Manojava, Samatha, Magga, and Bharata, and Kalakara. 4 others, Kasapa, and Jarasa, Akiti, Kisavaka, these besides." So far, he described by tradition the great fruit of a holy life, but now he went on, declaring what he had himself seen. Seed a river in the north, unnavigable, deep. About it, like a fire of reeds, blaze golden mountains steep. With creepers filled and fragrant plants river and hills as well. Thereby 10,000 eremites once on a time did dwell. Noble am I, who kept the vow of temperance, self-control. Almsgiving, solitary then tended each steadfast soul. Caste or no caste, the upright man I would attend at need. For every mortal man is bound by his own act and deed. Apart from righteousness, all castes are sure to sink to hell. All castes are purified if they are righteous and act well. After this he said, But, great king, although holy living is more fruitful by far than almsgiving, yet both these are the thoughts of great men. Do be watchful in both, give alms and follow virtue. With this advice, he went to his own place. Then the company of gods said, Sire, we have not seen you lately, where have you been? Sirs, a doubt arose in the mind of King Nimi at Mittalō, and I went to resolve the question, and to place him beyond doubt. And then he described the occurrence in verse. Listen to me, sirs, one and all that here assembled be. Men who are righteous differ much in caste and quality. There is King Nimi, wise and good, the better part who chose. King of Videha, gave great gifts, that conqueror of his foes. And as these bounteous gifts he gave, behold this doubt arose. Which is more fruitful, holy life or giving alms? Who knows? So he spoke, without omission, telling the king's quality. This made the deities long to see that king, and they said, Sire, King Nimi is our teacher. By following his admonitions, by his means, we have attained to the joy of godhood. We wish to see him, send for him, sire, and show him to us. Saka consented, and sent Mat Ali, friend Mat Ali, yoke my royal car, go to Mittalō, place King Nimi in the divine chariot, and bring him here. Mat Ali obeyed and departed. Whilst Saka was talking with the gods, and giving his orders to Mat Ali, and sending his chariot, 1 month had passed by men's reckoning. So it was the holy day of the full moon. King Nimi, opening the eastern window, was sitting on the upper floor, surrounded by his courtiers, contemplating virtue, and just as the moon's disk rose in the east this chariot appeared. The people had eaten their evening meal, and sat at their doors talking comfortably together. Why, there are 2 moons today, they cried. As they gossiped, the chariot became plain to their view. No, it is no moon, they said, but a chariot. In due course there appeared Matala's team of 1,000 thoroughbreds, and the car of Saka, and they wondered whom that could be for. Ah, their king was righteous, for him Saka's divine car must be sent, Saka must wish to see their king. So in delight they cried out. A marvel in the world, to make one shiver with delight. For glorious Videha comes the car divine in sight. As the people talked and talked, swift as the wind came Mat Ali, who turned the chariot, and brought it to rest out of the way by the sill of the window, and called on the king to enter. Explaining this, the master said, The mighty Mat Ali, the charioteer of heaven, summoned now Videha's king, who lived in Mittalō. Come, noble king, Lord of the world, upon this chariot mount. Indra and all the gods, the 33, would see you, waiting in Sadama hall. The king thought, I shall see the gods' dwelling place, which I never have seen, and I shall be showing kindness to Mat Ali. So he addressed his women and all the people, and said, In a short time I shall return. You must be watchful, do good and give alms. Then he got into the car. The master said, to explain this. Then with all speed, Videha's king arose, and went towards the chariot, and got in. When he was in it, Mat Ali thus spoke. By which road shall I take you, noble king? Where dwell the wicked, or where dwell the good? At this the king thought, I have never seen either of these places before, and I should like to see both. He answered, Mat Ali, charioteer divine, both places I would see. Both where the righteous men abide, and where the wicked be. Mat Ali thinking, one cannot see both at once, I will question him, recited a stanza. Which first, great monarch, noble king, which place first would you see? That where the righteous men abide, or where the wicked be? Then the king, thinking that go to heaven he would in any case, and that he might as well choose to see hell, recited the next stanza. I'd see the place of sinful men, please let me go to hell. Where they who once did cruel deeds and where the wicked dwell. Then he just showed him Vetarane, the river of hell. To explain this, the master said, Matali showed the king Vetarane, a river stinking, full of corrosive brine. Hot, covered all with burning flames of fire. The king was terrified when he saw creatures thus sorely tormented in Vetarane, and he asked Matali what sins they had done. Matali told him. This the master explained. Then Nimi, when he saw the people fall in this deep river flood, asked Matali. Fear comes on me to see it, charioteer. Tell me, what is the sin these mortals did, who are cast in the river? He replied, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit, who in the world of life are strong themselves, yet hurt the weak, oppress them, doing sin. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they are cast into the stream Vetarane. Thus did Matali answer his question. And when the king had seen the hell Vetarane, he caused this place to disappear, and driving the chariot onwards showed him the place where they are torn by dogs and other beasts. He answered the king's question as follows. This the master explained. Black dogs and speckled vultures, flocks of crows, most horrid, prey upon them. When I look, fear seizes on me. Tell me, Matali, what sin have these committed, charioteer, whom ravens prey on? Matali replied, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These are the churls, the misers, foul of tongue, to Brahmins and ascetics, that do hurt. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they are those you see of ravens here the prey. His other questions are answered in the same way. Their bodies all ablaze they lie prostrate, pounded with red-hot lumps, when I behold. Fear seizes on me. Tell me, Matali, what sins have these committed, charioteer, who lie there beaten with the red-hot lumps? Then Matali the charioteer replied, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These in the world of life were sinful men, who hurt and did torment those without sin, both men and women, sinful as they were. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they now lie there beaten with the red-hot lumps. Others lie struggling in a pit of coals, roaring, their bodies charred, when I behold. Fear seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what sin have these committed, charioteer, who lie there struggling in the fiery pit? Then Matali the charioteer replied, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These are they who before a crowd of men suborned a witness and forswore a debt, and thus destroying people, mighty king. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they lie there now struggling in the pit of coals, blazing and flaming, all one mass of fire. I see an iron cauldron, huge and great. Fear comes upon me, as I look upon it. Matali, tell me, charioteer divine, what sin these mortals did, that here head first they are cast into the iron cauldron huge. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. Whoso has hurt a Brahmin or ascetic, foul men of sin, and he a virtuous man, those cruel creatures begat sin, and they now headlong fall into the iron bowl. They wring them by the neck and cast them in, filling the cauldron full of boiling water. Fear seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, that with their heads all battered, there they lie? Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These are the wicked men who in the world caught birds and did destroy them, mighty king. And thus, destroying other creatures, they by these their cruel acts gave rise to sin. And they lie yonder, with their own necks wrung. There flows a river, deep, with shallow banks, easy of access, thither go the men, scorched with the heat, and drink, but as they drink, the water turns to chaff, which when I see, fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, that as they drink, the water turns to chaff? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These men are they who mixed good grain with chaff, and sold it to a buyer, doing ill. Therefore now scorched with heat and parched with thirst, even as they drink, the water turns to chaff. With spikes and spears and arrowheads they pierce those loudly wailing folk on either side. Fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, that they lie yonder riddled with the spears? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These in the world of life were wicked men, who took what was not theirs and lived upon it. Goats, sheep, kine, bulls, corn, treasure, silver, gold. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they now yonder lie all riddled with the spears. Who are these fastened by the neck I see? Some cut to pieces, others all to torn. Fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, that they lie yonder torn in little bits? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. Fishers and butchers, hunters of the boar, slayers of cattle, bulls, and goats, who slew and laid the corpses in the slaughter-house. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they are lying yonder torn in little bits. Yon lake of filth and ordure, stinking foul, with evil scent unclean, where starving men eat of the contents. This when I behold, fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, whom there I see devouring dirt and filth? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These are malicious persons who, for hurt of others, lived with them, and harmed their friends. These cruel creatures begat sin, and now, poor fools, they have ordure and filth to eat. Yon lake is full of blood, and stinking foul, with evil scent unclean, where scorched with heat men drink the contents. Which when I behold, fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, that they must now drink of the draught of blood? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. They who have slain a mother or a father, whom they should reverence, excommunicate. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they are those who yonder drink the draught of blood. That tongue see, pierced with a hook, like as a shield, stuck with 100 barbs, and who are those who struggle leaping like a fish on land, and roaring, drabble spittle? When I see it, fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those mortals, whom I see yonder swallowing the hook? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These men are they who in the marketplace, haggling and cheapening from their greed of gain, have practiced knavery, and thought it hidden, like one that hooks a fish, but for the knave there is no safety, dogged by all his deeds. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they are lying yonder swallowing the hook. Yon women, bent and broken, stretching their arms, and wailing, wretched, smeared with stains of blood, like cattle in the shambles, stand waist deep, buried in earth, the upper trunk ablaze. Fear seizes on me. Tell me, Mātali, what sin has been committed by those women, that now they stand all buried in the earth, waist deep, the upper trunk a mass of flame? Then answered Mātali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. They were of noble birth when in the world, lived lives unclean, did deeds of wickedness. were traitors, left their husbands, and besides, did other things to satisfy their lust. They spent their lives in dalliance, therefore now stand blazing, waist deep buried in the earth. Why do they seize yon persons by the legs, and cast them headlong into Naraka? Fear seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what sin has been committed by those men, that they are so hurled headlong into Naraka? Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. These in the world did evil, did seduce another's wife, stole his most precious thing. So now are headlong cast in Naraka. They suffer misery for countless years. In hell, there is no safety for the sinner, but he is ever dogged by his own deeds. These cruel creatures begat sin, and they are now cast headlong into Naraka. With these words, Matali the charioteer made this hell to disappear also, and driving the chariot onwards, showed him the hell of torment for heretics. On request he explained it to him. Many and various causes I have seen, most terrible, amongst these hells, to see them. Fear seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what sin has been committed by those mortals? Why they must suffer this excessive pain? So sharp, so cruel, so intolerable. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how sin ripens and bears fruit. Who in the world were wicked heretics, who put their faith in false delusion, made proselytes of others to their heresy. They by their heresy begetting sin, must therefore suffer this excessive pain. So sharp, so cruel, so intolerable. Now in heaven the gods were sitting in Sadama hall, looking for the king's coming. Matali is a long time away, thought Saka, and he perceived the reason, so he said, Matali is going the round as guide, showing all the different hells to the king and telling him what sin led to each hell. So calling to him a young god, very swift, he said to him, go tell Matali to bring the king quickly hither. He is using up King Nimi's life, he must not go round all the hells. With speed the young god went, and gave his message. When Matali heard it, he said, we must not delay, then showing to the king at one flash all the great hells in the four quarters, he recited a stanza. Now, mighty monarch, thou hast seen the place of sinners, and where cruel men are sent, and where the wicked go, now, royal sage, come let us hasten to the King of Heaven. With this speech he turned the chariot towards heaven. As the king went towards heaven he beheld in the air the mansion of a goddess, Biani, with pinnacles of jewels and gold, ornamented in great magnificence, having a park, and a lake covered with lilies, and surrounded with trees worthy of the place. And there was this goddess seated upon a divan in a gabled chamber towards the front, and attended by 1,000 nymphs, looking out through an open window. He asked Matali who she was, and Matali explained it to him. Behold yon mansion with 5 pinnacles. There, decked with garlands, lies upon a couch a most puissant woman, who assumes all kinds of majesty and wondrous power. Joy comes on me to see it, charioteer. But tell me, Matali, what her good deeds, that she is happy in this heavenly mansion. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. Heard you ever in the world of Biani, a Brahmin's home-born slave, who once received a guest at the right moment, welcomed him as mother might her son, and therefore now, generous and chaste, lives happy in this mansion. With these words, Matali drove the chariot onwards and showed him the 7 golden mansions of the god Sonadina. The other, when he saw these in the glory of the god, asked an explanation, which Matali gave. There are 7 mansions, shining clear and bright, where dwells a mighty being, richly dight, who with his wives inhabits them. Delight moves me to see it, tell me, Matali, what is the good this mortal did, that he dwells happy in this mansion heavenly? Then answered Matali the charioteer, declaring how good ripens and bears fruit. This once was Sonadina, one who gave with royal bounty, and for hermits wrought 7 hermitages, all their needs did crave. He faithfully provided food he brought, bedding to lie on, clothes to wear, and light. Contented with those men of life upright, he kept the Sabbath day, and each fortnight, the 8th, the 14th and the 15th days. Generous, controlled, he walked in holy ways. So now dwells in this mansion of delight. Thus he described the deeds of Sonadina, then driving onwards his chariot, he showed a mansion of crystal. In height it was 25 leagues. It had hundreds of columns made of the 7 precious things, hundreds of pinnacles. It was set about with lattices and little bells. A banner of gold and silver flew. Beside it was a park and grove full of many bright flowers, with a lovely lake of lilies. Nymphs cunning to sing and to make music were there in plenty. Then the king, seeing this, asked what were the deeds of these nymphs, and the other told him. Yon mansion built of crystal, shining bright, with pinnacles uplifted in the height, with food and drink in plenty, and a throng of goodly women skilled in dance and song. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good these women did, that now in heaven they dwell within this palace of delight. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. These women ever walked in holy ways. Faithful lay sisters, kept the holy days. Generous, controlled, and watchful, heart serene. Now happy in the mansion you have seen. He drove the chariot on, and showed a mansion of gems. It stood on a level spot, lofty, like a mountain of gems, bright shining, full of gods that played and sang divine music. Seeing this, the king asked what were the deeds of these gods, and the other replied, yon mansion built of jewels, shining bright, symmetrical, proportioned, a fair sight, where in divinest melody around songs, dances, drums and tabors do resound. I never have beheld a sight so fair, nor sounds so sweet have ever heard, I swear. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good these mortals did, that now I see. Happy in this heavenly mansion of delight. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. These were lay brethren in the world of men. Provided parks and wells, or water drew. In the well shed, and tranquil saints did feed. Found clothes, food, drink and bedding, every need. Contented with these men of life upright, who kept the Sabbath day, and each fortnight, the 8th, the 14th and the 15th days. Generous, controlled, they walked in holy ways, and now dwell in this mansion of delight. Thus having described the deeds of these persons, he drove on and showed him another crystal mansion, with many a pinnacle, and all manner of flowers all about, and fine trees, echoing with the songs of birds of all kinds, by which flowed a river of pure water, become the dwelling place of a virtuous person surrounded by a company of nymphs. Seeing this, the king asked what his deeds were, and the other told him. Yon mansion built of crystal, shining bright, its pinnacles uplifted in the height, with food and drink in plenty, and a throng of goodly women skilled in dance and song, and rivers, fringed with many a flower and tree. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good this mortal did in life, that he rejoices in this mansion heavenly. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. At Kimbala a householder was he, bounteous, gave parks and wells, and faithfully drew water, and the tranquil saints did feed. Found clothes, food, drink and bedding, every need. Contented with these men of life upright, he kept the Sabbath day, and each fortnight, the 8th, the 14th and the 15th days. Generous, controlled, he walked in holy ways, and now dwells in this mansion of delight. Thus he described the deeds of this man, and drove on. Then he showed another crystal mansion, this even more than the last was grown about with all manner of fruit and flowers and clumps of trees. This seen, the king asked what were the deeds of this man who was so fortunate, and the other told him. Yon mansion, built of jewels, shining bright, its pinnacles uplifted in the height, with food and drink in plenty, and a throng of goodly women skilled in dance and song, and rivers, fringed with many a tree and flower, royal and elephant trees, and mango, sal, rose apple sweet, and tinduk, peel bower, and orchard trees fruit-bearing one and all. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good this mortal did in life, that he rejoices in this mansion heavenly. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. At Mitilo a householder was he, bounteous, gave parks and wells, and faithfully drew water, and the tranquil saints did feed, found clothes, food, drink and bedding, all their need. Contented with these men of life upright, he kept the Sabbath day, and each fortnight, the 8th, the 14th and the 15th days. Generous, controlled, he walked in holy ways, and now dwells in this mansion of delight. Thus he described the deeds of this man also, and drove on. Then he showed another mansion of jewels, like the first, and at the king's request told him the deeds of a god who was happy there. Yon mansion built of jewels, shining bright, symmetrical, proportioned, a fair sight, where in divinest melody around songs, dances, drums and tabors do resound. I never have beheld a sight so fair, nor sounds so sweet have ever heard, I swear. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good these mortals did, whom now I see happy in this heavenly mansion of delight. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. Once a Benares householder was he, bounteous, gave parks and wells, and faithfully drew water, and the tranquil saints did feed, found clothes, food, drink and bedding, all their need. Contented with these men of life upright, he kept the Sabbath day, and each fortnight, the 8th, the 14th and the 15th days. Generous, controlled, he walked in holy ways, and now dwells in this mansion of delight. Again driving on, he showed a mansion of gold, like the sun in his strength, and at the king's request told him the deeds of the god who dwelt there. Behold yon mansion made of flaming fire, red like the sun whereas he reacheth higher. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good this mortal did in life, that he rejoices in this mansion heavenly. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. Once a Savata householder was he, bounteous, gave parks and wells, and faithfully drew water, and the tranquil saints did feed, found clothes, food, drink and bedding, all their need. Contented with these men of life upright, he kept the Sabbath day, and each fortnight, the 8th, the 14th and the 15th days. Generous, controlled, he walked in holy ways, and now dwells in this mansion of delight. As he thus described these 8 mansions, Sakka, king of the gods, thinking that Matali was a long time in coming, sent another swift god with a message. Matali, on hearing the message, saw that there must be no more delay, so at one flash he showed many mansions, and described to the king what were the deeds of those who dwelt in them. See many fiery mansions in the air, as in a bank of cloud the lightnings flare. Joy seizes on me, tell me, Matali, what good these mortals did, whom now I see rejoicing in the heavenly mansion there. Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. Good living, well instructed, full of faith, they acted as the Master's teaching saith. By living as the all-wise Buddha told, they came to these abodes you now behold. Having thus shown him these mansions in the sky, he set out to come before Sakka with these words. Thou hast seen the places of the good and wicked in the air. Unto the monarch of the gods come, let us now repair. With these words he drove on, and showed him the 7 hills which make a ring about Sinnaru. To explain how the king questioned Matali on seeing these, the master said. As the king journeyed on his way in the celestial car, drawn by 1,000 steeds, he saw the mountain peaks afar, in cedar ocean, and he asked, "Tell me what hills these are." At this question of Nimi, the god Matali replied, "The mighty hills Sudasara, Karavika, Isadara, Ugandhara, Nemindara, Vinataka, Asakana. These hills are in Siddhantara, in order that they be, which high up standing in the air thou, mighty king, dost see." Thus he showed the heaven of the 4 great kings, and drove on until he could show the statues of Indra, which stood around the great Siddhakuta gateway of the heaven of the 33. At this sight the king asked, and the other answered, "This place so fine, elaborate, adorned, set round with Indra's statues, as it were, by tigers guarded, as I see this sight, joy comes upon me. Tell me, Matali, what is the name of this that I behold?" Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. "This place is Siddhakuta which you see, the entrance to the place of heaven's king, the doorway of the mountain beautiful, elaborate, adorned, and set about with Indra's statues, as by tigers guarded. Enter, wise king. Enter this spotless place." With these words Matali led the king within, so it is said, journeying in the car celestial, drawn by 1,000 steeds, the mighty king beheld the place where all the gods assemble. And as he passed along, standing in the car still, he saw the place of the gods' assemblage in Siddharma, and questioned Matali, who replied, "As in the autumn is the sky all blue, so is that jeweled mansion to the view. Joy comes upon me. Tell me, Matali, what is this mansion which I now behold?" Then answered Matali the charioteer, describing how good ripens and bears fruit. "This is Siddharma, where the gods assemble, supported by fair columns, finely wrought, 8-sided, made of gems and jewels rare, where dwell the 33 with their chief Lord Indra, thinking of the happiness of gods and men. Enter this lovely place, O mighty monarch, where the gods abide." The gods on their part sat watching for his arrival, and when they heard that the king was come, they went out to meet him with divine flowers and perfumes as far as the great Siddhakuta gateway, and presenting him with their flowers and perfumes they brought him to Siddharma hall. The king dismounting from the car entered the hall of the gods, and the gods offered him a seat, Saka the like and all pleasures too. Explaining this, the master said, "The gods beheld the king arrive, and then, their guest to greet, cried, 'Welcome, mighty monarch, whom we are so glad to meet, O king. Beside the king of gods we pray you take a seat.' And Saka welcomed Vaideha, the king of Mitilā town. Vasava offered him all joys and prayed him to sit down amid the rulers of the world. O welcome to our land. Dwell with the gods, O king, who have all wishes at command. Enjoy immortal pleasures, where the 33 stand." Thus Saka offered him celestial pleasures, and the king declining made answer, "As when a chariot, or when goods are given on demand, so is it to enjoy a bliss given by another's hand. I care not blessings to receive given by another's hand. My goods are mine and mine alone when on my deeds I stand. I'll go and do much good to men, give alms throughout the land. Will follow virtue, exercise control and self-command. He that so acts is happy, and fears no remorse at hand." Thus did the great being discourse to the gods with honeyed sound, and discoursing he stayed 7 days by men's reckoning, and gave delight to the company of the gods. And standing in the midst of the gods he described the virtue of Matali. A most obliging personage is Matali the charioteer. The places where the good abide and where the bad, he showed me clear. Then the king took leave of Saka, saying that he wished to go to the world of men. Then Saka said, "Friend Mat Ali, take King Nimi at once to Mitilo." He got ready the chariot. The king exchanged friendly greetings with the company of gods, left them and entered the car. Mat Ali drove the car eastwards to Mitilo. There the crowd, seeing the chariot, were delighted to know that their king was returning. Mat Ali passed round the city of Mitilo rightwise, and put down the great being at the same window, took leave, and returned to his own place. A great number of people surrounded the king, and asked him what the gods' world was like. The king, describing the happiness of the gods and of Saka their king, exhorted them to give alms and do good, for so they should be born in that divine place. Afterwards, when his barber found a white hair and told him, he made the barber put aside that white hair. Then he gave a village to the barber, and desiring to renounce the world, made his son king in his place. So when asked why he wished to renounce the world, he recited the stanza, "Lo, these grey hairs," and like the former kings he renounced the world, and dwelt in the same mango grove, developing the four excellencies, and became destined to Brahma's heaven. It is his renouncing of the world, which is described by the master in the last stanza. Thus spake King Nimi, lord of Mitilo. And having made a mighty sacrifice, entered upon the path of self-control. And his son, named Janaka, also renounced the world, and brought his line to an end. When the master had finished this discourse, he said, "So, brethren, this is not the first time the Tathagata left the world, he did the same before." Then he identified the birth. At that time, Anuruddha was Saka, Ananda was Mat Ali, the 84 kings were the Buddha's followers, and King Nimi was I myself. Stories of the Buddha's former births. Book 22 Manipta. 542, the Maha-Ummagga Jataka. King Brahmadatta of Pankala, etc. The teacher, while dwelling at Jetavana, told this about the perfection of knowledge. One day the brethren sat in the hall of truth and described the Buddha's perfection of knowledge. Brethren, the omniscient Buddha whose wisdom is vast, ready, swift, sharp, crushing heretical doctrines, after having converted, by the power of his own knowledge, the Brahmins Kudadanta and the rest, the ascetics Sabya and the rest, the thieves Angulimala etc., the Yakas Alavaka etc., the gods Saka and the rest, and the Brahmins Baker etc., made them humble, and ordained a vast multitude as ascetics and established them in the fruition of the paths of sanctification. The teacher came up and asked what they were discoursing about, and when they told him, he replied, "Not now only is the Buddha omniscient, in past time also, before his knowledge was fully mature, he was full of all wisdom, as he went about for the sake of wisdom and knowledge." And then he told a story of the past. In days gone by, a king named Vaideha ruled in Mitilo, and he had 4 sages who instructed him in the law, named Seneca, Pakusa, Kavinda, and Devinda. Now when the Bodhisattva was conceived in his mother's womb, the king saw, at dawn, the following dream. 4 columns of fire blazed up in the 4 corners of the royal court, as high as the great wall. And in the midst of them rose a flame of the size of a firefly. And at that moment it suddenly exceeded the 4 columns of fire and rose up as high as the Brahma world and illumined the whole world. Even a grain of mustard seed lying on the ground is distinctly seen. The world of men with the world of gods worshipped it with garlands and incense. A vast multitude passed through this flame, but not even a hair of their skin was singed. The king, when he saw this vision, started up in terror, and sat pondering what was going to happen, and waited for the dawn. The 4 wise men also, when they came in the morning, asked him whether he had slept well. "How could I sleep well?" he replied, "when I have seen such a dream." Then Pandit Seneca replied, "Fear not, O king, it is an auspicious dream, thou wilt be prosperous, and when he was asked to explain, he went on, "O king, a fifth sage will be born who will surpass us four. We four are like the four columns of fire. But in the midst of us there will arise as it were a fifth column of fire, one who is unparalleled and fills a post which is unequalled in the world of gods or of men. Where is he at this moment? O king, he will either assume a body or come out of his mother's womb." Thus did he by his science what he had seen by his divine eye, and the king from that time forward remembered his words. Now at the four gates of Mittalur there were four market towns, called the East Town, the South Town, the West Town, and the North Town, and in the East Town there dwelt a certain rich man named Siravadaka, and his wife was named Sumanadevi. Now on that day when the king saw the vision, the great being went from the heaven of the 33, and was conceived in her womb, and 1,000 other sons of the gods went from that heaven and were conceived in the families of various wealthy merchants in that village. And at the end of the 10th month the lady Sumana brought forth a child of the colour of gold. Now at that moment Saka, as he looked over the world of mankind, beheld the great being's birth, and saying to himself that he ought to make known in the world of gods and men that this Buddha shoot had sprung into being, he came up in a visible form as the child was being born and placed a piece of a medicinal herb in its hand, and then returned to his own dwelling. The great being seized it firmly in his closed hand, and as he came from his mother's womb she did not feel the slightest pain, but he passed out as easily as water from a sacred water pot. When his mother saw the piece of the medicinal herb in his hand, she said to him, "My child, what is this which you have got?" He replied, "It is a medicinal plant, mother," and he placed it in her hand and told her to take it and give it to all who are afflicted with any sickness. Full of joy she told it to the merchant Siravadaka, who had suffered for 7 years from a pain in his head. Full of joy he said to himself, "This child came out of his mother's womb holding a medicinal plant, and as soon as he was born he talked with his mother. A medicine given by a being of such surpassing merit must possess great efficacy." So he rubbed it on a grindstone and smeared a little of it on his forehead, and the pain in his head which had lasted 7 years passed away at once like water from a lotus leaf. Transported with joy he exclaimed, "This is a medicine of marvelous efficacy." The news spread on every side that the great being had been born with a medicine in his hand, and all who were sick crowded to the merchant's house and begged for the medicine. They gave a little to all who came, having rubbed some of it on a grindstone, and mixed it with water, and as soon as the affected body was touched with the divine medicine all diseases were cured, and the delighted patients went away proclaiming the marvelous virtues of the medicine in the house of the merchant Siravadaka. On the day of naming the child the merchant thought to himself, "My child need not be called after one of his ancestors, let him bear the name of the medicine." So he gave him the name Osada Kumara. Then he thought again, "My son possesses great merit, he will not be born alone, many other children will be born at the same time." So hearing from his inquiries that thousands of other boys were born with him, he sent them all nurses, and gave them clothes. And resolving that they should be his son's attendants he celebrated a festival for them with the great being and adorned the boys and brought them every day to wait upon him. The great being grew up playing with them, and when he was 7 years old he was as beautiful as a golden statue. As he was playing with them in the village some elephants and other animals passed by and disturbed their games, and sometimes the children were distressed by the rain and the heat. Now one day as they played, an unseasonable rainstorm came on, and when the great being who was as strong as an elephant saw it, he ran into a house, and as the other children ran after him they fell over one another's feet and bruised their knees and other limbs. Then he thought to himself, "A hall for play ought to be built here, we will not play in this way," and he said to the boys, "Let us build a hall here where we can stand, sit, or lie in time of wind, hot sunshine, or rain, let each one of you bring his piece of money." The 1,000 boys all did so, and the great being sent for a master carpenter, and gave him the money, telling him to build a hall in that place. He took the money, and levelled the ground and cut posts and spread out the measuring line, but he did not grasp the great being's idea. So he told the carpenter how he was to stretch out his line so as to do it properly. He replied, "I have stretched it out according to my practical experience. I cannot do it in any other way. If you do not know even so much as this, how can you take our money and build a hall? Take the line, I will measure and show you." So he made him take the line and himself drew out the plan, and it was done as if Vipassanā had done it. Then he said to the carpenter, "Will you be able to draw out the plan in this way?" "I shall not be able, sir." "Will you be able to do it by my instructions?" "I shall be able, sir." Then the great being so arranged the hall, that there was in one part a place for ordinary strangers, in another a lodging for the destitute, in another place for the lying in of destitute women, in another a lodging for stranger Buddhist priests and Brahmins, in another a lodging for other sorts of men, in another place where foreign merchants should stow their goods, and all these apartments had doors opening outside. There also he had a public place erected for sports, and a court of justice, and a hall for religious assemblies. When the work was completed he summoned painters, and having himself examined them set them to work at painting beautiful pictures, so that the hall became like Sakka's heavenly palace Siddharma. Still he thought that the palace was not yet complete. "I must have a tank constructed as well," so he ordered the ground to be dug for an architect, and having discussed it with him, and given him money, he made him construct a tank with 1,000 bends in the bank and 100 bathing ghats. The water was covered with the 5 kinds of lotuses, and was as beautiful as the lake in the heavenly garden Nandana. On its bank he planted various trees, and had a park made like Nandana. And near this hall he established a public distribution of alms to holy men, whether Buddhists or Brahmins, and for strangers, and for people from the neighboring villages. These actions of his were blazed abroad everywhere, and crowds gathered to the place, and the great being used to sit in the hall, and discuss the right, and the wrong of the good, or evil circumstances of all the petitioners, who resorted there, and gave his judgment on each. And it became like the happy time, when a Buddha makes his appearance in the world. Now at that time, when 7 years had expired, King Vaideha remembered how the 4 sages had said that a 5th sage should be born who would surpass them in wisdom, and he said to himself, "Where is he now?" And he sent out his 4 counselors by the 4 gates of the city, bidding them to find out where he was. When they went out by the other 3 gates they saw no sign of the great being, but when they went out by the eastern gate they saw the hall, and its various buildings, and they felt sure at once that only a wise man could have built this palace, or caused it to be built, and they asked the people, "What architect built this hall?" They replied, "This palace was not built by any architect by his own power, but by the direction of Mahasada Pandit, the son of the merchant Saravada." "How old is he?" "He has just completed his 7th year." The counselor reckoned up all the events from the day on which the king saw the dream, and he said to himself, "This being fulfills the king's dream," and he sent a messenger with this message to the king, "Mahasada, the son of the merchant Saravada in the East Market town, who is now 7 years old, has caused such a hall and tank and park to be made. Shall I bring him into thy presence or not?" When the king heard this he was highly delighted and sent for Seneca, and after relating the account he asked him whether he should send for this sage. But he, being envious of the title, replied, "O king, a man is not to be called a sage merely because he has caused halls and such things to be made. Anyone can cause these things to be made, this is but a little matter." When the king heard his words he said to himself, "There must be some secret reason for all this," and was silent. Then he sent back the messenger with a command that the counselor should remain for a time in the place and carefully examine the sage. The counselor remained there and carefully investigated the sage's actions, and this is the series of the tests, or cases of examination. 1. The piece of meat. One day when the great being was going to the play hall, a hawk carried off a piece of flesh from the slab of a slaughterhouse and flew up into the air. Some lads, seeing it, determined to make him drop it and pursued him. The hawk flew in different directions, and they, looking up, followed behind and wearied themselves, flinging stones and other missiles and stumbling over one another. Then the sage said to them, "I will make him drop it," and they begged him to do so. He told them to look, and then himself, with looking up he ran with the swiftness of the wind and trod upon the hawk's shadow, and then clapping his hands uttered a loud shout. By his energy that shout seemed to pierce the bird's belly through, and in its terror, he dropped the flesh, and the great being, knowing by watching the shadow that it was dropped, caught it in the air before it reached the ground. The people seeing the marvel, made a great noise, shouting and clapping their hands. The minister, hearing of it, sent an account to the king telling him how the sage had by this means made the bird drop the flesh. The king, when he heard of it, asked Seneca whether he should summon him to the court. Seneca reflected, "From the time of his coming I shall lose all my glory and the king will forget my existence. I must not let him bring him here." So in envy he said, "He is not a sage for such an action as this. This is only a small matter." And the king, being impartial, sent word that the minister should test him further where he was. 2. The cattle. A certain man, who dwelt in the village of Jātaka, bought some cattle from another village and brought them home. The next day he took them to a field of grass to graze and rode on the back of one of the cattle. Being tired he got down and sat on the ground and fell asleep, and meanwhile a thief came and carried off the cattle. When he woke he saw not his cattle, but as he gazed on every side he beheld the thief running away. Jumping up he shouted, "Where are you taking my cattle?" "They are my cattle, and I am carrying them to the place which I wish." A great crowd collected as they heard the dispute. When the sage heard the noise as they passed by the door of the hall, he sent for them both. When he saw their behavior he at once knew which was the thief and which the real owner. But though he felt sure, he asked them what they were quarreling about. The owner said, "I bought these cattle from a certain person in such a village, and I brought them home and put them in a field of grass. This thief saw that I was not watching and came and carried them off. Looking in all directions I caught sight of him and pursued and caught him. The people of such a village know that I bought the cattle and took them." The thief replied, "This man speaks falsely, they were born in my house." The sage said, "I will decide your case fairly, will you abide by my decision?" And they promised so to abide. Then thinking to himself that he must win the hearts of the people he first asked the thief, "What have you fed these cattle with, and what have you given them to drink?" "They have drunk rice gruel, and have been fed on sesame flour and kidney beans." Then he asked the real owner, who said, "My lord, how could a poor man like me get rice gruel and the rest? I fed them on grass." The pandit caused an assembly to be brought together, and ordered panic seeds to be brought and ground in a mortar and moistened with water and given to the cattle, and they forthwith vomited only grass. He showed this to the assembly, and then asked the thief, "Art thou the thief or not?" He confessed that he was the thief. He said to him, "Then do not commit such a sin henceforth." But the Bodhisattva's attendants carried the man away, and cut off his hands and feet, and made him helpless. Then the sage addressed him with words of good counsel, "This suffering has come upon thee only in this present life, but in the future life thou wilt suffer great torment in the different hells, therefore henceforth abandon such practices." He taught him the 5 commandments. The minister sent an account of the incident to the king, who asked Seneca, but he advised him to wait. It is only an affair about cattle and anybody could decide it. The king, being impartial, sent the same command. This is to be understood in all the subsequent cases. We shall give each in order according to the list. 3. The necklace of thread. A certain poor woman had tied together several threads of different colors and made them into a necklace, which she took off from her neck and placed on her clothes, as she went down to bathe in a tank which the pandit had caused to be made. A young woman who saw this conceived a longing for it, took it up and said to her, "Mother, this is a very beautiful necklace. How much did it cost to make? I will make such a one for myself. May I put it on my own neck and ascertain its size?" The other gave her leave, and she put it on her neck and ran off. The elder woman seeing it came quickly out of the water, and putting on her clothes ran after her, and seized hold of her dress, crying, "You are running away with a necklace which I made." The other replied, "I am not taking anything of yours. It is the necklace which I wear on my neck," and a great crowd collected as they heard this. The sage, while he played with the boys, heard them quarreling as they passed by the door of the hall and asked what the noise was about. When he heard the cause of the quarrel he sent for them both, and having known at once by her countenance which was the thief, he asked them whether they would abide by his decision. On their both agreeing to do so, he asked the thief, "What scent do you use for this necklace?" She replied, "I always use sabasamharaka to scent it with." Then he asked the other, who replied, How shall a poor woman like me get sabasamharaka? I always sent it with perfume made of piangu flowers. Then the sage had a vessel of water brought, and put the necklace in it. Then he sent for a perfume seller, and told him to smell the vessel, and find out what it smelt of. He directly recognized the smell of the piangu flower, and quoted the stanza which has been already given in the first book. No Amnagathram it is, only the kangu smells. Yon wicked woman told a lie, the truth the Gamma tells. The great being told the bystanders all the circumstances, and asked each of them respectively, Art thou the thief? Art thou not the thief? And made the guilty one confess, and from that time his wisdom became known to the people. 4. The cotton thread. A certain woman, who used to watch cotton fields, was watching one day, and she took some clean cotton, and spun some fine thread, and made it into a ball and placed it in her lap. As she went home she thought to herself, I will bathe in the great sage's tank. So she placed the ball on her dress, and went down into the tank to bathe. Another woman saw it, and conceiving a longing for it took it up, saying, This is a beautiful ball of thread, pray did you make it yourself? So she lightly snapped her fingers and put it in her lap, as if to examine it more closely, and walked off with it. This is to be told at full as before. The sage asked the thief, When you made the ball what did you put inside? She replied, A cotton seed. Then he asked the other, and she replied, A timbaru seed. When the crowd had heard what each said, he untwisted the ball of cotton, and found a timbaru seed inside, and forced the thief to confess her guilt. The great multitude were highly pleased and shouted their applause at the way in which the case had been decided. 5. The son. A certain woman took her son, and went down to the sage's tank to wash her face. After she had bathed her son she laid him in her dress, and having washed her own face went to bathe. At that moment a female goblin saw the child and wished to eat it, so she took hold of the dress and said, My friend, this is a fine child, is he your son? Then she asked if she might give him suck, and on obtaining the mother's consent, she took him and played with him for a while and then tried to run off with him. The other ran after her and seized hold of her, shouting, Whither are you carrying my child? The goblin replied, Why do you touch the child? He is mine. As they wrangled they passed by the door of the hall, and the sage, hearing the noise, sent for them and asked what was the matter. When he heard the story, although he knew at once by her red unwinking eyes that one of them was a goblin, he asked them whether they would abide by his decision. On their promising to do so, he drew a line and laid the child in the middle of the line, and bade the goblin seize the child by the hands and the mother by the feet. Then he said to them, Lay hold of it and pull, the child is hers who can pull it over. They both pulled, and the child, being pained while it was pulled, uttered a loud cry. Then the mother, with a heart which seemed ready to burst, let the child go and stood weeping. The sage asked the multitude, Is it the heart of the mother which is tender towards the child, or the heart of her who is not the mother? They answered, The mother's heart. Is she the mother who kept hold of the child, or she who let it go? They replied, She who let it go. Do you know who she is who stole the child? We do not know, O sage. She's a goblin, she seized it in order to eat it. When they asked how he knew that, he replied, I knew her by her unwinking and red eyes, and by her casting no shadow, and by her fearlessness, and want of mercy. Then he asked her what she was, and she confessed that she was a goblin. Why did you seize the child? To eat it. You blind fool, he said, you committed sin in old time and so were born as a goblin, and now you still go on committing sin, blind fool that you are. Then he exhorted her and established her in the 5 precepts and sent her away, and the mother blessed him, and saying, Mayest thou live long, my lord, took her son and went her way. 6. The Black Ball. There was a certain man who was called Golakala. Now he got the name Gola Ball from his dwarfish size, and Kala from his black color. He worked in a certain house for 7 years and obtained a wife, and she was named Digatala. One day he said to her, Wife, cook some sweetmeats and food, we will pay a visit to your parents. At first she opposed the plan, saying, "What have I to do with parents now?" But after the third time of asking he induced her to cook some cakes, and having taken some provisions and a present he set out on the journey with her. In the course of the journey he came to a stream which was not really deep, but they, being both afraid of water, dared not cross it and stood on the bank. Now a poor man named Digapithi came to that place as he walked along the bank, and when they saw him they asked him whether the river was deep or shallow. Seeing that they were afraid of the water he told them that it was very deep and full of voracious fish. "How then will you go across it? I have struck up a friendship with the crocodiles and monsters that live here, and therefore they do not hurt me. Do take us with you," they said. When he consented they gave him some meat and drink, and when he finished his meal he asked them which he should carry over first. "Take your sister first and then take me," said Golakala. Then the man placed her on his shoulders and took the provisions and the present and went down into the stream. When he had gone a little way, he crouched down and walked along in a bent posture. Golakala, as he stood on the bank, thought to himself, "This stream must indeed be very deep. If it is so difficult for even such a man as Digapithi, it must be impassable for me." When the other had carried the woman to the middle of the stream, he said to her, "Lady, I will cherish you, and you shall live bravely arrayed with fine dresses and ornaments and men servants and maidservants. What will this poor dwarf do for you? Listen to what I tell you." She listened to his words and ceased to love her husband, and being at once infatuated with the stranger, she consented, saying, "If you will not abandon me, I will do as you say." So when they reached the opposite bank, they amused themselves and left Golakala, bidding him stay where he was. While he stood there looking on, they ate up the meat and drink and departed. When he saw it, he exclaimed, "They have struck up a friendship and are running away, leaving me here." As he ran backwards and forwards he went a little way into the water and then drew back again in fear, and then in his anger at their conduct, he made a desperate leap, saying, "Let me live or die," and when once fairly in, he discovered how shallow the water was. So he crossed it and pursued him and shouted, "You wicked thief, whither are you carrying my wife?" The other replied, "How is she your wife? She is mine," and he seized him by the neck and whirled him round and threw him off. The other laid hold of Digatala's hand and shouted, "Stop, where are you going? You are my wife whom I got after working for 7 years in a house," and as he thus disputed he came near the hall. A great crowd collected. The great being asked what the noise was about, and having sent for them and heard what each said he asked whether they would abide by his decision. On their both agreeing to do so, he sent for Digapithi and asked him his name. Then he asked his wife's name, but he, not knowing what it was, mentioned some other name. Then he asked him the names of his parents and he told them, but when he asked him the names of his wife's parents he, not knowing, mentioned some other names. The great being put his story together, and had him removed. Then he sent for the other and asked him the names of all in the same way. He, knowing the truth, gave them correctly. Then he had him removed and sent for Digatala, and asked her what her name was and she gave it. Then he asked her husband's name and she, not knowing, gave a wrong name. Then he asked her parents' names and she gave them correctly, but when he asked her the names of her husband's parents' names, she talked at random and gave wrong names. Then the sage sent for the other two and asked the multitude, "Does the woman's story agree with Digapithi or Golakala?" They replied, "With Golakala." Then he pronounced his sentence, "This man is her husband, the other is a thief," and when he asked him he made him confess that he had acted as the thief. 7. The chariot. A certain man, who was sitting in a chariot, alighted from it to wash his face. At that moment Saka was considering, and as he beheld the sage he resolved that he would make known the power and wisdom of Mahasada the embryo Buddha. So he came down in the form of a man, and followed the chariot holding on behind. The man who sat in the chariot asked, "Why have you come?" He replied, "To serve you." The man agreed, and dismounting from the chariot went aside at a call of nature. Immediately Saka mounted in the chariot, and went off at speed. The owner of the chariot, his business done, returned, and when he saw Saka hurrying away with the chariot, he ran quickly behind, crying, "Stop, stop, where are you taking my chariot?" Saka replied, "Your chariot must be another, this is mine." Thus wrangling they came to the gate of the hall. The sage asked, "What is this?" and sent for him. As he came, by his fearlessness and his eyes which winked not, the sage knew that this was Saka and the other was the owner. Nevertheless he inquired the cause of the quarrel, and asked them, "Will you abide by my decision?" They said, "Yes." He went on, "I will cause the chariot to be driven, and you must both hold on behind. The owner will not let go, the other will." Then he told a man to drive the chariot, and he did so, the others holding on behind. The owner went a little way, then being unable to run further he let go, but Saka went on running with the chariot. When he had recalled the chariot, the sage said to the people, "This man ran a little way and let go, the other ran out with the chariot and came back with it, yet there is not a drop of sweat on his body, no panting, he is fearless, his eyes wink not, this is Saka, king of the gods." Then he asked, "Are you king of the gods?" "Yes." "Why did you come here?" "To spread the fame of your wisdom, O sage." "Then," said he, "don't do that kind of thing again." Now Saka revealed his power by standing poised in the air, and praised the sage, saying, "A wise judgment this." So he went to his own place. Then the minister unsummoned went to the king, and said, "O great king, thus was the chariot question resolved, and even Saka was subdued by him, why do you not recognize superiority in men?" The king asked Seneca, "What say you, Seneca, shall we bring the sage here?" Seneca replied, "That is not all that makes a sage. Wait a while, I will test him and find out." 8. The pole. So one day, with a view of testing the sage, they fetched an acacia pole, and cutting off about a span, they had it nicely smoothed by a turner, and sent it to the East Market town, with this message: "The people of the market town have a name for wisdom. Let them find out then which end is the top, and which the root of this stick. If they cannot, there is a fine of 1,000 pieces." The people gathered together, but could not find it out, and they said to their foreman, "Perhaps Mahasada the sage would know, send and ask him." The foreman sent for the sage from his playground, and told him the matter, how they could not find it out but perhaps he could. The sage thought in himself, "The king can gain nothing from knowing which is the top, and which is the root, no doubt it is sent to test me." He said, "Bring it here, my friends, I will find out." Holding it in his hand, he knew which was the top and which the root, yet to please the heart of the people, he sent for a pot of water, and tied a string round the middle of the stick, and holding it by the end of the string he let it down to the surface of the water. The root being heavier sank first. Then he asked the people, "Is the root of a tree heavier, or the top?" "The root, wise sir." "See then, this part sinks first, and this is therefore the root." By this mark he distinguished the root from the top. The people sent it back to the king, distinguishing which was the root and which was the top. The king was pleased and asked, who had found it out. They said, "The sage Mahasada, son of Foreman Siravadi." "Seneca, shall we send for him?" he asked. "Wait, my lord," he replied, "let us try him in another way." 9. The head. One day, 2 heads were brought, one a woman's and one a man's. These were sent to be distinguished, with a fine of 1,000 pieces in case of failure. The villagers could not decide and asked the great being. He recognized them at sight, because, they say, the sutures in a man's head are straight, and in a woman's head they are crooked. By this mark he told which was which, and they sent back to the king. The rest is as before. 10. The snake. One day a male and a female snake were brought, and sent for the villagers to decide which was which. They asked the sage, and he knew at once when he saw them, for the tail of the male snake is thick, that of the female is thin, the male snake's head is thick, the female's is long, the eyes of the male are big, of the female small, the head of the male is rounded, that of the female cut short. By these signs he distinguished male from female. The rest is as before. 11. The cock. One day a message was sent to the people of the East Market town to this effect: send us a bull white all over, with horns on his legs, and a hump on the head, which utters his voice at 3 times unfailingly, otherwise there's a fine of 1,000 pieces. Not knowing one, they asked the sage. He said, the king means you to send him a cock. This creature has horns on his feet, the spurs, a hump on his head, the crest, and crowing thrice utters his voice at 3 times unfailingly. Then send him a cock such as he describes. They sent one. 12. The gem. The gem which Saka gave to King Kusa was octagonal. Its thread was broken, and no one could remove the old thread and put in a new. One day they sent this gem, with directions to take out the old thread and to put in a new. The villagers could do neither the one nor the other, and in their difficulty they told the sage. He bade them fear nothing, and asked for a lump of honey. With this he smeared the 2 holes in the gem, and twisting a thread of wool, he smeared the end of this also with honey. He pushed it a little way into the hole, and put it in a place where ants were passing. The ants smelling the honey came out of their hole, and eating away the old thread bit hold of the end of the woolen thread, and pulled it out at the other end. When he saw that it had passed through, he bade them present it to the king, who was pleased when he heard how the thread had been put in. 13. The carving. The royal bull was fed up for some months, so that his belly swelled out, his horns were washed, he was anointed with oil, and bathed with turmeric, and then they sent him to the East Market town, with this message: you have a name for wisdom. Here is the king's royal bull, in calf, deliver him and send him back with the calf, or else there is a fine of 1,000 pieces. The villagers, perplexed what to do, applied to the sage, who thought fit to meet one question with another, and asked, can you find a bold man able to speak to the king? That is no hard matter, they replied. So they summoned him, and the great being said, go, my good man, let your hair down loose over your shoulders, and go to the palace gate weeping and lamenting sore. Answer none but the king, only lament, and if the king sends for you to ask why you lament, say, this 7 days my son is in labor, and cannot bring forth, oh help me. Tell me how I may deliver him. Then the king will say, what madness! This is impossible, men do not bear children. Then you must say, if that be true, how can the people of the East Market town deliver your royal bull of a calf? As he was bidden, so he did. The king asked who thought of that counter-quip, and on hearing that it was the sage Mahasada he was pleased. 14. The boiled rice. Another day, to test the sage, this message was sent: the people of the East Market town must send us some boiled rice cooked under 8 conditions, and these are, without rice, without water, without a pot, without an oven, without fire, without firewood, without being sent along a road either by woman or man. If they cannot do it, there is a fine of 1,000 pieces. The people perplexed applied to the sage, who said, be not troubled, take some broken rice, for that is not rice, snow, for that is not water, an earthen bowl, which is no pot, chop up some wood blocks, which are no oven, kindle fire by rubbing instead of a proper fire, take leaves instead of firewood, cook your sour rice, put it in a new vessel, press it well down, put it on the head of a eunuch, who is neither man nor woman, leave the main road and go along a footpath, and take it to the king. They did so, and the king was pleased when he heard by whom the question had been solved. 15. The sand. Another day, to test the sage, they sent this message to the villagers: the king wishes to amuse himself in a swing, and the old rope is broken, you are to make a rope of sand, or else pay a fine of 1,000 pieces. They knew not what to do, and appealed to the sage, who saw that this was the place for a counter-question. He reassured the people, and sending for 2 or 3 clever speakers, he bade them go tell the king, my lord, the villagers do not know whether the sand rope is to be thick or thin. Send them a bit of the old rope, a span long or 4 fingers. This they will look at and twist a rope of the same size. If the king replied, sand rope there never was in my house, they were to reply, if your majesty cannot make a sand rope, how can the villagers do so? They did so, and the king was pleased on hearing that the sage had thought of this counter-quip. 16. The tank. Another day, the message was, "The king desires to disport him in the water. You must send me a new tank covered with water lilies of all 5 kinds, otherwise there is a fine of 1,000 pieces." They told the sage, who saw that a counter-quip was wanted. He sent for several men clever at speaking, and said to them, "Go and play in the water till your eyes are red. Go to the palace door with wet hair and wet garments and your bodies all over mud, holding in your hands ropes, staves, and clods. Send word to the king of your coming. And when you are admitted say to him, 'Sire, inasmuch as your majesty has ordered the people of the East Market town to send you a tank, we brought a great tank to suit your taste.'" But she, being used to a life in the forest, no sooner saw the town with its walls, moats, and watchtowers, than she took fright and broke the ropes and off into the forest. We pelted her with clods and beat her with sticks but could not make her come back. "Give us then the old tank which your majesty is said to have brought from the forest, and we will yoke them together, and bring the other back." The king will say, "I never had a tank brought in from the forest, and never send a tank there to be yoked and bring in another." Then you must say, "If that is so, how can the villagers send you a tank?" They did so, and the king was pleased to hear that the sage had thought of this. 17. The Park. Again on a day the king sent a message, "I wish to disport me in the park, and my park is old. The people of the East Market town must send me a new park, filled with trees and flowers." The sage reassured them as before, and sent men to speak in the same manner as above. 18. Then the king was pleased, and said to Seneca, "Well, Seneca, shall we send for the sage?" But he, grudging the other's prosperity, said, "That is not all that makes a sage. Wait." On hearing this the king thought, "The sage Mahasada was wise even as a child, and took my fancy. In all these mysterious tests and counter-quips he has given answers like a Buddha. Yet such a wise man as this Seneca will not let me summon him to my side. What care I for Seneca? I will bring the man here." So with a great following he set out for the village, mounted upon his royal horse. But as he went the horse put his foot into a hole and broke his leg, so the king turned back from that place to the town. Then Seneca entered the presence and said, "Sire, did you go to the East Market town to bring the sage back?" "Yes, sir," said the king. "Sire," said Seneca, "you make me as one of no account. I begged you to wait a while, but off you went in a hurry, and at the outset your royal horse broke his leg." The king had nothing to say to this. Again on a day he asked Seneca, "Shall we send for the sage, Seneca?" "If so, your majesty, don't go yourself, but send a messenger, saying, 'O sage, as I was on my way to fetch you my horse broke his leg. Send us a better horse, and a more excellent one.' If he takes the first alternative he will come himself, if the second he will send his father. Then will be a problem to test him." The king sent a messenger with this message. The sage on hearing it recognized that the king wished to see himself and his father. So he went to his father, and said greeting him, "Father, the king wishes to see you and me. You go first with 1,000 merchants in attendance, and when you go, go not empty-handed, but take a sandalwood casket filled with fresh ghee. The king will speak kindly to you, and offer you a householder's seat. Take it and sit down. When you are seated, I will come, the king will speak kindly to me and offer me such another seat. Then I will look at you, take the cue and say, rising from your seat, 'Son Mahasada the wise, take this seat.' Then the question will be ripe for solution." He did so. On arriving at the palace door he caused his arrival to be made known to the king, and on the king's invitation, he entered, and greeted the king, and stood on one side. The king spoke to him kindly, and asked where was his son the wise Mahasada. "Coming after me, my lord." The king was pleased to hear of his coming, and bade the father sit in a suitable place. He found a place and sat there. Meanwhile the great being dressed himself in all his splendor, and attended by the 1,000 youths he came seated in a magnificent chariot. As he entered the town he beheld an ass by the side of a ditch, and he directed some stout fellows to fasten up the mouth of the ass so that it should make no noise, to put him in a bag and carry him on their shoulders. They did so. The Bodhisattva entered the city with his great company. The people could not praise him enough. This, they cried, is the wise Mahasada, the merchant Siravadaka's son. This they say is he, who was born holding a herb of virtue in his hand. He it is who knew the answers to so many problems set to test him. On arriving before the palace, he sent in word of his coming. The king was pleased to hear it and said, "Let my son the wise Mahasada make haste to come in." So with his attendants he entered the palace, and saluted the king, and stood on one side. The king, delighted to see him, spoke to him very sweetly, and bade him find a fit seat and sit down. He looked at his father, and his father at this rose from his seat and invited him to sit there, which he did. Thereupon the foolish men who were there, Seneca, Pakkha, Kavinda, Devinda, and others, seeing him sit there, clapped their hands and laughed loudly and cried, "This is the blind fool they call wise. He has made his father rise from his seat, and sits there himself. Wise he should not be called surely." The king also was crestfallen. Then the great being said, "Why, my lord? Are you sad?" "Yes, wise sir, I am sad. I was glad to hear of you, but to see you I am not glad." "Why so?" "Because you have made your father rise from his seat, and sit there yourself." "What, my lord? Do you think that in all cases the sire is better than the sons?" "Yes, sir." "Did you not send word to me to bring you the better horse, or the more excellent horse?" So saying he rose up and looking towards the young fellows, said, "Bring in the ass you have brought." Placing this ass before the king he went on, "Sire, what is the price of this ass?" The king said, "If it be serviceable, it is worth 8 rupees. But if you get a mule colt out of a thoroughbred Sind mare, what will the price of it be?" "It will be priceless." "Why do you say that, my lord? Have you not just said that in all cases the sire is better than the sons? By your own saying the ass is worth more than the mule colt. Now have not your wise men clapped their hands and laughed at me because they did not know that? What wisdom is this of your wise men? Where did you get them?" And in contempt for all 4 of them he addressed the king in this stanza of the first book. "Think'st thou that the sire is always better than the son, O excellent king? Then is yon creature better than the mule, the ass is the mule's sire." After this said, he went on, "My lord, if the sire is better than the son, take my sire into your service, if the son is better than the sire, take me." The king was delighted, and all the company cried out applauding and praising 1,000 times, "Well indeed has the wise man solved the question." There was cracking of fingers and waving of 1,000 scarves. The 4 were crestfallen. Now no one knows better than the Bodhisattva the value of parents. If one asked then, why he did so, it was not to throw contempt on his father, but when the king sent the message, "Send the better horse, or the more excellent horse," he did thus in order to solve that problem, and to make his wisdom to be recognized, and to take the shine out of the 4 sages. The king was pleased, and taking the golden vase filled with scented water, poured the water upon the merchant's hand, saying, "Enjoy the East Market town as a gift from the king. Let the other merchants," he went on, "be subordinate to this." This done he sent to the mother of the Bodhisattva all kinds of ornaments. Delighted as he was at the Bodhisattva's solution of the S question, he wished to make the Bodhisattva as his own son, and to the father said, "Good sir, give me the great being to be my son." He replied, "Sire, very young is he still, even yet his mouth smells of milk, but when he is old, he shall be with you." The king said however, "Good sir, henceforth you must give up your attachment to the boy, from this day he is my son. I can support my son, so go your ways." Then he sent him away. He did obeisance to the king, and embraced his son, and throwing his arms about him kissed him upon the head, and gave him good counsel. The boy also bade his father farewell, and begged him not to be anxious, and sent him away. The king then asked the sage, whether he would take his meals inside the palace or without it. He, thinking that with so large a retinue it were best to have his meals outside the palace, replied to that effect. Then the king gave him a suitable house, and providing for the maintenance of the 1,000 youths and all, gave him all that was needful. From that time the sage attended upon the king. 19. Now the king desired to test the sage. At that time, there was a precious jewel in a crow's nest on a palm tree, which stood on the bank of a lake near the southern gate, and the image of this jewel was to be seen reflected upon the lake. They told the king that there was a jewel in the lake. He sent for Seneca, saying, "They tell me there is a jewel in the lake. How are we to get it?" Seneca said, "The best way is to drain out the water." The king instructed him to do so, and he collected a number of men, and got out the water and mud, and dug up the soil at the bottom, but no jewel could he see. But when the lake was again full, there was the reflection of the jewel to be seen once more. Again Seneca did the same thing, and found no jewel. Then the king sent for the sage, and said, "A jewel has been seen in the lake, and Seneca has taken out the water and mud and dug up the earth without finding it, but no sooner is the lake full than it appears again. Can you get hold of it?" He replied, "That is no hard task, sire, I will get it for you." The king was pleased at this promise, and with a great following he went to the lake, ready to see the might of the sage's knowledge. The great being stood on the bank, and looked. He perceived that the jewel was not in the lake, but must be in the tree, and he said aloud, "Sire, there is no jewel in the tank." "What? Is it not visible in the water?" So he sent for a pail of water, and said, "Now my lord, see, is not this jewel visible both in the pail and the lake?" "Then where can the jewel be?" "Sire, it is the reflection which is visible both in the lake and in the pail, but the jewel is in a crow's nest in this palm tree. Send up a man, and have it brought down." The king did so, the man brought down the jewel, and the sage put it into the king's hand. All the people applauded the sage and mocked at Seneca. "He is a precious jewel in a crow's nest up a tree, and Seneca makes strong men dig out the lake. Surely a wise man should be like Mahajanaka." Thus they praised the great being, and the king being delighted with him, gave him a necklace of pearls from his own neck, and strings of pearls to the 1,000 boys, and to him and his retinue he granted the right to wait upon him without ceremony. Again, on a day the king went with the sage into the park, when a chameleon, which lived on the top of the arched gateway, saw the king approach, and came down and lay flat upon the ground. The king seeing this asked, "What is he doing, wise sir?" "Paying respect to you, sire." "If so, let not his service be without reward, give him a largess." "Sire, a largess is of no use to him, all he wants is something to eat." "And what does he eat?" "Meat, sire." "How much ought he to have?" "A farthing's worth, sire." "A farthing's worth is no gift from a king," said the king, and he sent a man with orders to bring regularly, and give to the chameleon a half anna's worth of meat. This was done thereafter. But on a fast day, when there is no killing, the man could find no meat, so he bored a hole through the half anna piece, and strung it upon a thread, and tied it upon the chameleon's neck. This made the creature proud. That day the king again went into the park, but the chameleon, as he saw the king draw near, in pride of wealth made himself equal to the king, thinking within himself, "You may be very rich, Vaideha, but so am I." So he did not come down, but lay still on the archway, stroking his head. The king seeing this said, "Wise sir, this creature does not come down today as usual, what is the reason?" And he recited the first stanza. "Yon chameleon used not to climb upon the archway," explain, Mahajanaka. Why the chameleon has become stiff-necked. The sage perceived that the man must have been unable to find meat on this fast day, when there was no killing, and that the creature must have become proud, because of the coin hung about his neck. So he recited this stanza. The chameleon has got what he never had before, a half anna piece, hence he despises Vaideha, lord of Mittalur. The king sent for the man and questioned him, and he told him all about it truly. Then he was more than ever pleased with the sage, who, it seemed, knew the idea of the chameleon, without asking any questions, with a wisdom like the supreme wisdom of a Buddha. So he gave him the revenue taken at the 4 gates. Being angry with the chameleon, he thought of discontinuing the gift, but the sage told him that it was unfitting and dissuaded him. Now a lad Pingatara living in Mittalur came to Takasila, and studied under a famous teacher, and soon completed his education. Then after diligent study he proposed to take leave of his teacher and go. But in this teacher's family there was a custom, that if there should be a daughter ripe for marriage she should be given to the eldest pupil. This teacher had a daughter beautiful as a nymph divine, so he said, "My son, I will give you my daughter and you shall take her with you." Now this lad was unfortunate and unlucky, but the girl was very lucky. When he saw her he did not care for her, but though he said so, he agreed, not wishing to disregard his master's words, and the Brahmin married the daughter to him. Night came, when he lay upon the prepared bed. No sooner had she got into the bed than up he got groaning and lay down upon the floor. She got out and lay beside him, then he got up and went to bed again. When she came into the bed again he got out, for ill luck cannot mate with good luck. So the girl stayed in bed, and he stayed on the ground. Thus they spent 7 days. Then he took leave of his teacher, and departed taking her with him. On the road there was not so much as an exchange of talk between them. Both unhappy they came to Mittalur. Not far from the town, Pingatara saw a fig tree covered with fruit, and being hungry he climbed up and ate some of the figures. The girl also being hungry came to the foot of the tree and called out, "Throw down some fruit for me too." "What," says he, "have you no hands or feet? Climb up and get it yourself." She climbed up also and ate. No sooner did he see that she had climbed than he came down quickly, and piled thorns around the tree, and made off saying to himself, "I have got rid of the miserable woman at last." She could not get down, but remained sitting where she was. Now the king, who had been amusing himself in the forest, was coming back to town on his elephant in the evening time, when he saw her, and fell in love. So he sent to ask had she a husband or no. She replied, "Yes, I have a husband to whom my family gave me, but he has gone away and left me here alone." The courtier told this tale to the king, who said, "Treasure trove belongs to the crown." She was brought down and placed on the elephant and conveyed to the palace, where she was sprinkled with the water of consecration, as his queen consort. Dear and darling she was to him, and the name Udumbara, or Queen Fig, was given to her because he first saw her upon a fig tree. One day after this, they who dwelt by the city gate had to clean the road for the king to go disporting into his park, and Pingatara, who had to earn his living, tucked up his clothes and set to work clearing the road with a hoe. Before the road was clean the king with Queen Udumbara came along in a chariot, and the queen seeing the wretch clearing the road could not restrain her triumph, but smiled to see the wretch there. The king was angry to see her smile, and asked why she did so. "My lord," she said, "that road cleaner fellow is my former husband, who made me climb up the fig tree, and then piled thorns about it and left me. When I saw him I could not help feeling triumphant at my good fortune, and smiled to see the wretch there." The king said, "You lie, you laughed at someone else, and I will kill you." And he drew his sword. She was alarmed and said, "Sire, pray ask your wise men." The king asked Seneca whether he believed her. "No, my lord, I do not," said Seneca, "for who would leave such a woman if he once possessed her?" When she heard this she was more frightened than ever. But the king thought, "What does Seneca know about it? I will ask the sage," and asked him reciting this stanza. "Should a woman be virtuous and fair, and a man not desire her, do you believe it, Mahasada?" The sage replied, "O king, I do believe it. The man would be an unlucky wretch. Good luck and ill luck never can mate together." These words allayed the king's anger, and his heart was calmed, and much pleased he said, "O wise man, if you had not been here, I should have trusted the words of that fool Seneca, and lost this precious woman. You have saved me my queen." He recompensed the sage with 1,000 pieces of money. Then the queen said to the king respectfully, "Sire, it is all through this wise man that my life has been saved. Grant me the boon, that I may treat him as my youngest brother." "Yes, my queen, I consent, the boon is granted." "Then, my lord, from this day I will eat no dainties without my brother. From this day in season and out of season my door shall be open to send him sweet food. this boon I crave. You may have this boon also, my lady, quoth the king. Here endeth the question of good and bad luck. Another day, the king after breakfast was walking up and down in the long walk, when he saw through a doorway a goat and a dog making friends. Now this goat was in the habit of eating the grass thrown to the elephants beside their stable before they touched it. The elephant keepers beat it and drove it away, and as it ran away bleating, one man ran quickly after and struck it on the back with a stick. The goat with its back humped in pain went and lay down by the great wall of the palace, on a bench. Now there was a dog which had fed all its days upon the bones, skin, and refuse of the royal kitchen. That same day the cook had finished preparing the food, and had dished it up, and while he was wiping the sweat off his body the dog could no longer bear the smell of the meat and fish, and entered the kitchen, pushed off the cover and began eating the meat. But the cook hearing the noise of the dishes ran in and saw the dog. He clapped to the door, and beat it with sticks and stones. The dog dropped the meat from his mouth and ran off yelping, and the cook seeing him run, ran after and struck him full on the back with a stick. The dog humping his back and holding up one leg came to the place where the goat was lying. Then the goat said, "Friend, why do you hump your back? Are you suffering from colic?" The dog replied, "You are humping your back too. Have you an attack of colic?" He told his tale. Then the goat added, "Well, can you ever go to the kitchen again?" "No, it is as much as my life's worth. Can you go to the stable again?" "No more than you, 'tis as much as my life's worth." Well, they began to wonder how they could live. Then the goat said, "If we could manage to live together I have an idea." "Pray tell it." "Well, sir, you must go to the stable. The elephant keepers will take no notice of you, for, think they, he eats no grass, and you must bring me my grass. I will go to the kitchen, and the cook will take no notice of me, thinking that I eat no meat, so I will bring you your meat." "That's a good plan," said the other, and they made a bargain of it. The dog went to the stable and brought a bundle of grass in his teeth and laid it beside the great wall. The other went to the kitchen and brought away a great lump of meat in his mouth to the same place. The dog ate the meat and the goat ate the grass, and so by this device they lived together in harmony by the great wall. When the king saw their friendship he thought, "Never have I seen such a thing before. Here are two natural enemies living in friendship together. I will put this in the form of a question to my wise men. Those who cannot understand it I will banish from the realm, and if anyone guesses it I will declare him the sage incomparable, and show him all honor. There is no time today, but tomorrow when they come to wait upon me I will ask them the question." So next day when the wise men had come to wait upon him, he put his question in these words. Two natural enemies, who never before in the world could come within 7 paces of each other, have become friends and go inseparable. What is the reason? After this he added another stanza. If this day before noon you cannot solve me this question, I will banish you all. I have no need of ignorant men. Now Seneca was seated in the first seat, the sage in the last, and thought the sage to himself, this king is too slow of wit to have thought out this question by himself, he must have seen something. If I can get 1 day's grace I will solve the riddle. Seneca is sure to find some means to postpone it for a day. And the other 4 wise men could see nothing, being like men in a dark room. Seneca looked at the Bodhisat to see what he would do, the Bodhisat looked at Seneca. By the way Mahasada looked Seneca perceived his state of mind. He sees that even this wise man does not understand the question, he cannot answer it today, but wants a day's grace, he would fulfill this wish. So he laughed loudly in a reassuring manner and said, What, sire, you will banish us all if we cannot answer your question? Yes, sir. Ah, you know that it is a knotty question, and we cannot solve it, do but wait a little. A knotty question cannot be solved in a crowd. We will think it over, and afterwards explain it to you. So let us have a chance. So he said relying on the great being, and then recited these 2 stanzas. In a great crowd, where is a great din of people assembled, our minds are distracted, our thoughts cannot concentrate, and we cannot solve the question. But alone, calm in thought, apart they will go and ponder on the matter, in solitude grappling with it firmly, then they will solve it for thee, O Lord of men. The king, exasperated though he was at his speech, said, threatening them, Very well, think it over and tell me, if you do not, I will banish you. The 4 wise men left the palace, and Seneca said to the others, Friends, a delicate question this which the king has put, if we cannot solve it there is great fear for us. So take a good meal and reflect carefully. After this they went each to his own house. The sage on his part rose and sought out Queen Udumbara, and to her he said, O Queen, where was the king most of today and yesterday? Walking up and down the long walk, good sir, and looking out of the window. Ah, thought the Bodhisat, he must have seen something there. So he went to the place and looked out and saw the doings of the goat and the dog. The king's question is solved, he concluded, and home he went. The 3 others found out nothing, and came to Seneca, who asked, Have you found out the question? No, master. If so, the king will banish you, and what will you do? But you have found it out. Indeed no, not I. If you cannot find it out, how can we? We roared like lions before the king, and said, Let us think and we will solve it, and now if we cannot, he will be angry. What are we to do? This question is not for us to solve, no doubt the sage has solved it in 100 ways. Then let us go to him. So they came all 4 to the Bodhisat's door, and sent to announce their coming, and entering spoke politely to him, then standing on one side they asked the great being, Well, sir, have you thought out the question? If I have not, who will? Of course I have. Then tell us too. He thought to himself, If I do not tell them, the king will banish them, and will honor me with the 7 precious things. But let not these fools perish, I will tell them. So he made them sit down on low seats, and to uplift their hands in salutation, and without telling them what the king had really seen, he composed 4 stanzas, and taught them one each in the Pali language, to recite when the king should ask them, and sent them away. Next day they went to wait on the king, and sat where they were told to sit, and the king asked Seneca, Have you solved the question, Seneca? Sire, if I do not know it who can? Tell me, then. Listen, my lord, and he recited a stanza as he had been taught. Young beggars and young princes like and delight in ram's flesh, dog's flesh they do not eat. Yet there might be friendship betwixt ram and dog. Although Seneca recited the stanza he did not know its meaning, but the king did because he had seen the thing. Seneca has found it out, he thought, and then turned to Pakkha and asked him. What? Am not I a wise man? Asked Pakkha, and recited his stanza as he had been taught. They take off a goatskin to cover the horse's back withal, but a dogskin they do not use for covering, yet there might be friendship betwixt ram and dog. Neither did he understand the matter, but the king thought he did because he had seen the thing. Then he asked Govinda, and he also recited his stanza. Twisted horns hath a ram, the doggeth none at all, one eateth grass, one flesh, yet there might be friendship betwixt ram and dog. He has found it out too, thought the king, and passed on to Govinda, who with the others recited his stanza as he had been taught. Grass and leaves both the ram eat, the dog neither grass nor leaves. The dog would take a hare or a cat, yet there might be friendship betwixt ram and dog. Next the king questioned the sage, My son, do you understand this question? Sire, who else can understand it from Avachi to Bhavaga, from lowest hell to highest heaven? Tell me, then. Listen, sire, and he made clear his knowledge of the fact by reciting these 2 stanzas. The ram, with 8 half feet on his 4 feet, and 8 hooves, unobserved, brings meat for the other, and he brings grass for him. The chief of Videha, the lord of men, on his terrace beheld with his own eyes the interchange of food given by each to the other, between bow-wow and full mouth. The king, not knowing that the others had their knowledge through the Bodhisat, was delighted to think that all 5 had found out the riddle each by his own wisdom, and recited this stanza. No small gain is it that I have men so wise in my house. A matter profound and subtle they have penetrated with noble speech, the clever men. So he said to them, "One good turn deserves another," and made his return in the following stanza. To each I give a chariot and a she-mule, to each a rich village, very choice. These I give to all the wise men, delighted at their noble speech. All this he gave. Here endeth the question of the goat in the 12th book. But Queen Udumbra knew that the others had got their knowledge of the question through the sage, and thought she, the king has given the same reward to all 5, like a man who makes no difference between peas and beans. Surely my brother should have had a special reward. So she went and asked the king, "Who discovered the riddle for you, sir?" "The 5 wise men, madam." "But my lord, through whom did the 4 get their knowledge?" "I do not know, madam." "Sire, what do those men know?" "It was the sage, who wished that these fools should not be ruined through him, and taught them the problem." "Then you give the same reward to them all." "That is not right, you should make a distinction for the sage." The king was pleased that the sage had not revealed that they had their knowledge through him, and being desirous of giving him an exceeding great reward, he thought, "Never mind, I will ask my son another question, and when he replies, I will give him a great reward." Thinking of this, he hit on the question of poor and rich. One day, when the 5 wise men had come to wait upon him, and when they were comfortably seated, the king said, "Seneca, I will ask a question." "Do, sire." Then he recited the first stanza in the question of poor and rich. "Endowed with wisdom and bereft of wealth, or wealthy and without wisdom, I ask you this question, Seneca, which of these 2 do clever men call the better?" Now this question had been handed down from generation to generation in Seneca's family, so he replied at once. "Verily, O king, wise men and fools, men educated or uneducated, do service to the wealthy, although they be high-born and he be base-born. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, and the wealthy is better." The king listened to this answer, then without asking the other 3, he said to the sage Mahasada who sat by, "Thee also I ask, lofty in wisdom, Mahasada, who knowest all the law, a fool with wealth, or a wise man with small store, which of the 2 do clever men call the better?" Then the great being replied, "Hear, O king. The fool commits sinful acts, thinking in this world I am the better, he looks at this world and not at the next, and gets the worst of it in both. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool." This said, the king looked at Seneca, "Well, you see Mahasada says the wise man is the best." Seneca said, "Your Majesty, Mahasada is a child, even now his mouth smells of milk. What can he know?" And he recited this stanza. "Science does not give riches, nor does family or personal beauty. Look at that idiot Goromanda greatly prospering, because luck favors the wretch. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the wealthy is better." Hearing this the king said, "What now, Mahasada my son?" He answered, "My lord, what does Seneca know? He is like a crow where rice is scattered, like a dog trying to lap up milk, sees himself, but sees not the stick which is ready to fall upon his head. Listen, my lord," and he recited this stanza. "He that is small of wit, when he gets wealth, is intoxicated, struck by misfortune he becomes stupefied, struck by ill luck or good luck as chance may come, he writhes like a fish in the hot sun. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool." "Now then, master," said the king on hearing this. Seneca said, "My lord, what does he know? Not to speak of men, it is the fine tree full of fruit which the birds go after," and he recited this stanza. "As in the forest, the birds gather from all quarters to the tree which has sweet fruit, so to the rich man, who has treasure and wealth crowds flock together for their profit. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the wealthy is the better." "Well, my son, what now?" the king asked. The sage answered, "What does that pot-belly know?" "Listen, my lord," and he recited this stanza. "The powerful fool does not well to win treasure by violence, roar loud as he will, they drag the simpleton off to hell. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool." Again the king said, "Well, Seneca," to which Seneca replied, Whatsoever streams pour themselves into the Ganges, all these lose name and kind. The Ganges falling into the sea is no longer to be distinguished. So the world is devoted to wealth. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the rich is better. Again the king said, well, sage, and he answered, hear, O king, with a couple of stanzas. This mighty ocean of which he spoke, whereinto always flow rivers innumerable, this sea beating incessantly on the shore can never pass over it, mighty ocean though it be. So it is with the chatterings of the fool, his prosperity cannot overpass the wise. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the prosperous fool. Well, Seneca, said the king. Hear, O king, said he, and recited this stanza. A wealthy man in high position may lack all self-control, but if he says anything to others, his word has weight in the midst of his kinsfolk, but wisdom has not that effect for the man without wealth. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the rich is better. Well, my son, said the king again. Listen, sire. What does that stupid Seneca know? And he recited this stanza. For another's sake or his own the fool and small of wit speaks falsely, he is put to shame in the midst of company, and hereafter he goeth to misery. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool. Then Seneca recited a stanza. Even if one be of great wisdom, but without rice or grain, and needy, should he say anything, his word has no weight in the midst of his kinsfolk, and prosperity does not come to a man for his knowledge. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the rich is better. Again the king said, what say you to that, my son? And the sage replied, what does Seneca know? He looks at this world, not the next, and he recited this stanza. Not for his own sake nor another's does the man of great wisdom speak a lie, he is honored in the midst of the assembly, and hereafter he goes, a happiness. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool. Then Seneca recited a stanza. Elephants, kine, horses, jeweled earrings, women, are found in rich families, these all are for the enjoyment of the rich man without supernatural power. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the rich is better. The sage said, what does he know? And continuing to explain the matter he recited this stanza. The fool, who does thoughtless acts and speaks foolish words, the unwise, is cast off by fortune as a snake casts the old skin. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool. What now? Asked the king then, and Seneca said, my lord, what can this little boy know? Listen, and he recited this stanza, thinking that he would silence the sage. We are 5 wise men, venerable sir, all waiting upon you with gestures of respect, and you are our lord and master, like Saka, lord of all creatures, king of the gods. Beholding this I say, the wise is mean, the rich is better. When the king heard this he thought, that was neatly said of Seneca. I wonder whether my son will be able to refute it and to say something else. So he asked him, well, wise sir, what now? But this argument of Seneca's there was none able to refute except the Bodhisat. So the great being refuted it by saying, sire, what does this fool know? He only looks at himself and knows not the excellence of wisdom. Listen, sire, and he recited this stanza. The wealthy fool is but the slave of a wise man, when questions of this kind arise, when the sage solves it cleverly, then the fool falls into confusion. Beholding this I say, the wise is better than the wealthy fool. As if he drew forth golden sand from the foot of Sineru, as though he brought the full moon up in the sky, so did he set forth this argument, so did the great being show his wisdom. Then the king said to Seneca, well, Seneca, cap that if you can. But like one who had used up all the corn in his granary, he sat without answer, disturbed, grieving. If he could have produced another argument, even 1,000 stanzas would not have finished this birth. But when he remained without an answer, the great being went on with this stanza in praise of wisdom, as though he poured out a deep flood. Verily wisdom is esteemed of the good, wealth is beloved because men are devoted to enjoyment. The knowledge of the Buddhas is incomparable, and wealth never surpasses wisdom. Hearing this, the king was so pleased with the great being's solution of the question, that he rewarded him with riches in a great shower, and recited a stanza. Whatsoever I asked he has answered me, Mahasada the only preacher of the law. 1,000 kine, a bull and an elephant, and 10 chariots drawn by thoroughbreds, and 16 excellent villages, here I give thee, pleased with thy answer to the question. Here endeth the question of rich and poor, Book XX. From that day the Bodhisattva's glory was great, and Queen Udambara managed it all. When he was 16 she thought, my young brother has grown up, and great is his glory, we must find a wife for him. This she said to the king, and the king was well pleased. Very good, said he, tell him. She told him, and he agreed, and she said, then let us find you a bride, my son. The great being thought, I should never be satisfied if they choose me a wife, I will find one for myself. And he said, Madam, do not tell the king for a few days, and I will go seek a wife to suit my taste, and then I will tell you. Do so, my son, she replied. He took leave of the queen, and went to his house, and informed his companions. Then he got by some means the outfit of a tailor, and alone went out by the northern gate into North Town. Now in that place was an ancient and decayed merchant family, and in this family was a daughter, the Lady Amara, a beautiful girl, wise, and with all the marks of good luck. That morning early, this girl had set out to the place where her father was ploughing, to bring him rice gruel which she had cooked, and it so happened that she went by the same road. When the great being saw her coming he thought, a woman with all lucky marks. If she is unwed she must be my wife. She also when she beheld him thought, if I could live in the house of such a man, I might restore my family. The great being thought, whether she be wed or not I do not know. I will ask her by hand gesture, and if she be wise she will understand. So standing afar off he clenched his fist. She understood that he was asking whether she had a husband, and spread out her hand. Then he went up to her, and asked her name. She said, my name is that which neither is, nor was, nor ever shall be. Madam, there is nothing in the world immortal, and your name must be Amara, the immortal. Even so, master. For whom, madam, do you carry that gruel? For the god of old time. Gods of old time are one's parents, and no doubt you mean your father. So it must be, master. What does your father do? He makes 2 out of 1. Now the making 2 out of 1 is ploughing. He is ploughing, madam. Even so, master. And where is your father ploughing? Where those who go come not again. The place whence those who go come not again is the cemetery, he is ploughing then near a cemetery. Even so, master. Will you come again today, madam? If I come I will not come, if I come not I will come. Your father, methinks, madam, is ploughing by a riverside, and if the flood come you will not come, if it come not you will. After this interchange of talk, the Lady Amara offered him a drink of the gruel. The great being, thinking it ungracious to refuse, said he would like some. Then she put down the jar of gruel, and the great being thought, if she offer it to me without first washing the pot and giving me water to wash my hands, I will leave her and go. But she took up water in the pot and offered him water for washing, placed the pot empty upon the ground not in his hands, stirred up the gruel in the jar, filled the pot with it. But there was not much rice in it, and the great being said, why, madam, there is very little rice here. We got no water, master. You mean when your field was in growth, you got no water upon it. Even so, master. So she kept some gruel for her father, and gave some to the Bodhisattva. He drank, and gargled his mouth, and said, Madam, I will go to your house, kindly show me the way. She did so by reciting a stanza, which is given in the first book. By the way of the cakes and gruel, and the double-leaf tree and flower, by the hand wherewith I eat I bid thee go, not by that wherewith I eat not. That is the way to the market town, that secret path you must find. Here endeth the question of the secret path. He reached the house by the way indicated, and Amara's mother saw him and gave him a seat. "May I offer you some gruel, master?" she asked. "Thank you, mother." Sister Amara gave me a little. She at once recognized that he must have come on her daughter's account. The great being, when he saw their poverty, said, "Mother, I am a tailor, have you anything to mend?" "Yes, master, but nothing to pay." "There is no need to pay, mother, bring the things and I will mend them." She brought him some old clothes, and each as she brought it the Bodhisat mended. "The wise man's business always goes well, you know." He said then, "Go tell the people in the street." She published it abroad in the village, and in one day, by his tailoring the great being earned 1,000 pieces of money. The old dame cooked him a midday meal, and in the evening asked how much she should cook. "Enough, mother, for all those who live in this house." She cooked a quantity of rice with some curry and condiments. Now Amara in the evening came back from the forest, bearing a faggot of wood upon her head, and leaves on her hip. She threw down the wood before the front door, and came in by the back door. Her father returned later. The great being ate of a tasteful meal, the girl served her parents before herself eating, washed their feet and the Bodhisat's feet. For several days he lived there watching her. Then one day to test her, he said, "My dear Amara, take half a measure of rice and with it make me gruel, a cake, and boiled rice." She agreed at once, and husked the rice. With the big grains she made gruel, the middling grains she boiled, and made a cake with the little ones, adding the suitable condiments. She gave the gruel with its condiments to the great being. He no sooner took a mouthful of it than he felt its choice flavor thrill through him. Nevertheless, to test her he said, "Madam, if you don't know how to cook, why did you spoil my rice?" and spat it out on the ground. But she was not angry, only gave him the cake, saying, "If the gruel is not good, eat the cake." He did the same with that, and again rejecting the boiled rice, said, "If you don't know how to cook, why did you waste my property?" As though angry, he mixed all three together, and smeared them all over her body from the head downwards, and told her to sit at the door. "Very good, master," she said, not angry at all, and did so. Finding that there was no pride in her, he said, "Come here, madam." At the first word she came. When the great being came, he had brought with him 1,000 rupees and a dress in his betel nut bag. Now he took out this dress and placed it in her hands, saying, "Madam, bathe with your companions and put on this dress and come to me." She did so. The sage gave her parents all the money he had brought or earned, and comforted them, and took her back to the town with him. There to test her he made her sit down in the gatekeeper's house, and telling the gatekeeper's wife of his plans, went to his own house. Then he sent for some of his men, and said, "I have left a woman in such and such a house, take 1,000 pieces of money with you and test her." He gave them the money and sent them away. They did as they were bid. She refused, saying, "That is not worth the dust on my master's feet." The men came back and told the result. He sent them again, and a third time, and the fourth time he bade them drag her away by force. They did so, and when she saw the great being in all his glory, she did not know him, but smiled and wept at the same time as she looked at him. He asked her why she did this. She replied, "Master, I smiled when I beheld your magnificence, and thought that this magnificence was not given you without cause, but for some good deed in a former life. See the fruit of goodness. I thought, and I smiled. But I wept to think that now you would sin against the property which another watched and tended, and would go to hell. In pity for that I wept." After this test he knew her chastity, and sent her back to the same place. Putting on his tailor's disguise, he went back to her and there spent the night. Next morning he repaired to the palace and told Queen Udumbra all about it. She informed the king, and adorning Amara with all kinds of ornaments, and seated her in a great chariot, and with great honor brought her to the great being's house, and made a gala day. The king sent the Bodhisat a gift worth 1,000 pieces of money. All the people of the town sent gifts from the doorkeepers onwards. Lady Amara divided the gifts sent by the king into halves, and sent one portion back to the king. In the same way she divided all the gifts sent to her by the citizens, and returned half, thus winning the hearts of the people. From that time the great being lived with her in happiness, and instructed the king in things temporal and spiritual. One day Seneca said to the other three who had come to see him, "Friends, we are not enough for this common man's son Mahasada, and now he has gotten him a wife cleverer than himself. Can we find a means to make a breach between him and the king? What do we know, sir teacher, you must decide." "Well, never mind, there is a way. I will steal the jewel from the royal crest, you, Pakkha, take his golden necklace, you, Govinda, take his woolen robe, you, Devinda, his golden slipper." They all four found a way to do these things. Then Seneca said, "We must now get them into the fellow's house without his knowledge." So Seneca put the jewel in a pot of dates and sent it by a slave girl, saying, "If anyone else wants to have this pot of dates, refuse, but give them pot and all to the people in Mahasada's house." She took it and went to the sage's house, and walked up and down crying, "Do lack dates?" But the lady Amara standing by the door saw this. She noticed that the girl went nowhere else. There must be something behind it. So making a sign for her servants to approach, she cried herself to the girl, "Come here, girl. I will take the dates." When she came, the mistress called for her servants, but none answered, so she sent the girl to fetch them. While she was gone Amara put her hand into the pot and found the jewel. When the girl returned Amara asked her, "Whose servant are you, girl?" "Pandit Seneca's maid." Then she inquired her name and her mother's name and said, "Well, give me some dates." "If you want it, mother, take it pot and all, I want no payment." "You may go, then," said Amara, and sent her away. Then she wrote down on a leaf, "On such a day of such a month the teacher Seneca sent a jewel from the king's crest for a present by the hand of such and such a girl." Pakkha sent the golden necklet hidden in a casket of jasmine flowers. Govinda sent the robe in a basket of vegetables. Devinda sent the golden slipper in a bundle of straw. She received them all and put down names and all on a leaf, which she put away, telling the great being about it. Then those four men went to the palace, and said, "Why, my lord? Won't you wear your jeweled crest?" "Yes, I will fetch it," said the king. But they could not find the jewel, or the other things. Then the four said, "My lord, your ornaments are in Mahasada's house, and he uses them, that common man's son is your enemy." So they slandered him. Then his well-wishers went and told